Hello, welcome to Ambient Whisper, where we tell your favorite cozy UFO, cryptid, paranormal, or any other story with a mixture of mystery. So relax. Deep breaths as we dive in. If you like our stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for updates. The Maury Island Incident, June 1947. Chapter 1. The Sound of the Puget Sound. The water of the Puget Sound has a way of swallowing sound. On a Tuesday in late June 1947, the surface was like hammered silver, cold and indifferent. Harold Dahl sat at the helm of his workboat, feeling the steady, rhythmic vibration of the engine beneath his boots. It was a comforting hum, a mechanical heartbeat that usually made the long hours of salvaging logs feel like a meditation. The air smelled of salt, wet cedar, and the faint metallic tang of an approaching shift in the weather. He wasn't alone on the water that day. His son was with him, along with the family dog, a sturdy creature that usually spent these trips dozing in the patch of sunlight on the deck. Two crewmen were also aboard, their eyes scanning the shoreline for drifting timber. It was a mundane task, the kind of work that fills the pockets but rarely the imagination. They were near the eastern shore of Maury Island, a place where the trees grow thick and the shadows seem to lean over the water. The sun was high, but it didn't feel warm. It was one of those days where the light is bright but thin, casting long, pale reflections on the ripples. Harold checked his watch. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The world felt still, caught in that heavy mid-afternoon lull where even the gulls seemed to stop crying. He liked this silence. It was why he did this work. It gave a man time to think, to breathe, and to forget the cluttered noise of the city. But then the silence changed. It didn't break exactly, it just warped. The dog was the first to notice. He didn't bark. He didn't growl. He simply stood up, his hackles rising in a slow, jagged line down his spine. He let out a low, vibrating whine that Harold felt in his own teeth. It was a sound of pure, instinctual unease. Harold looked at his son, who was already staring up at the sky, his hand shielding his eyes. At first, Harold thought it might be a formation of planes from the nearby base. Perhaps some new experimental craft the boys in uniform were testing out. But there was no roar of engines. There was no whistling of the wind against metal wings. There was only a low, thrumming vibration, a frequency so deep it felt like it was coming from the water itself rather than the air. High above them, 6 objects were drifting. They didn't fly so much as they occupied the space. They were shaped like giant donuts, perhaps 100 feet in diameter. They were a dull, flat silver, the color of a tarnished coin. In the center of each craft was a dark hole, a void that seemed to absorb the sunlight. They moved with a strange, liquid grace, shifting their positions in a slow, geometric dance. Harold cut the engine. The boat coasted, the wake behind them smoothing out into a glass-like trail. The silence that followed was absolute. The 5 men on the boat stood frozen, their necks craned back, watching the impossible. The objects were low, perhaps only 2,000 feet above the water. They were close enough that Harold could see the texture of the metal. It wasn't smooth like a fuselage. It looked hammered, pitted, and ancient. One of the craft seemed to be in trouble. It drifted lower than the others, wobbling with a heavy, uneven motion. The other 5 circled it, like predators or perhaps like worried siblings. They moved in silence, hovering directly over the workboat. The air began to feel heavy, charged with a static that made the hair on Harold's arms stand on end. It felt like the moments before a massive thunderstorm, where the oxygen seems to vanish and the world holds its breath. Harold reached for his camera. His hands were steady, though his heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He began to click the shutter, capturing the dull silver discs against the pale blue of the Washington sky. He didn't know what he was seeing, but he knew that the world had shifted. The mundane life of a salvager had just collided with something vast and incomprehensible. The troubled craft descended further. It was swaying now, a sickening, pendulum-like motion. A strange sound began to emanate from it, not a mechanical grind, but a series of metallic thuds like a giant heart failing. The center hole of the craft seemed to shimmer. And then the sky began to rain. It wasn't water. It was a downpour of debris. Masses of what looked like white metal, light as balsa wood but hard as steel, began to flutter down. Mixed in with it were heavier, darker chunks, like black slag or cooling lava. The debris hit the water with a series of sharp splashes, but some of it found the boat. Harold shouted for everyone to take cover under the wheelhouse. The sound of the material hitting the deck was like a hail of stones. A large piece of the dark, hot slag struck the dog, and the animal's cry was cut short by the sheer force of the impact. Another piece struck Harold's son on the arm, the heat of the material searing through his sleeve. The air was suddenly filled with the smell of burning sulfur and hot electrical wires. It was choking and thick. Harold watched through the glass of the wheelhouse as the deck of his boat was littered with the strange, smoking remains of something that shouldn't exist. The white, light metal seemed to drift like snow, while the heavy black rock sizzled as it touched the wet wood. The objects above didn't stay to watch the damage. As quickly as the discharge had begun, it stopped. The wobbling craft seemed to regain its balance, its motion smoothing out. The 6 discs rose in unison, tilting slightly as they gained altitude. They didn't accelerate like a bird or a plane. They simply shrank, becoming smaller and smaller points of silver until they vanished into the high, thin clouds toward the Pacific. Harold stepped out onto the deck. The silence had returned, but it was different now. It was a scarred silence. The dog lay still. His son was clutching his arm, his face pale with shock and pain. The deck was covered in the smoking, jagged debris. Harold picked up a piece of the white metal. It was incredibly light, almost weightless, and yet he couldn't bend it. It felt cold now, despite the smoke that had been rising from it only moments before. He looked toward the shore of Maury Island. The trees were still there. The water was still lapping against the hull, but the world felt thin, like a veil that had been torn. He realized then that he was holding evidence of a truth that no one was prepared to hear. He looked at his camera, the film inside containing the images of the 6 silver donuts. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the breeze. It was the feeling of being watched, not by the things in the sky, but by something closer, something grounded and hidden. He started the engine. The vibration felt wrong now, hollow and fragile. He needed to get his son to a doctor. He needed to get the boat back to the harbor. As they pulled away from the island, Harold looked back at the spot where the debris had fallen into the sound. The water was dark and murky, hiding the secrets that had just tumbled from the heavens. He didn't know then that this was only the beginning. He didn't know that the silver discs were the least of his worries. The real mystery wasn't in the sky. It was in what happened when he stepped back onto land. It was in the way the air felt when he walked down the streets of Tacoma. It was in the shadow of a man he hadn't met yet, a man who would soon arrive in a black Buick, carrying the weight of a silence far deeper than the one over the Puget Sound. Harold steered the boat toward home, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He kept the camera gripped tightly in his hand. He felt like a man carrying a live coal, something that could warm him or burn his entire life to the ground. The sun began its slow descent, casting long, golden fingers across the water, but for Harold Dahl, the light had already gone out of the day. There was only the gray, the silver, and the cold, hard weight of the unknown. The ripples from the boat spread out, reaching toward the shore of Maury Island, where the trees stood like silent sentinels, guarding the place where the sky had opened up and spilled its secrets. The first chapter of his new life had begun, and it was written in ash and silver. Chapter 2, The Scent of Ash. The return to the harbor was a slow, agonizing crawl. Harold Dahl kept his hand on the throttle, but his mind was back at Maury Island, replaying the way those silver rings had tilted in the air. The engine of the boat, usually a source of comfort, now sounded like a frantic heartbeat. Every splash of a wave against the hull made his crew jump. They were men of the sea, used to the unpredictability of the weather and the tides, but they were not used to the sky falling. His son, Charles, sat on a wooden crate in the wheelhouse. He was holding his arm where the hot debris had scorched his skin. The wound wasn't deep, but it was an angry, pulsing red, and the boy's eyes were wide and distant. He wasn't crying. That was the part that bothered Harold the most. The boy was simply silent, drifting in the same shock that held the rest of them. When they finally reached the dock in Tacoma, the sun was beginning to dip lower, painting the sky in bruises of purple and deep orange. Harold helped his son onto the pier and gave his crew instructions to stay quiet. He didn't know why he said it, but his gut told him that this wasn't a story for the evening news. Not yet. He gathered a few samples of the strange, dark slag and the light, white metal, wrapping them in a heavy canvas tarp. He also made sure his camera was tucked securely under his arm. Those photographs were the only proof that the world hadn't simply gone mad for 20 minutes. The walk to the truck felt longer than usual. The familiar sights of the waterfront, the stacks of lumber, the smell of diesel, the calls of the gulls, felt like a movie set that had been poorly constructed. Everything looked the same, but the context had changed. Harold kept looking up. Every time a bird flew overhead, his muscles tensed. Once they arrived home, Harold tended to his son's arm with a cool cloth and some ointment. His wife asked what had happened, and Harold found himself lying for the first time in years. He told her a minor engine accident had caused a flare-up. He wasn't ready to talk about silver donuts and raining metal. How do you tell the person you love that you saw the impossible? It felt like bringing a sickness into the house. That night, Harold couldn't sleep. He sat at his kitchen table with a single lamp turned low. The house was full of the soft, rhythmic sounds of a sleeping family, but Harold felt like he was standing on the edge of a cliff. He had the samples of the debris on the table in front of him. In the dim light, the black slag looked like a piece of the night sky had been torn off and cooled. It was heavy, far heavier than any rock he had ever found in the Pacific Northwest. He picked up a piece of the white metal. It felt like nothing. It was as if his hand was empty, and yet his eyes could see the jagged edges of the material. It was a contradiction. It shouldn't have been that hard and that light at the same time. He turned it over and over, looking for a seam, a rivet, a serial number. There was nothing. It was smooth in a way that felt unnatural, like it had been grown rather than manufactured. As the clock on the wall ticked toward midnight, a strange sensation washed over him. It was the feeling of being watched. It wasn't the first time he had felt it that day, but here, in the safety of his own kitchen, it was more invasive. He got up and walked to the window, pulling the curtain back just a fraction of an inch. The street was empty. The street lamps cast long, yellow pools of light on the pavement, but parked across the road, sitting just outside the circle of light, was a car. It was a 1947 Buick, black and polished to a mirror finish. It sat there, its engine off, its headlights dark. Harold couldn't see the driver, but he could feel the presence inside. It was a heavy, dense feeling, much like the black slag sitting on his table. He stayed at the window for a long time, his breath fogging the glass. The car didn't move. No one got out. It just sat there, a silent, dark shape in the night. Eventually, Harold forced himself to walk away from the window. He put the debris in a shoebox and hid it in the back of a high cupboard. He took his camera and hid it under the floorboards in the hallway. When he finally climbed into bed, his skin felt cold. He closed his eyes and saw the 6 discs again. He saw them hovering over his boat, silent and indifferent to the chaos they were causing. He realized then that they hadn't been attacking. They hadn't even been acknowledging his presence. They were like a person stepping on an anthill while looking at the stars. To the ants, it is a catastrophe. To the person, it is just a step. The next morning the sun rose, but the fog over the Puget Sound was thicker than usual. It was a white, blinding mist that swallowed the trees and the water. Harold woke up with a headache that throbbed behind his eyes. He drank his coffee in silence, watching the clock. He had a feeling that the day wasn't going to be a normal one. Around 10 in the morning there was a knock at the door. It wasn't a loud knock. It was 3 slow, deliberate raps. It was the sound of someone who knew exactly who was on the other side. Harold opened the door. Standing on his porch was a man. He was tall, wearing a black suit that looked brand new without a single wrinkle or speck of dust. He wore a black tie and a crisp white shirt. His hat was pulled low, shading his eyes. He looked like an undertaker or perhaps a high-ranking government official. But there was something off about him. His skin was too pale, almost like parchment, and his movements were stiff, as if he were still learning how to use his limbs. The man didn't smile. He didn't introduce himself. He simply looked at Harold and spoke in a voice that was flat and devoid of any emotion. It sounded like a recording being played back at a slightly wrong speed. He asked Harold if he would like to go to breakfast. He mentioned a small cafe down the street by name. He didn't ask it as a question, really. It was more of an instruction. Harold looked past the man to the street. The black Buick was parked at the curb. Up close, the car was even more impressive. It looked like it had just rolled off the assembly line. Not a single bug was on the windshield. Not a single grain of road salt on the tires. It was perfectly, impossibly clean. Harold felt a wave of fear, but he also felt a strange, compelling curiosity. He knew that if he stayed in the house, the mystery would only grow louder. He nodded, grabbed his coat, and stepped out onto the porch. The man in black opened the door of the Buick for him. The interior of the car smelled of nothing. No leather, no gasoline, no old tobacco. It was an olfactory void. As Harold sat down, he realized the seats were as hard as the black slag from the island. They drove in silence. The man handled the car with a precision that was unnerving. He didn't look at the mirrors. He didn't look at Harold. He just stared straight ahead at the fog. When they arrived at the cafe, the man led Harold to a booth in the very back, far away from the other patrons. The waitress came over, but the man didn't order anything. He just sat there, his hands folded on the table. His fingernails were perfectly manicured, a pale, translucent white. He began to talk. He didn't talk about the weather or the breakfast specials. He began to describe in vivid detail exactly what Harold had seen at Maury Island the day before. He described the number of discs. He described the way the center of the craft looked. He even described the way the dog had died. Harold felt the blood drain from his face. He hadn't told anyone the details, not even his wife. The man leaned forward. The light from the cafe window hit his eyes, and for a second, Harold thought they looked like polished glass. The man told Harold that it would be in his best interest to forget what he had seen. He said that if Harold talked about it, bad things would happen. Not just to Harold, but to his family. It wasn't a threat delivered with anger. It was delivered with the same cold, mechanical indifference as a weather report. The man told him that the objects he saw were not what he thought they were, and that the truth was something Harold's mind wasn't built to hold. Then, the man did something truly strange. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of the black slag. He set it on the table between them. It was an exact match for the piece Harold had hidden in his kitchen cupboard. The man in black told Harold that he knew about the photographs. He knew about the samples. He told Harold that the film would be ruined if he tried to develop it, and that the metal would eventually fade away into nothing. Harold tried to speak, but his throat felt like it was full of sand. He finally managed to ask who the man was working for. The man in black simply stood up. He told Harold that the breakfast was on him, though neither of them had eaten a bite. He walked out of the cafe without looking back. Harold sat in the booth for a long time, watching the steam rise from his untouched coffee. He felt like he was caught in a dream that he couldn't wake up from. When he finally walked back outside, the black Buick was gone. The street was empty. The fog was starting to lift, but the world didn't look any clearer. He walked home, his mind racing. He went straight to the hallway and pulled up the floorboard. He reached in and grabbed his camera. He needed to know. He needed to see if the man was lying. He drove to a friend who had a darkroom, someone he could trust. He didn't explain what was on the film. He just asked for it to be developed immediately. As they stood in the red light of the darkroom, Harold watched the paper in the chemical bath. He waited for the silver shapes to appear. He waited for the proof. But as the image began to form, Harold's heart sank. The photos were there, but they were ruined. Every single frame was covered in strange, circular white spots, as if the film had been exposed to a massive amount of radiation. The shapes of the discs were visible, but they were blurred, ghostly, and distorted. They looked like thumbprints on a window to another world. The man in black had been right. The evidence was failing him. Harold walked out of the darkroom and into the afternoon sun. He felt exposed. He felt like the sky was no longer a ceiling but a giant eye. He realized then that the Maury Island incident wasn't just about what he saw in the sky. It was about the silence that followed. It was about the man in the black Buick and the way the truth could be erased before it was ever even told. He drove back to his house, but he didn't go inside. He sat in his truck and looked at the empty space where the Buick had been parked. He knew this wasn't over. He knew that the silver donuts were just the beginning of a much longer, much darker story. Chapter 3. The Weight of a Shadow. The next few days passed in a strange, muffled haze. Harold Dahl found that he could no longer look at the sky without a sense of deep, physical vertigo. Every time a cloud shifted or a bird darted across his field of vision, his heart would skip a beat, waiting for the dull silver glint of a donut-shaped craft. But the sky remained stubbornly empty, a vast and mocking blue. He had tried to return to work, but the Puget Sound felt different now. The water, which had always been a source of livelihood and peace, felt like a dark veil covering something ancient and hungry. He kept his boat close to the shore, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line of Maury Island. He half expected to see the man in black standing among the cedars, watching him with those glassy, unblinking eyes. The samples of the debris he had hidden in the cupboard were changing. He didn't know if it was his imagination or the salt air, but the white metal seemed to be losing its luster. It was becoming brittle, turning into a fine gray powder that smelled of ozone and old electricity. The black slag remained heavy and cold, but it felt like it was absorbing the light around it. He kept the shoebox taped shut, pushed to the very back of the shelf behind the flour and the sugar. Harold began to spend his evenings at the local library and in the back rooms of dusty newspaper archives. He was looking for anything that mentioned the black Buick or men in dark suits who appeared after strange sightings. He didn't even know what to call them. In 1947, there was no vocabulary for this. There were no movies about men in black. There were only whispers and the cold, hard reality of the post-war world. He found a few clippings about ghost rockets in Sweden and Foo Fighters from the war, but nothing matched the mechanical, bureaucratic dread of the man he had met in the cafe. It was as if the man didn't exist in the records of the world. He was a ghost in a well-tailored suit. On a Thursday evening, as the rain began to drum a steady, rhythmic pattern on the roof of the library, Harold found a small mention in a regional paper from 2 years prior. It was a short 3-paragraph story about a farmer in eastern Washington who claimed to have seen silver plates dancing over his wheat fields. The farmer had disappeared 3 days later. His family claimed he had been visited by a man in a dark car who told him he was no longer required by the timeline. The phrase made Harold's blood run cold. No longer required by the timeline. It sounded like a clerical error in the universe. He left the library and walked to his truck, the rain soaking through his coat. As he pulled out of the parking lot, he saw it again, the black Buick. It was parked 2 blocks away, its polished surface gleaming even in the dim streetlights. It didn't follow him immediately. It waited until he was several turns away before it slid into the lane behind him. It stayed exactly 3 car lengths back. It didn't speed up. It didn't slow down. When Harold turned, it turned. When Harold stopped at a red light, the Buick stopped, its engine silent as a grave. Harold felt a surge of anger. He was a man who had worked the docks and the decks his entire life. He wasn't used to being hunted. He pulled his truck over to the side of the road, intending to confront the driver, to demand to know who they were and what they wanted. But as soon as his boots hit the pavement, the Buick accelerated. It didn't roar. It moved with a smooth electric hiss, gliding past him like a shark in dark water. As it passed, the passenger side window rolled down just an inch. Harold saw a hand. It was pale with long, tapering fingers. The hand held a small white card. It dropped the card onto the wet asphalt, and then the card disappeared into the mist, its tail lights 2 fading embers in the gray. Harold walked over and picked up the card. It was high-quality cardstock, heavy and cream-colored. There was no name. There was no phone number. There was only a single line of text, typed in a crisp black font. "The silence is a gift. Do not return it." He stood in the rain, the card turning soft in his fingers. He realized then that he wasn't just being watched. He was being managed. Like a log in a salvage operation, he was being guided toward a specific destination. The next morning, Harold decided he couldn't do this alone. He reached out to a man named Fred Chrisman. Chrisman was a business associate, a man who claimed to have seen strange things himself during the war. He was a pilot, or at least he said he was, and he had a way of looking at the world that was cynical and sharp. They met at a small airfield outside of Tacoma. The air was filled with the smell of aviation fuel and the sound of distant propellers. Chrisman listened to Harold's story with a grim intensity. He didn't laugh. He didn't call Harold a liar. Instead, he took a long drag from his cigarette and looked out at the horizon. Chrisman told Harold that he had seen the same discs over Maury Island a few days after Harold's encounter. He said he had gone out there himself to investigate and had found the trees scorched and the ground covered in the same metallic slag. He told Harold that this wasn't just about flying saucers. He believed it was a secret government project, something involving advanced propulsion and perhaps something even more dangerous. But Chrisman also mentioned something that made Harold uneasy. He said he had been contacted by the authorities, but when Harold asked which ones, Chrisman became vague. He talked about the boys in the basement and the ones who signed the checks. As they talked, Harold noticed a man standing near one of the hangars. He was wearing a grease-stained jumpsuit, but he wasn't working on a plane. He was holding a clipboard and looking directly at them. When Harold caught his eye, the man didn't look away. He simply made a note on his clipboard and walked into the shadows of the hangar. "They're everywhere, Harold," Chrisman whispered, his voice barely audible over the wind. "They aren't just in black cars. They're the grocer, the mailman, the mechanic. Once you see the light, you become part of the shadow." Harold felt a deep, hollow exhaustion. He had wanted answers, but all he was finding were more layers of the shroud. He told Chrisman about the man in the Buick and the card he had received. Chrisman's face went pale. He told Harold to go home and stay there. He said he would try to contact some of his friends in the military, but he warned Harold that the phone lines might not be safe. Harold drove home in a state of near panic. When he arrived, his wife was in the garden pruning the roses. She looked so normal, so anchored in the real world, that for a moment Harold felt like he could just step back into his old life. He could throw away the samples, burn the ruined film, and forget the silver discs. But then he looked at the porch. Sitting on the top step was a small wooden box. It wasn't there when he left. He walked up the stairs, his heart hammering. He opened the box. Inside was his camera. It had been taken from under the floorboards of his house. It had been dismantled, every screw, every spring, every lens element laid out in a perfect geometric pattern. In the center of the debris was the film. It had been unspooled and cut into tiny, precise squares. Beside the ruins of his camera was a small, dead bird. It was a gull, its feathers perfectly clean, its eyes replaced with two small, polished pieces of the black slag from Maury Island. Harold backed away from the box, his breath coming in ragged gasps. They had been inside his house. They had known exactly where he had hidden his secrets. The gift of silence was no longer a suggestion. It was a boundary. He looked at his wife, still humming to herself in the garden, unaware that the shadow had crossed their threshold. He realized then that he couldn't fight this with logic or with evidence. He was playing a game where the rules were written in a language he couldn't speak. That night Harold didn't go to bed. He sat in the living room with a shotgun across his knees, watching the front door. The house felt cold, even with the furnace running. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind in the trees felt like a footstep. Around 3 in the morning, the phone rang. The sound was jarring, a sharp electric cry in the stillness. Harold didn't want to answer it, but he knew he had to. He picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. He didn't say hello. For a long time, there was only static. It was a thick, textured sound like the ocean being played through a broken radio. Then a voice came through. It wasn't the voice of the man in the Buick. This voice was feminine, but it had the same flat, mechanical cadence. The voice said only 4 words. "The water is rising." The line went dead. Harold hung up the phone. He looked out the window. The fog was rolling in again, thick and white, swallowing the street, the trees, and the world. He knew that the Maury Island incident was no longer just a memory. It was a living thing, a tide that was coming for him, and there was nowhere high enough to escape it. He sat back down in his chair, the shotgun heavy in his lap. He waited for the dawn, but in his heart, he knew that the sun might never truly rise for him again. He was a man caught between the silver in the sky and the black in the Buick, and the only thing left to do was wait for the next knock on the door. The silence of the house was absolute, except for the ticking of the clock, which sounded like a countdown to a 0 he wasn't ready to meet. Chapter 4. The Arrivals. The fog did not lift the following morning. It clung to the windows of the Dahl house like a wet woolen blanket, turning the world outside into a series of blurred, indistinct shapes. Harold sat in his chair until the gray light of morning seeped through the curtains, his eyes red from lack of sleep and his hands stiff around the cold metal of the shotgun. He had expected a knock, or perhaps the low hum of the Buick's engine, but the morning brought only a heavy, expectant stillness. His wife, Gloria, found him there when she came down to start the coffee. She didn't scream or demand explanations. She simply stood in the doorway, her gaze moving from the weapon in his lap to the hollow expression on his face. She was a woman of the coast, used to men returning from the sea with ghosts in their eyes, but this was different. This was a man who had seen something that made his own home feel like a foreign country. Harold finally spoke, his voice a dry rasp. He told her she needed to take Charles and go to her sister's house in Seattle. He didn't tell her about the man in black or the dead bird with the stone eyes. He told her the boat was having mechanical issues that were causing dangerous fumes, and he didn't want them in the house until the air cleared. It was a weak lie, a thin veil over a gaping wound, but Gloria saw the desperation in his grip and nodded. She packed a small bag, woke the boy, and left within the hour. As the sound of their car faded into the mist, Harold felt a strange mixture of relief and absolute terror. He was alone now, a solitary target in a house that felt increasingly transparent. He spent the morning trying to reach Fred Chrisman again. The phone lines were temperamental, filled with the same heavy static he had heard the night before. It wasn't just interference. It sounded like 1,000 distant voices whispering in a language made of clicks and hums. When he finally got through, Chrisman sounded frantic. He told Harold that he had contacted a man named Raymond Palmer, an editor for a magazine called Fate in Chicago. Palmer was interested in the story, but more importantly, he was sending someone to investigate. The investigator was a man named Kenneth Arnold. The name hit Harold like a physical blow. Kenneth Arnold was the pilot who, only weeks ago, had reported seeing a chain of 9 saucer-like objects near Mount Rainier. He was the man who had inadvertently coined the term. Flying saucers. If anyone could understand the weight of the silver discs over Maury Island, it was him. But there was a catch. Chrisman warned Harold that Arnold wasn't coming alone. The military had taken an interest. 2 intelligence officers from the Army Air Corps, Captain William Davidson and Lieutenant Frank Brown, were flying in from California to interview Harold and inspect the debris. Harold felt a cold sweat break out on his neck. The man in black had told him the silence was a gift. By reaching out to Chrisman by involving Palmer and Arnold, Harold had effectively thrown that gift back in the man's face. He looked at the cupboard where the shoebox sat. He looked at the ruins of his camera. The boundary had been crossed, and he knew the shadow would react. He spent the afternoon at the docks, trying to distract himself by cleaning the deck of his boat. The work was visceral and grounding. He scrubbed the spots where the hot slag had scorched the wood, but the stains wouldn't come out. They were a deep, obsidian black that seemed to have bonded with the grain of the cedar. As he worked, he noticed a group of men standing on the pier near the public phone booth. They weren't sailors. They wore heavy overcoats despite the humidity, and their hats were pulled low. They weren't looking at the water. They were looking at him. Every few minutes, one of them would pick up the receiver of the payphone, speak for a few seconds, and then hang up. They didn't move toward him. They didn't speak to the other fishermen. They were like pieces on a chessboard, placed with calculated precision. Harold left the boat and drove to the Winthrop Hotel in downtown Tacoma, where he was scheduled to meet Kenneth Arnold and the 2 officers. The lobby of the hotel was grand, filled with the echoes of clicking heels and the smell of expensive tobacco. It felt like a fortress of normalcy, but Harold knew better. He scanned the room, looking for the black suit, the pale skin, the glassy eyes. He didn't see the man in black, but he saw the ripples of his presence. The bellhop watched him a little too closely. The woman at the front desk hesitated before giving him the room number. He found Arnold in a suite on the 4th floor. The pilot was a sturdy, earnest-looking man, but his eyes were tired. He looked like someone who had spent the last month trying to convince the world he wasn't crazy. With him were Davidson and Brown. They were in civilian clothes, but they carried the unmistakable aura of military authority. They were polite, professional, and entirely focused. Harold told them everything. He described the 6 discs, the wobbling motion of the troubled craft, the rain of debris, and the death of his dog. He showed them the samples of the black slag. He even told them about the man in the Buick and the ruined film. As he spoke, he watched their faces. Arnold was nodding, his hand shaking slightly as he took notes. He seemed to recognize the details, as if Harold were describing a dream they both shared. But the officers, Davidson and Brown, were harder to read. They asked technical questions. What was the exact diameter? What was the estimated altitude? What was the frequency of the vibration? They spent hours in that room. The air grew thick with cigarette smoke and the tension of a truth that was too heavy to carry. Davidson picked up a piece of the black slag, turning it over in his gloved hand. He looked at Brown, a silent communication passing between them. "Mr. Dahl," Davidson said, his voice low and steady. "This material is unusual. It doesn't match any known alloy used in domestic aircraft. We're going to need to take these samples back to Hamilton Field for analysis." Harold felt a pang of protectiveness. The slag was his only evidence, his only shield against the accusations of madness, but he also wanted it out of his house. He wanted the shadow to follow the debris away from his family. He nodded and pushed the shoebox toward them. "Take it," Harold said. "Take all of it." The officers began to pack the samples into a heavy, reinforced leather bag. They seemed hurried now, their professional masks slipping just enough to reveal a sense of urgency. They told Arnold and Dahl that they would be leaving immediately. They had a B-25 bomber waiting at the airfield. They wanted to get the material into the hands of the scientists as soon as possible. As they moved toward the door, Lieutenant Brown paused. He looked at Harold, and for a fleeting second his expression wasn't one of an investigator. It was one of a man who was afraid. "Mr. Dahl," he said, "if you see that car again, don't try to talk to him, just walk away." Before Harold could ask what he meant, they were gone. The sound of their footsteps retreated down the hallway, leaving Harold and Kenneth Arnold alone in the quiet of the hotel room. Arnold went to the window and pulled back the curtain. Down on the street, the sun was finally beginning to break through the fog, but the shadows were still long. He watched as the two officers climbed into a dark sedan and sped away toward the airfield. "They're worried, Harold," Arnold said, his voice barely a whisper. "I've talked to a lot of people in the last few weeks, generals, scientists, reporters, but I've never seen men that high up look that scared of a piece of rock." Harold joined him at the window. He looked down at the sidewalk. Across the street, parked in the shade of a large oak tree, was the black 1947 Buick. The man in the black suit was standing beside it. He wasn't looking at the hotel. He was looking up, his face tilted toward the sky as if he were listening to a sound that no one else could hear. He raised a hand, his long, pale fingers splayed against the dark metal of the car roof. It wasn't a wave. It was a gesture of dismissal. An hour later, the news broke. The B-25 bomber, carrying Captain Davidson, Lieutenant Frank Brown, and the Maury Island debris, had crashed shortly after takeoff. The plane had burst into flames in mid-air over Kelso, Washington. There were no survivors. The two crewmen in the back had managed to parachute to safety, but the officers and the samples were gone, consumed by a fire so intense that it was said to have melted the very frame of the aircraft. Harold sat on the edge of the hotel bed, the telephone receiver buzzing in his hand. He felt a cold, numbing sensation spreading through his limbs. The silence wasn't just a gift, it was a requirement, and the price of breaking it was written in fire and blood. He looked at Kenneth Arnold. The pilot's face was ashen, his hands gripping the back of a chair until his knuckles were white. "It's happening, Harold," Arnold whispered. "They're closing the door." Harold didn't respond. He couldn't. He thought of the two men he had just spoken with, men who were now nothing but ash and memories. He thought of the black slag now scattered across a forest floor in 100,000 pieces. He realized that the man in the Buick hadn't been threatening him. He had been warning him of the weight of the shadow. The water was rising, and the first victims had already been swept away. Harold stood up, his legs shaking. He needed to find his family. He needed to get away from the hotel, away from the docks, away from the silver discs and the black cars. But as he reached for the doorknob, he heard a sound from the hallway. It was a slow, rhythmic vibration, a hum that didn't come from the plumbing or the elevator. It was a sound that felt like it was coming from the center of a hollow silver ring. The door didn't open, but on the other side a voice spoke. It wasn't the man in black. It was the feminine voice from the phone, its tone flat and final. "The inventory is incomplete, Mr. Dahl. You still have the white metal." Harold looked at his coat pocket. He had forgotten. In his rush to give the officers the heavy slag, he had kept one small, weightless sliver of the white metal. He could feel it now, pressed against his hip, a tiny, cold secret that was currently the most dangerous thing in the world. He backed away from the door, his heart hammering against his ribs. The hotel room, which had felt like a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. Outside, the sun was shining, but for Harold Dahl, the world had gone completely dark. Chapter 5. The Ghost in the Grain. The sliver of white metal in Harold's pocket felt like a shard of ice pressing against his thigh. It was weightless, yet it carried the gravity of the two men who had just perished in a pillar of fire. He stood in the center of the hotel room, his breath coming in shallow, ragged bursts. Beside him, Kenneth Arnold was a statue of grief and disbelief, staring at the telephone as if it might retract the news of the crash. Harold didn't wait for the pilot to recover. He couldn't. The voice in the hallway had been too clear, too close. It wasn't the sound of a person standing on a carpeted floor. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate the very molecules of the air. He grabbed his coat and moved toward the window. "Kenneth," Harold whispered, "you need to leave. Go a different way, don't go back to your plane tonight." Arnold looked up, his eyes unfocused. "They were just doing their jobs, Harold. They were just officers. Why would the sky want them dead?" "It isn't the sky," Harold said, his voice trembling. "It's the silence. They're protecting the silence." Harold didn't use the door. He knew the hallway was no longer a path but a trap. He stepped out onto the narrow fire escape, the metal grating cold and slick under his boots. The afternoon air of Tacoma was deceptively bright. Down below, the city moved with the slow, rhythmic pulse of a late summer afternoon. People were walking to their cars. Shopkeepers were sweeping their entryways, and none of them knew that the world had been hollowed out. He descended the stairs with a frantic, controlled speed. Every clink of his heels against the iron felt like a gunshot in the quiet alleyway. When he reached the bottom, he didn't head for his truck. He knew the truck was a beacon. Instead, he slipped into the shadows of the warehouse district, moving toward the rail yards. As he walked, the sensation of being followed became a physical weight. It wasn't the sound of footsteps. It was a pressure in his ears, a low-frequency hum that made the concrete beneath him feel unstable. He turned a corner and saw it. The black Buick was moving slowly down the parallel street, its tires making no sound on the pavement. It wasn't chasing him. It was hurting him. He ducked into a cavernous grain elevator, the air inside thick with the smell of dry dust and old burlap. The light fell in long, slanted golden bars through the high windows, illuminating the millions of dust motes dancing in the air. Harold climbed a set of wooden stairs, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm. He needed to think. He needed to get rid of the white metal, but he knew that simply throwing it away wouldn't be enough. It was a tether. He reached a high catwalk overlooking the massive storage bins. He pulled the sliver of metal from his pocket. In the dim light of the elevator, it didn't look like metal at all. It looked like a piece of solidified light. It was jagged, yet its edges felt soft to the touch. He held it out over the dark void of the grain bin, ready to let it drop. "It won't disappear, Harold." The voice didn't come from behind him. It seemed to come from the grain itself. Harold spun around, his back against the railing. Standing at the far end of the catwalk was a woman. She wasn't wearing black. She was wearing a simple gray nurse's uniform, the kind you would see in any hospital in the state. Her hair was pinned back in a perfect, tight bun. She looked utterly ordinary except for her eyes. They were a flat, matte gray, the color of the Puget Sound just before a storm. "Who are you?" Harold asked, his hand tightening around the metal. "I am a collector of loose ends," she said. Her voice had that same mechanical, rhythmic quality he had heard on the phone. "The material you hold is a displacement. It does not belong in this density. By keeping it, you are creating a friction that the timeline cannot sustain." "Two men are dead," Harold shouted, his voice echoing in the vast, hollow space. Was that a displacement? Was that just friction? The woman in gray took a step forward. Her movements were fluid, lacking the slight hitch of a human gait. The officers were a necessity of correction. They were carrying a concentrated mass of the event. You are carrying a fragment. The correction for a fragment is much simpler. Harold looked down at the dark grain below. "If I drop this, do you leave me alone? Do you leave my family alone?" The woman stopped. She tilted her head, a bird-like motion that felt entirely wrong on a human neck. "The silence is the only agreement we honor, Harold Dahl. You have already spoken to the pilot. You have already spoken to the editor in Chicago. You have invited the light into a dark room. You cannot simply blow out the candle and expect the shadows to return to their places." She reached out a hand. Her fingers were impossibly long. "Give me the fragment." It is a heavy burden for a man who only wanted to salvage logs. Harold felt a strange, magnetic pull. The metal in his hand began to vibrate, heating up until it stung his palm. He realized then that she wasn't just a messenger. She was a vacuum, a force designed to pull the stray pieces of the Maury Island incident back into the void. What were they? Harold asked, his voice breaking. The discs, were they ours? Were they from somewhere else? The woman in gray smiled, but the expression didn't reach her eyes. It was a mimicry of a smile, a folding of the skin. They were neither. They were a pause in the conversation of the universe. And you, Harold, are a word that was spoken out of turn. She moved toward him with a terrifying, ghost-like speed. Harold didn't think. He didn't deliberate. He threw the sliver of white metal as hard as he could. But he didn't throw it into the grain. He threw it at the woman. As the metal left his hand, it didn't fly like a stone. It expanded. For a fraction of a second, the sliver became a blinding geometric shape, a flare of white light that filled the grain elevator. The woman in gray didn't scream. She simply dissolved. Her form blurred into 1,000 gray static lines like a television screen losing its signal. The light vanished as quickly as it had appeared. The metal fragment hit the wooden floor with a soft thud. It was no longer white. It was a dull, leaden gray, looking like a common piece of industrial waste. Harold slumped against the railing, his breath coming in gasps. The silence in the grain elevator was now absolute. The pressure in his ears had vanished. The smell of ozone was gone, replaced by the dry, comforting scent of wheat. He walked over and picked up the piece of metal. It felt different now. It was heavy. It had weight, a mundane, earthly weight. Whatever had been inside it, whatever energy or essence had linked it to the silver discs, was gone. It was just a piece of slag now. He stayed in the grain elevator until the sun went down. He watched the shadows grow long and swallow the floor. He knew he wasn't safe, but he felt a strange, cold clarity. They weren't gods. They weren't even monsters. They were like accountants trying to balance a ledger that he had accidentally disrupted, and he had just found a way to cancel one of their entries. He left the building through a side exit. The black Buick was gone. The street was empty. He walked back to his truck, his movements slow and deliberate. He drove out of the city, headed toward Seattle. He needed to see Gloria. He needed to hold his son. But as he drove, he noticed something on the dashboard. A small white card had been tucked into the seam of the glove compartment. He pulled it out. It wasn't the same card as before. This one had a phone number written on it in a shaky human hand. Below the number were 3 words: "Talk to Chrisman." Harold realized that the battle for the truth of Maury Island was no longer just about avoiding the men in black. It was about finding the others who had been caught in the shadow. He looked at the dull piece of gray metal sitting on the seat beside him. It was a dead thing now, but it was a reminder. He wasn't just a word spoken out of turn. He was a witness. As he crossed the bridge toward Seattle, the lights of the city reflecting in the dark water of the Sound, Harold Dahl made a decision. He would stop running. He would stop hiding. He would find Fred Chrisman, and together they would find out why the sky had decided to rain fire on a quiet afternoon in June. The air was cold, and the fog was starting to roll back in from the Pacific, but Harold didn't close his window. He wanted to feel the wind. He wanted to hear the world, even if the world was screaming. The 5th chapter of his journey had ended in a grain elevator, but the 6th was beginning on the open road. He reached for the radio, but all he heard was static, a deep, textured hum that sounded like 1,000 silver donuts spinning in the dark. He turned it off and drove into the night, a man haunted by a light he could no longer see. Chapter 6. The Cold Hand of the State. The road to Seattle was a ribbon of black silk winding through the towering shadows of the Douglas firs. Harold Dahl drove with a steady, white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel, his eyes darting to the rearview mirror every few seconds. He expected to see the twin lanterns of the Buick appearing out of the mist, but the road behind him remained empty. The absence of the car was almost more unsettling than its presence. It felt like the eye of a storm, a brief and hollow peace before the pressure returned to crush him. He reached the house of his sister-in-law in the early hours of the morning. The neighborhood was a quiet collection of modest homes, tucked away from the frantic energy of the docks. When Gloria opened the door, her face was a map of exhaustion and relief. She didn't ask about the truck, or why he looked like he had been dragged through a briar patch. She simply pulled him into the warmth of the hallway and held him. "Charles is sleeping," she whispered into his coat. The doctor looked at his arm. He said it was a chemical burn. Harold, something metallic. He asked a lot of questions. Harold felt a jolt of alarm. "What did you tell him?" "I told him the truth, that something fell from the sky." She pulled back, her eyes searching his. "Was I wrong to say it? 2 men in suits came to the clinic an hour later. They weren't doctors. They didn't even have stethoscopes. They just wanted to know exactly where we lived." Harold felt the walls of the house closing in. The shadow wasn't just following him, it was ahead of him, waiting at the clinics and the street corners. He realized then that there was no such thing as a safe place anymore. The Maury Island incident had stained his life like ink in a bowl of milk. "We can't stay here," Harold said, his voice a low, urgent hum. "Pack the bags again, Gloria. I need to meet Fred. He knows things. He has contacts." They were back on the road before the sun could touch the horizon. He dropped Gloria and Charles at a small, anonymous motel near the airport, paying in cash and using a name he had seen on a billboard. He then doubled back toward a secluded diner on the outskirts of Tacoma where Fred Chrisman had agreed to meet him. The diner was a greasy spoon called the Rusty Anchor. It smelled of burnt coffee and old frying oil, a comforting human smell that felt like a shield against the ozone and sulfur of the last few days. Fred was sitting in a corner booth, his face obscured by a cloud of blue cigarette smoke. He looked older than he had a few days ago. His skin had a gray, papery quality, and his hands were trembling as he adjusted his glasses. "You heard about the B-25, Fred said, not even looking up as Harold slid into the booth. "I saw the officers right before they left," Harold replied. "They were scared, Fred. They knew they were carrying something they shouldn't have." Fred leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial rasp. "It wasn't an accident, Harold. I've been talking to my boys at the field. The wreckage was cordoned off by a specialized unit before the local fire department could even get there. They weren't looking for survivors. They were sifting the ash for the slag. They want every gram of it back." Harold reached into his pocket and pulled out the piece of metal he had salvaged from the grain elevator. It was dull and heavy now, looking like nothing more than a scrap of lead. He set it on the table. "I found this. A woman in a nurse's uniform tried to take it from me. She didn't seem human, Fred. She dissolved when the light hit her." Fred stared at the metal, but he didn't touch it. He pulled a folder from beside him and pushed it toward Harold. Inside were grainy photographs, typed reports with heavy black redaction lines, and a map of the Puget Sound with several locations circled in red. "You think you're the only one?" Fred asked. "There have been sightings all up the coast, but Maury Island was different. That wasn't just a flyover. That was a discharge, a failure of their systems. Whatever those discs are, they aren't perfect. They leak. They break. And when they do, the people in the black cars come to sweep up the glass." Harold flipped through the pages. He saw reports of cattle mutilations, of strange lights over Hanford, and of men who claimed to have had their memories erased by doctors, who spoke in rhythmic, mechanical tones. "Who are they, Fred? Is it the Russians? Is it us?" Fred laughed, a dry, hacking sound. "Does it matter? If it's the government, they've found something they can't control and they're willing to kill their own pilots to keep it a secret. If it's something else, then the government is just the janitor. Either way, we're the ants on the sidewalk, Harold." As they talked, a car pulled into the gravel lot of the diner. It wasn't a Buick. It was a standard military Jeep. 2 men in olive drab uniforms stepped out. They didn't look like the officers from the hotel. They looked like MPs, stern and humorless. They entered the diner and walked straight to the booth. "Mr. Dahl, Mr. Chrisman," the taller one asked. "You're needed at the base. General Whitehead wants a word." Harold looked at Fred. Fred's face was a mask of calculated neutrality. "Which base, son? We're busy men." McCord Field now. The ride to the base was silent. The MPs didn't take their sidearms off, but their presence was a clear indication that a refusal was not an option. Harold watched the landscape blur past. He felt like he was being processed, moving from the chaotic, frightening world of the men in black into the cold, structured world of the military. He didn't know which was worse. McCord Field was a hive of activity. Bombers were being prepped on the tarmac, and the air was thick with the roar of engines. They were led not to an office, but to a windowless briefing room in the basement of the command center. There were no windows, only a single, buzzing, fluorescent light overhead. Sitting at the table was a man who looked like he was carved out of granite. He didn't introduce himself, but the stars on his shoulders spoke for him. Beside him was a man in a civilian suit, holding a briefcase. "Sit down," the general said. It wasn't an invitation. "We know everything you've told Kenneth Arnold," the man in the suit began. His voice was smooth like a polished stone. "We know about the debris. We know about the photographs. We also know about your business troubles, Mr. Dahl. We know about the loans you took out for that boat." Harold felt a cold prickle of anger. "What does my boat have to do with the fact that my dog is dead and 2 of your pilots are at the bottom of a crater?" The general leaned forward. "What happened at Maury Island was a classified test of a new propulsion system. It went wrong. The debris was a hazardous byproduct. You were exposed to materials that are unstable. For your own safety and the safety of your family, you will sign these non-disclosure agreements." He pushed a stack of papers across the table. "A test?" Harold asked, his voice trembling. "Those things weren't planes. They were rings. They hovered in total silence. They rained fire on me." "A test," the general repeated, his eyes locking onto Harold's. "And the men in the black cars you keep mentioning, hallucinations brought on by the inhalation of toxic fumes from the discharge. You're a sick man, Mr. Dahl. We're offering you medical care and a generous settlement for your losses. In exchange, you will admit that the entire story was a hoax, a prank that got out of hand." Harold looked at Fred. Fred was looking at the ceiling, his jaw set. He had seen this play before. "If I don't sign?" Harold asked. The man in the suit smiled. It was a thin, predatory expression. "Then the investigation into the crash of the B-25 will find that the cargo you provided, was the direct cause of the mechanical failure. That's a lot of weight for a salvager to carry, Harold. Sabotage is a heavy word." The room felt ice cold. Harold realized the trap was complete. The men in black were the shadows that terrified him, but the men in this room were the walls that would bury him. They were offering him his life back, but only if he agreed to live it as a lie. He looked at the pen on the table. He thought of Charles's burnt arm. He thought of the dead bird on his porch. He realized that the silence wasn't just a gift or a requirement. It was a commodity. They were buying his silence with the threat of his own destruction. "The white metal," Harold said quietly. "Is that part of the test, too?" The man in the suit stiffened. "There is no more white metal, Mr. Dahl. It has all been recovered." Harold felt the weight of the fragment in his pocket. They didn't know. The woman in the grain elevator hadn't reported back, or perhaps she couldn't. He picked up the pen. He looked at the general, a man who represented the country Harold had served and believed in. He saw a man who was just as afraid of the truth as the man in the Buick was. They were all part of the same machine, grinding the world into a shape they could manage. Harold signed the papers. One by one, he scrawled his name across the lines that erased his experience, his evidence, and his integrity. He watched Fred do the same. "Good," the general said, standing up. "You'll be escorted home. A check will be mailed to your residence. I suggest you take a long vacation. Somewhere far from the water." As they were led out of the briefing room, Harold felt a strange sense of detachment. He had sold the truth, but he had kept a piece of it. He felt the cold, heavy fragment against his leg. It was a small rebellion, a tiny seed of reality in a garden of lies. Outside, the sun was high and bright. The air was clear. The world looked exactly as it had a week ago. But as Harold stepped into the MP's car, he looked up at the sky. He didn't see any silver discs. He didn't see any fire. But he saw a single black 1947 Buick parked just outside the base gates. The driver didn't move. He didn't wave. He just sat there, a dark stain on the horizon, watching the man who had finally learned the value of silence. Harold closed his eyes. The engine of the car hummed, a low, rhythmic vibration that felt like a song he had heard before. He was going home, but he knew he would never truly arrive. He was a passenger in a story he no longer owned. Chapter 7. The Price of the Void. The silence that followed the meeting at McCord Field was not the peaceful kind. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket that seemed to muffle the colors of the world. Harold Dahl returned to his home in Tacoma, but it no longer felt like his. The walls seemed thinner, the shadows longer, and the air carried a permanent, faint scent of ozone that only he seemed to notice. The check arrived in the mail 3 days later. It was a substantial amount, more money than Harold would have made in 3 years of salvaging logs from the Sound. He stared at the crisp paper, the official government watermark shimmering in the light. It was the physical embodiment of his silence. It was the price they had paid to turn his memory into a hoax. Gloria and Charles came home, but the house remained quiet. Harold had told her that the military had explained everything, that it was all a misunderstanding involving weather balloons and flares. He saw the doubt in her eyes, the way she looked at the faded scar on their son's arm, but she didn't push. She wanted her husband back, and if a lie was the bridge to get him there, she was willing to walk it. But Charles was different. The boy didn't talk much anymore. He spent his afternoons sitting on the back porch, staring at the sky with an intensity that made Harold's heart ache. The dog was gone, buried in a shallow grave near the woods, and the boy seemed to have buried a part of himself with the animal. Harold tried to return to the water. He took the boat out, the engine humming its familiar mechanical song, but he couldn't bring himself to steer toward Maury Island. The sight of the dark green trees and the gray cliffs of the shoreline made his hands shake on the wheel. He stayed in the open water, far from the shadows of the land, but even there he felt watched. The gift of silence began to reveal its true cost. It wasn't just about not telling the story, it was about the isolation. He couldn't talk to his crew about what they had seen. He had to tell them they were mistaken, that the metal was just volcanic ash and the discs were a trick of the light. He watched the trust die in their eyes, replaced by a cold, professional distance. He began to notice the small things. His mail was often opened and sloppily resealed. The phone would ring, and when he answered, there would be nothing but that deep, textured static, the sound of the ocean being squeezed through a wire. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night and see the ghost of a black car's headlights reflecting on the ceiling, only to find the street empty when he rushed to the window. The fragment of metal, the one he had kept, the one that had turned dull and heavy, sat in a jar on his workbench in the garage. It was his anchor to reality. Whenever the world felt too thin, whenever he started to believe the lie the general had fed him, he would go to the garage and hold the cold, leaden weight in his hand. It was proof that he wasn't mad. One Tuesday evening, nearly a month after the incident, Harold was working in the garage when he heard a soft, rhythmic tapping on the glass of the window. It wasn't the frantic peck of a bird or the rattle of the wind. It was deliberate. 3 raps, a pause, and then 3 more. He looked up. Standing in the darkness outside was Fred Chrisman. Harold opened the side door, pulling his friend into the dim light of the garage. Fred looked terrible. He had lost weight and his eyes were darting around the room like a trapped animal. He smelled of cheap gin and stale cigarettes. "They're not stopping, Harold," Fred whispered, his voice cracking. "I thought signing the papers would be the end of it. I thought they'd leave us alone once they had their hoax." "What's happened, Fred?" "I'm being followed day and night, not just by the cars. There are men in my building, they don't speak. They just stand in the hallways, and the dreams, Harold. Do you have the dreams?" Harold didn't answer, but he knew exactly what Fred meant. Every night, as soon as his eyes closed, he was back on the boat. He saw the silver rings, but they weren't leaking metal. They were leaking voices. Thousands of voices, all speaking at once, whispering about timelines, corrections, and the weight of a single witness. "I went back to the crash site," Fred continued, his hands trembling as he lit a cigarette. "The one in Kelso. The military is gone now, but the woods are dead. Not burnt, Harold, dead. The trees are gray and brittle like they've been drained of their life. And I found something." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small white card. It was identical to the ones Harold had received, but the text was different. The ledger must be balanced. "They think we still have something," Fred said, his eyes fixed on the jar on Harold's workbench. "They know about the fragment. The woman in the grain elevator," Harold realized. "She was part of the ledger." "She was a placeholder," Fred rasped, "and you removed her. You didn't just keep a piece of the craft, Harold. You disrupted the correction. Now the vacuum is getting stronger." As if on cue, the light in the garage began to flicker. The humming sound, the one that felt like it was inside Harold's skull, returned with a vengeance. It was a low, vibrating frequency that made the jars on the shelves rattle against each other. Harold grabbed the jar containing the fragment. "We have to get rid of it, truly get rid of it. Not just throw it in the grain or bury it. It has to go back to where it came from." "The sound," Fred said, "Maury Island." "I can't go back there, Fred. If you don't, they'll never leave the boy alone. Have you looked at him lately? Have you seen how pale he's getting?" Harold thought of Charles, sitting on the porch, staring at a sky that had stolen his spirit. He felt a surge of protective fury that overrode his fear. He grabbed his coat and the jar. "Get in the truck," Harold commanded. They drove through the darkened streets of Tacoma toward the harbor. The world felt like it was made of cardboard, a fragile facade that could be torn away at any moment. They didn't see the black Buick, but they felt the pressure in the air, the static that made the hair on their arms stand on end. When they reached the docks, the fog was so thick they could barely see the bow of the boat. Harold started the engine. It sounded small and pathetic against the heavy silence of the sound. They pulled away from the pier, the wake behind them a ghostly white trail in the darkness. As they approached the eastern shore of Maury Island, the engine began to sputter. The vibration from the air became so intense that Harold could feel his vision blurring. The water around the boat began to churn, not with waves, but with a strange, bubbling energy, as if the sound itself were coming to a boil. "Give it to me," Fred shouted over the roar of the hum. Harold handed him the jar. Fred unscrewed the lid and held the dull, gray fragment over the water. For a moment, nothing happened. The metal looked like an ordinary rock. Then the sky opened. It wasn't a disk this time. It was a tear. A jagged line of violet light appeared in the fog above them, casting a sickening, unnatural glow over the boat. The fragment in Fred's hand began to glow, responding to the light above. It turned from gray to white, then to a blinding, translucent silver. The weight of the fragment suddenly increased. Fred let out a cry of pain as the metal became impossibly heavy, pulling his arm toward the water. "Drop it," Harold yelled. Fred let go. The fragment didn't splash when it hit the water. It simply vanished into the surface, leaving a perfectly circular ripple that expanded outward, smoothing the churning water like oil. The tear in the sky snapped shut. The humming stopped instantly. The engine of the boat regained its steady, rhythmic pulse. The silence that followed was absolute. The fog began to dissipate, revealing the dark, silent trees of Maury Island. The island looked indifferent, a silent witness to a transaction that defied every law of physics Harold knew. "Is it over?" Fred asked, slumped against the railing, his hand clutching his chest. Harold looked at the water. He didn't feel the pressure in his ears anymore. The sense of being watched had vanished, replaced by a profound, hollow emptiness. "I don't know," Harold said, "but the weight is gone." They returned to the harbor in silence. When Harold walked into his house, he found Gloria asleep on the sofa. He went to Charles's room and peeked inside. The boy was sleeping soundly, his face flushed with a healthy color for the first time in weeks. Harold went to the kitchen and sat at the table. He looked at the spot where the check from the government sat in its envelope. He picked it up, walked to the fireplace, and tossed it into the cold ashes. He didn't need their money. He didn't want their silence. But as he turned to go to bed, he noticed something on the kitchen window. In the condensation on the glass, a single word had been traced by a finger. "Remember." Harold Dahl stood in the dark kitchen, the words shimmering in the moonlight. He realized then that he would never be free. The gift of silence was gone, replaced by the burden of memory. He was a man who knew too much in a world that wanted to know nothing. He climbed into bed beside his wife, but he didn't close his eyes. He watched the shadows on the ceiling, waiting for the sun to rise, knowing that for the rest of his life, he would be looking for the glint of silver in the clouds and the flash of black in the rearview mirror. The ledger was balanced, but the account was still open. Chapter 8. The Spreading Stain. The morning after the return to Maury Island, the world felt fragile, like a piece of parchment that had been soaked and dried too many times. Harold Dahl sat on his porch, watching the sun struggle to pierce the heavy maritime layer. The word on the window had been wiped away, but the command stayed etched in his mind. Remember, it was not a request. It was a sentence. While Harold tried to sink back into the anonymity of a working man's life, the ripples of the incident were moving far beyond the Puget Sound. The silence that the military and the men in black had demanded was being broken, not by Harold, but by the very man he had sought out for help. Kenneth Arnold was not a man built for secrets. The pilot was a creature of the open air, a man who believed that if you saw something in the sky, you had a duty to report it to the people who shared that sky. But Arnold was changing. Since the crash of the B-25, the sturdy, confident pilot had become a ghost of himself. He moved through the streets of Boise and Tacoma like a man walking through a minefield. In late July 1947, Arnold sat in a cramped office with Raymond Palmer, the editor from Chicago. The air was thick with the smell of cheap ink and the frantic energy of a story that refused to be buried. Palmer was a man who lived for the fringe, for the things that went bump in the night, but even he was shaken by the telegrams he was receiving. "The military is calling it a hoax, Ken," Palmer said, tossing a newspaper onto the desk. The headline was small, tucked away near the back. "Maury Island Mystery Dismissed as Prank. They're saying Dahl and Chrisman made the whole thing up for a bit of fame and a few dollars from a magazine." Arnold shook his head, his eyes fixed on a speck of dust on the window. "I saw those men, Ray, Davidson and Brown. They weren't investigating a prank. They were terrified, and then their plane falls out of the sky. You don't burn 4 men to death for a joke." "The public wants the joke," Palmer replied, his voice low. "They don't want the truth. The truth is too heavy. If we tell them that the sky is full of silver donuts that can erase a bomber, they won't be able to sleep. They'd rather believe that Harold Dahl is a liar." But the story was already out. The term, flying saucer, had become a national obsession. From Roswell to the shores of New Jersey, people were looking up. The Maury Island Incident was the dark twin to the summer of sightings. While others saw lights and felt wonder, Harold and Kenneth saw fire and felt the cold hand of the state. Harold found himself trapped in a new kind of theater. Reporters began to circle his house, their flashbulbs popping like miniature explosions in the driveway. They didn't want the truth about the discs. They wanted the scandal of the hoax. They asked him if he had used a furnace to melt the slag. They asked if he had killed his own dog to make the story more convincing. Harold stood on his porch, looking at the hungry faces of the press. He thought of the non-disclosure agreement he had signed in the basement of McCord Field. He thought of the man in the black Buick who was likely watching from a nearby hill. It was a prank, Harold told them, his voice flat and dead. I wanted to see if I could fool the experts. I'm sorry for the trouble. The reporters scribbled it down, satisfied. They had their headline, the liar had confessed. The world was safe again. But as the crowds dispersed, one man remained. He was younger than the others, wearing a rumpled suit and carrying a notebook that looked like it had been through a war. He waited until the last of the news trucks had pulled away before walking up to Harold. My name is Edward Ruppelt, the man said. I'm with the Air Force. I'm not here for the prank story, Mr. Dahl. Harold felt the familiar prickle of static on his skin. I've said my piece. I signed the papers. I know what you signed. Ruppelt said, stepping closer. And I know what happened to Davidson and Brown. I'm starting a project. We're going to call it Blue Book. We're trying to categorize these events, not to hide them, but to understand them. Harold looked at the young officer. He saw an earnestness that reminded him of Kenneth Arnold. It was the look of a man who still believed the truth could be managed by a committee and a filing cabinet. You're chasing ghosts, Mr. Ruppelt, Harold said. And these ghosts don't like to be caught. They don't belong in your files. They belong in the silence. The slag we recovered from the crash site, Ruppelt whispered, ignoring the dismissal. It was analyzed. It wasn't volcanic. It was an isotope of white metal that shouldn't exist in a stable form. It was radioactive, but not in a way our counters could measure. It was shifting. Harold felt the ghost of the fragment in his pocket. He remembered the way it had turned to light in the grain elevator. He remembered the woman in gray dissolving into static. If you know that, Harold asked, then why let them call me a liar? Ruppelt looked away, his gaze drifting toward the sound. Because the alternative is a panic we can't control. If we admit that there are objects in our airspace that we can't track, can't stop, and can't explain, then the authority of the government vanishes. We have to be the masters of our own house, even if the house is haunted. Harold realized then that the men in black were just one layer of the onion. There were the men who terrified you into silence, and then there were the men who apologized while they buried you in paperwork. Both were parts of the same machine, designed to keep the human race looking at the ground instead of the stars. Leave me alone, Harold said, turning back toward his door. I'm just a boatman. I collect logs, I don't collect mysteries. Ruppelt stayed on the sidewalk for a long time. He didn't follow, he just watched. He was the first of many who would come to Harold's door over the next few decades. They would come with questions, with theories, with cameras, and with threats. They would turn Maury Island into a legend, a conspiracy, and a punchline. Inside the house, Harold found Charles sitting at the kitchen table. The boy was drawing in a notebook. Harold looked over his shoulder. Wasn't a picture of a boat or a tree. It was a series of 6 rings, perfectly spaced, circling a dark void in the center. They're still there, Dad, the boy said, not looking up. They're just on the other side of the light. Harold felt a cold shiver. The correction hadn't been complete. The fragment was gone, but the impression remained. Like a heavy weight placed on a pillow, the sky had left a dent in his son's mind. That night, Harold went to his garage. He looked at the empty jar where the metal had been. He looked at the tools of his trade, the ropes and the chains and the rusted salvage gear. He realized that he could never go back to being just a boatman. He was a veteran of a war that had no front lines and no ending. He picked up a hammer and began to work on a piece of cedar, trying to lose himself in the physical rhythm of the labor. But every time the hammer struck the wood, it sounded like the 3 raps on the window. Every time the wind whistled through the eaves, it sounded like the hum of a silver disc. The Maury Island Incident was no longer an event in the past. It was a frequency that he was now tuned to. He was part of the Ambient Whisper, of the world one of the thousands of people who had seen the veil slip and would spend the rest of their lives trying to pretend they hadn't. As he worked, a car drove slowly down the street. It didn't stop. It didn't speed up. It was a black 1947 Buick. It moved with a smooth electric hiss, its headlights off, its presence a silent reminder that the ledger was always being watched. Harold didn't look up. He didn't go to the window. He just kept hitting the wood, his strikes rhythmic and desperate. He was building a wall of sound to keep out the silence, but he knew the silence would win in the end. It always did. The 8th chapter of the mystery was closing, but the story was spreading like a stain on a white tablecloth. It was no longer just about Maury Island. It was about the birth of a new era, an era of shadows, of silver discs, and of men who wore black suits to weddings and funerals alike. Harold Dahl was a liar to the world, but a witness to the void. And in the dark of his garage, he finally understood that the most dangerous thing about the truth isn't that it's hidden. It's that once you see it, you can never look at anything else. Chapter 9. The Long Shadow. The years that followed the incident at Maury Island were like a slow tide receding, leaving behind a shore littered with strange debris. By the middle of the 1950s, the world had moved on to newer fears. The silver discs were no longer a novelty. They had become a permanent fixture of the American subconscious, a modern folklore whispered about in diners and debated in hushed tones by men like Edward Ruppelt. Harold Dahl had aged prematurely. His hair, once thick and dark as a cedar forest, had turned a brittle, translucent white. He still worked the sound, but he did so as a man who was already halfway to the other side. The hoax had done its work. He was no longer a person of interest to the newspapers, and the military had long since stopped sending men in uniform to his door. He had become a footnote, a cautionary tale about the dangers of a vivid imagination, but the silence remained. It was no longer a gift, but a companion. It sat with him at the dinner table. It rode beside him in the truck. It was a dense, physical presence that separated him from the rest of humanity. Charles had grown into a quiet, intense young man. He had moved to California to study physics, a choice that Harold knew was driven by the scar on his arm and the memory of the raining metal. They didn't talk about that June afternoon. They didn't have to. The connection was there in the way they both looked at the horizon whenever the sky turned that specific shade of pale, bruised blue. In the winter of 1962, a heavy frost settled over Tacoma. The air was so cold it felt brittle, as if the world might shatter if someone spoke too loudly. Harold was closing up his garage for the night, his joints aching from the damp chill, when he saw a familiar silhouette at the end of the driveway. It was a car. It wasn't a 1947 Buick. It was a modern black sedan polished to a high clinical shine, but the feeling it radiated was the same. It was a vacuum on wheels. Harold didn't feel the surge of panic he had felt in his youth. He felt only a weary, inevitable recognition. He leaned against his workbench and waited. The driver's side door opened and a man stepped out. He wasn't the man from the cafe. He was younger, with short, cropped hair and a suit that fit him with mathematical precision. He didn't wear a hat. His face was unremarkable, the kind of face you would forget the moment he turned away. But his eyes were that same flat, glassy gray. The man walked up the driveway with a stiff, rhythmic gait. He stopped at the entrance to the garage, but he didn't come inside. "Mr. Dahl," the man said. His voice was a perfect tonal match for the woman in the grain elevator. It was a recording of a human played through a silver wire. "I've already signed the papers," Harold said, his voice raspy. "I've lived the lie for 15 years. What else do you want from me?" "The ledger is being archived," the man replied. "The Maury Island event is being moved from active observation to historical record. We are here to finalize the closure." "Closure." Harold let out a dry, hacking laugh. "You've been in my house, you've been in my head, you killed my dog and you burnt my son. There is no closure for that." The man in the suit reached into his breast pocket. He pulled out a small, white card. He held it out toward Harold. Harold didn't want to take it, but his hand moved of its own accord. He looked at the card. There were no words this time. There was only a drawing. It was a perfect geometric representation of the 6 silver rings arranged in a circle. In the center of the circle was a small black dot. "You are the dot, Mr. Dahl," the man said. "You were the anchor point for the displacement. Without you, the event would have dissipated into the probability of the sound. You held it in place with your witness." Harold felt a cold chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. "I didn't choose to be there." "Choice is a luxury of the linear," the man responded. "You were there because you were part of the texture, but the texture has shifted. Your presence is no longer required for the stability of the record." The man turned and began to walk back to his car. "Wait," Harold shouted, stepping out into the cold. "The pilot, Kenneth Arnold, he's still talking, he's still looking for answers. Why haven't you stopped him?" The man stopped with his hand on the car door. He didn't look back. "Mr. Arnold is a different kind of witness. He is a shepherd for the myth. We need the myth. The myth is a veil that covers the truth more effectively than any lie. People will look for the discs, and because they look for discs, they will never see the displacement." The black sedan pulled away, its engine a low, electric hiss that vanished into the night. Harold stood in his driveway, the white card clutched in his hand. He looked up at the sky. It was a clear night, the stars sharp and cold as diamonds. He didn't see any silver rings. He didn't see any light. He saw only the vast, indifferent emptiness of the universe. He realized then that the men in black weren't just government agents or extraterrestrial visitors. They were the immune system of the world. They were the forces that kept reality from fraying at the edges. They didn't care about good or evil, about truth or lies. They only cared about the record. They were the editors of history, and he was just a typo that they had finally decided to ignore. A few weeks later, Harold received a letter from California. It was from Charles. The letter was short, written in a hurried, nervous hand. "Dad," it read, "I've been working on a project at the university involving high-frequency radio waves. We picked up a signal last night. It wasn't from a station. It wasn't even from this planet. It was a sequence of vibrations that felt familiar. It felt like the sound of the boat. I think I'm getting close, Dad. I think I'm finding a way back to the light." Harold crumpled the letter and threw it into the fireplace. He felt a deep, hollow dread. He had tried to protect his son from the shadow, but the shadow was built into the boy's blood. The correction hadn't just left a scar on the skin, it had left a hunger in the mind. He went to his garage and gathered all the notes he had kept over the years, the clippings, the maps, the drawings he had made in the middle of the night. He piled them in a metal trash can in the center of the floor. He poured a gallon of kerosene over the paper and struck a match. The fire was small at first, a blue and orange flickering in the dark. But then it caught and the flames roared up toward the ceiling. Harold watched as the Maury Island Incident turned to ash for the second time. He watched his life's work vanish into smoke. As the last of the papers curled and blackened, he saw the white card he had received from the man in the suit. It lay on top of the pile, refusing to burn. The geometric rings glowed in the heat, shimmering with a violet light that made Harold's eyes water. He reached into the fire with a pair of metal tongs and pulled the card out. It was cool to the touch. The paper hadn't even been scorched. He realized then that you couldn't burn the truth. You could only bury it. He walked out of the garage and headed toward the sound. The water was dark and heavy, a mirror for the night sky. He walked out onto the pier, his boots echoing on the frost-covered wood. He took the card and threw it as far as he could into the water. It didn't sink. It didn't float. It simply vanished the moment it touched the surface, leaving no ripple, no sound, and no trace. Harold Dahl stood on the pier for a long time, watching the water. He felt lighter than he had in years. The weight of the witness was gone. He was no longer a dot in the center of a circle. He was just a man standing on a pier waiting for the sun to rise. He went home and climbed into bed. For the first time since 1947, he slept a dreamless sleep. There were no silver discs. There were no voices. There was only the quiet, rhythmic breathing of his wife and the ticking of the clock on the wall. The 9th chapter had ended not with a scream but with a sigh. The world was still haunted and the sky was still full of things that shouldn't exist, but Harold Dahl was no longer part of the story. He had been archived. Chapter 10. The Silver Fade. The years turned into decades and the world grew louder, more crowded, and much faster. The 1970s bled into the 80s, and the sharp, metallic edges of the 1947 encounter began to soften into the hazy texture of a dream. Harold Dahl lived to see the mystery of Maury Island become a staple of late-night radio and paperbacks with garish covers. He saw his own name printed in books he never read, often labeled as a conspirator or a victim or a fool. But in the quiet house in Tacoma, the truth didn't feel like a conspiracy. It felt like a faded photograph. Harold spent his final years sitting in a chair by the window, his eyes fixed on the gray expanse of the Puget Sound. The water was his oldest friend and his most silent confidant. It had taken the debris, it had taken the card, and eventually it would take the memory of the man who had seen too much. One autumn afternoon, when the air was crisp and the leaves of the maples were turning the color of old copper, Harold felt a strange sense of completion. He was 90 years old, and his body felt as light as that sliver of white metal he had once held in a grain elevator. The heavy, leaden weight of the decades had finally evaporated. He wasn't afraid. He felt a profound, cozy sort of stillness. He thought of Kenneth Arnold, who had passed away years before, still searching for the logic behind the lights. He thought of Fred Chrisman, who had disappeared into the tangled webs of his own theories. He thought of the two officers, Davidson and Brown, whose names were now just ink on a memorial plaque. They had all been part of the same rhythmic vibration, a brief surge of energy in the long, slow hum of the universe. As the sun began to set, casting long, golden fingers across the floorboards of his living room, Harold heard a sound. It wasn't the jarring ring of a telephone or the 3 raps on a window. It was a soft, melodic tone, like a glass harmonica being played by the wind. He looked toward the door. A figure was standing there. It wasn't a man in a black suit. It wasn't a woman in a gray uniform. It was a young boy, perhaps 10 years old, wearing a striped shirt and carrying a piece of cedar wood. He looked exactly like Charles had looked on that afternoon in June 1947. The boy didn't speak. He simply smiled, a warm and genuine expression that had no mimicry in it. He held out his hand, and in his palm was a small, smooth stone, rounded by the tides of the Sound. Harold realized then that the Ambient Whisper was not a threat. It was the background radiation of existence. The mystery of the UFOs, the men in black, and the silver discs was just one way the world reminded us that we are part of something vast and incomprehensible. We are like children playing on the shore of an infinite ocean, occasionally finding a shell or a piece of glass that fell from a passing ship we can never truly see. "It's time to let go of the watch, Dad," the boy seemed to say, though his lips didn't move. Harold stood up. His knees didn't ache. His breath didn't falter. He felt a sense of immense, weightless freedom. He looked back at his chair, at the old man sitting there with a peaceful expression on his face, and then he turned toward the door. The house faded away. The city of Tacoma faded away. The Puget Sound became a shimmering sea of silver light. He was no longer a witness. He was no longer a dot in a circle. He was a part of the light itself. The story of Maury Island is often told as a tale of terror, of government cover-ups, and of the first appearance of the men in black. But if you listen closely to the wind in the cedars, if you watch the way the fog rolls over the water at dusk, you might hear a different version. It is a story about the beauty of the unknown. It is a reminder that even in a world of concrete and steel, there are pockets of magic and terror that defy explanation. It tells us that the silence is not an absence of sound, but a deeper kind of music. Harold Dahl is gone now, along with the 1947 Buick and the 6 silver donuts. The files of Project Blue Book are closed and gathering dust in a basement in Maryland. The hoax is the official record, and the truth is a ghost that haunts the periphery of the internet. But every now and then, someone sitting on a boat near Maury Island will feel a prickle of static on their skin. They will look up and see a glint of something silver in the high, thin clouds. They will feel a low, rhythmic vibration in their chest, and for a moment the world will feel thin and precious. They won't run. They won't scream. They will simply watch, caught in the cozy, spooky embrace of the mystery. They will become part of the whisper. As you listen to these words, perhaps you feel it too. The sense that the room around you is just a thin veil. The feeling that if you turned your head just quickly enough, you might see a pale hand holding a white card or a black car sliding silently around a corner. Do not be afraid of the shadow. The shadow only exists because there is a light behind it. Sleep now and let the silver discs drift through your dreams. The ledger is balanced. The inventory is complete. The silence is a gift, and it is finally yours to keep. The water is still, the stars are bright, and the mystery is exactly where it belongs, just out of reach in the beautiful echoing dark. The Albert K. Bender Case, September 1953. Chapter 1. The International Flying Saucer Bureau. The town of Bridgeport, Connecticut, in the autumn of 1953 was a place defined by the steady, industrious rhythm of machinery. It was a landscape of red brick factories, iron whistles, and the heavy, metallic scent of the harbor. People there moved with a sense of purpose, their eyes fixed on the pavement or the clock, rarely finding a reason to look toward the heavens. But in a small, cramped attic apartment on Broad Street, Albert K. Bender was looking nowhere else. Albert was a man of quiet intensity. He was not a pilot or a scientist, but he possessed a mind that hungered for the edges of the map. He was the founder of the IFSB, the International Flying Saucer Bureau. To the neighbors, he was a clerk at a local factory, a polite man who kept to himself. But to thousands of people across the globe, he was the center of a burgeoning web of the unknown. The attic was his sanctuary. It was a space filled with the smell of old paper, pipe tobacco, and the faint, ozonic tang of a shortwave radio. Stacks of correspondence from every corner of the earth climbed the walls like ivy. There were letters from pilots in the desert, housewives in the Midwest, and farmers in the hills of England. They all told the same story, of silver shapes that defied gravity and lights that danced with an intelligence that felt ancient and indifferent. Albert loved the silence of the night. It was during these hours that the world felt thin. He would sit at his desk, the only light coming from a green-shaded lamp that cast long, emerald shadows across the room. He would sort through the reports, meticulously filing them into cabinets that groaned under the weight of the impossible. He felt like a cartographer of the void, mapping a territory that the rest of the world was too busy to acknowledge. In early September, the air in Bridgeport turned heavy. It wasn't the heat of summer, but a dense, expectant humidity that seemed to muffle the sound of the passing cars. Albert found himself working later and later, driven by a series of reports that had begun to arrive from a specific region in the Antarctic. The reports didn't describe flying discs. They described something else. They spoke of blue lights rising from the ice, and of a frequency that could be felt in the marrow of one's bones. Albert began to piece together a theory, a terrifying, beautiful idea that the visitors weren't just passing through our sky. He believed they had a home here, a hidden base in the frozen reaches of the South. He began to write. He was preparing a special issue of the Bureau's journal, Space Review. He intended to reveal his findings to the world, to break the silence that the government had maintained since the days of Maury Island. He felt a surge of nervous energy, a vibrating thrill that made his fingers dance over the keys of his typewriter. He felt like a man about to pull back a curtain and show the world a sun it hadn't known was there. But as the days of September progressed, the atmosphere in the attic changed. It started with the smell. It wasn't the usual scent of dust and tobacco. It was a sharp chemical odor like burning sulfur or old, scorched electrical wires. It would appear suddenly, hanging in the air for a few minutes before vanishing, leaving Albert's throat feeling dry and constricted. Then came the eyes. He began to feel them as he walked home from work. He would turn a corner and see a man standing in a doorway, draped in a long black overcoat that seemed to absorb the dim streetlights. The man wouldn't move. He wouldn't speak. He would simply watch, his face hidden in the deep shadow of a wide-brimmed hat. When Albert would look back, the doorway would be empty, the only sound the distant, mocking hiss of the steam pipes beneath the street. The feeling of being watched followed him into the attic. He would be typing, lost in the flow of a sentence, and suddenly the hair on his arms would stand on end. He would turn around, expecting to see someone standing behind his chair, but there was only the stacks of paper and the green glow of the lamp. He began to hear a low, rhythmic thrumming. It was a sound that didn't come from the ears, but from the center of his skull. It was a frequency that felt like a heartbeat, but it was too slow, too deliberate to be human. It sounded like a massive machine idling somewhere just out of reach, deep beneath the floorboards or high above the roof. On the 15th of September, Albert received a letter. It had no stamp. It had no return address. It was a simple white envelope left on the small table in the hallway outside his door. Inside was a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored cardstock. There was no writing on the card. There was only a symbol, 3 circles arranged in a triangle, with a dark, jagged line cutting through the center. Albert sat at his desk, holding the card. He felt a cold, numbing sensation spreading through his fingers. He recognized the symbol. It was a mark he had seen in a report from a remote village in Mexico, a mark found scorched into the side of a mountain where a blue light had been seen. He realized then that he wasn't just a cartographer anymore. He had become a landmark. By mapping the void, he had invited the void to map him. The air in the attic grew ice cold. The green lamp flickered, the light dimming until the shadows in the corners began to stretch and merge. The smell of sulfur returned, thicker now, making Albert's eyes water. He reached for the telephone, intending to call a friend and fellow researcher, but as his hand touched the receiver, the line went dead. There was no dial tone. There was only a deep, textured static, a sound that reminded him of the wind howling across a frozen wasteland. He looked at the window. The lights of Bridgeport were still there, flickering in the distance, but they looked small and fragile like embers in a dying fire. The world outside the attic felt like a painted backdrop, a thin reality that was about to be torn away. Albert stood up, his legs shaking. He walked to the door and locked it. He checked the window latches. He felt like a man barricading himself against a storm, but deep down, he knew that locks and latches were useless against the things that lived in the hum. He sat back down at his desk and looked at his manuscript. The words he had written about the Antarctic, about the blue lights and the hidden bases, looked like the scribblings of a child. He felt a wave of profound exhaustion, a desire to simply close his eyes and let the silence swallow him. But then he heard it, the sound of footsteps. They weren't coming from the hallway. They were coming from the stairs, slow, deliberate, and heavy. Step, pause, pause. The wood didn't creak, it groaned as if the weight of the person climbing was far greater than a human body should be. Albert stared at the door. He watched the handle. It didn't turn. Instead, the air in the room began to vibrate. The green lamp pulsed with a sickly, violet light. The smell of sulfur became overwhelming, choking, and hot. And then the shadows in the corner of the room began to move. They didn't shift with the light. They detached themselves from the wall. They rose up, 3 distinct shapes taller than any man Albert had ever seen. They were draped in black, their forms blurred and indistinct as if they were made of smoke and static. Albert couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He felt a pressure in his chest that made every breath a struggle. The three figures moved toward him, their feet making no sound on the floor. They surrounded his desk, their presence casting a darkness so absolute that the green lamp seemed to vanish. Albert looked up. He couldn't see their faces. He saw only the glint of eyes, not glass, not stone, but something that looked like polished obsidian, reflecting a light that didn't exist in the room. One of the figures raised a hand. It was long, pale, and tapering, the fingers ending in sharp, translucent points. The hand moved toward the manuscript on the desk. "The silence is a requirement, Mr. Bender," a voice said. It wasn't a voice that came from a throat. It was a vibration that echoed inside Albert's mind, a rhythmic, mechanical sound that felt like a hammer striking a bell. "The bureau is closed," the voice continued. "The records are erased. The truth is a displacement you are not authorized to hold." Albert felt a sudden, sharp pain behind his eyes. The room began to spin. The stacks of paper, the filing cabinets, the shortwave radio, everything began to dissolve into a gray, flickering static. He reached out, trying to grab onto the edge of the desk, but his hands passed through it as if it were made of mist. He was falling, not through space, but through time, through memory, through the very fabric of his own life. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the three men in black, standing in the center of his attic, their eyes glowing with a cold, indifferent hunger. The International Flying Saucer Bureau was no longer a network of people. It was a hole in the world. Chapter 2. The Erasure of Broad Street. When Albert K. Bender opened his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the cold. It was a sterile, hollow chill that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was lying on the floor of his attic, his cheek pressed against the rough grain of the wooden planks. The green-shaded lamp was still on, but its light was thin and jaundiced, barely reaching the edges of the desk. He tried to sit up, but his limbs felt like lead. A deep, rhythmic pulsing throbbed behind his eyes, timed perfectly with the fading memory of that mechanical voice. "The bureau is closed." The words felt less like a memory and more like a physical brand on his consciousness. Albert slowly pulled himself up, clutching the edge of his desk for support. He looked around the room, expecting to see the three tall figures in black, but the attic was empty. The sulphurous scent had vanished, replaced by the mundane smell of old dust and cold coffee. For a moment, he let out a ragged sigh of relief, thinking it had been a nightmare brought on by exhaustion and the mounting pressure of his research. But then he looked at the desk. The manuscript was gone. The pages he had spent weeks agonizing over, the detailed accounts of the Antarctic blue lights, the coordinates of the suspected bases, the mathematical proofs of non-human propulsion had vanished. In their place sat a single blank sheet of white paper. Panic, sharp and cold, flared in his chest. He lunged for the filing cabinets. He pulled open the drawer marked sighting reports. 1953. It was empty. He moved to the next one and the one after that. The thousands of letters, the grainy photographs from Australia, the signed affidavits from military pilots, everything had been excised. It wasn't just that the papers were gone. The folders themselves were missing, leaving the metal drawers looking like hollow ribs in a Pictover carcass. He stumbled toward his shortwave radio. The dials were set to the frequency he used to communicate with his associate in England, but when he clicked the power switch, there was no hum of vacuum tubes warming up. He looked behind the unit. The power cord had been severed not by a blade, but by something that had fused the copper wires into a single melted globule of glass-like slag. Albert sank into his chair, his breath coming in shallow gasps. He reached for the telephone again, desperate to hear a human voice. To his surprise, there was a dial tone this time. His fingers, trembling violently, fumbled with the rotary dial as he called the number of his most trusted colleague in the bureau. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. "Hello." A voice answered. It was a woman, her tone sharp and impatient. Mary, it's Albert, Albert Bender. Something has happened at the attic. Men were here, they took everything, the files, the manuscript. They're all gone. There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, the woman said, her voice softening into a confusing sort of pity. Who did you say was calling? It's Albert from the Bureau. Mary, we spoke yesterday about the report from the South Pole. You sent me the translated logs from the whaling vessel. Sir, the woman replied, I think you have the wrong number. My name is Mary, but I don't work for any bureau. I'm a seamstress, and I certainly don't know anything about the South Pole. Please don't call this number again. The line went dead. Albert stared at the receiver. He dialed another number, then another. He called the members of his inner circle, men and women he had known for years, people who had dedicated their lives to the study of the unknown. The results were the same. Some didn't answer. Those who did reacted with confusion or hostility. To them, Albert K. Bender did not exist. The International Flying Saucer Bureau was a string of words that held no meaning. It was as if a giant hand had reached into the tapestry of the world and pulled out a single thread, causing the entire design to shift and close the gap where he had been. He ran to the window and looked down at Broad Street. The morning sun was just beginning to touch the rooftops of Bridgeport. He saw the milkman making his rounds. He saw a neighbor shaking out a rug. The world looked maddeningly normal. The sun was bright. The shadows were where they were supposed to be, and yet Albert felt like he was standing in the middle of a desert. He needed to see the physical evidence of his life. He scrambled through his personal belongings, looking for his membership cards, his copies of Space Review, even his own birth certificate. He found his wallet on the nightstand. He opened it and pulled out his identification. The card was there, but the ink was blurred, the letters shifting and dancing before his eyes. His own face in the photograph looked like a smudge of charcoal. He dropped the wallet, the leather hitting the floor with a sound that felt like a final gavel strike. The erasure wasn't just external. He realized with a jolt of horror that he was struggling to remember the details of his own work. The blue lights of the Antarctic. What was the frequency? He had known it just hours ago. He had written it down. Now, when he tried to visualize the numbers, he saw only a gray, flickering static. The names of his sources were slipping through his fingers like sand. He was being hollowed out. There was a knock at the door. Albert froze. His heart hammered against his ribs like a bird in a cage. He didn't want to open it. He wanted to crawl under the bed and wait for the sun to set, hoping that the darkness would bring back the world he knew. The knock came again. 3 slow, deliberate raps. Thud, thud, thud. Mr. Bender. A voice called out. It wasn't the mechanical vibration from the night before. It was a human voice, pleasant, professional, and entirely devoid of warmth. We know you're in there. We just want to ensure the transition is proceeding smoothly. Albert walked to the door, his movements wooden. He unlocked the bolt and pulled the door open just a few inches. Standing in the hallway was a man in a tan trench coat. He held a clipboard and wore a fedora pulled low over his brow. He looked like a government census taker or an insurance adjuster. But when he looked up, Albert saw the eyes. They were human eyes this time, but they were tired, deeply, anciently tired. Who are you? Albert whispered. I'm a facilitator, Albert, the man said, stepping into the room without being invited. He looked around the empty attic with a nod of approval. You've done well. The cleanup was efficient. It's always easier when the subject doesn't fight the correction. The correction. Albert shouted, his voice cracking. You stole my life. You made my friends forget me. You destroyed years of research. The facilitator walked over to the desk and picked up the blank sheet of paper. He turned it over in his hands as if examining a fine piece of art. Research is a dangerous word, Albert. You weren't researching. You were trespassing. You were looking over a fence that was built for your own protection. The things you found. They weren't meant for this density of reality. By bringing them here, you were causing a leak. A leak of what? A leak of the truth, the man said, setting the paper back down. And the truth is a corrosive substance. It dissolves the structures that keep your society functioning. If people knew what was under the ice, they wouldn't go to work. They wouldn't pay their taxes. They wouldn't believe in the stories that keep them safe. We can't have that. Not yet. The man reached into his coat and pulled out a small black fountain pen. He held it out to Albert. I need you to sign a statement, Albert. It's very simple. It says that you suffered a nervous breakdown due to overwork. It says that the International Flying Saucer Bureau was a fabrication, a hobby that got out of hand. It says that you destroyed your own files in a fit of clarity. I won't sign it, Albert said, backing away. Facilitator sighed, a sound of genuine disappointment. You're a smart man, Albert. You've seen the 3 men in black. You felt the displacement. You know that we don't need your signature to make the story true. We can make you a ghost in your own home. We can make it so that even the mirrors don't recognize you. He stepped closer, the smell of sulfur faintly clinging to his clothes. But we prefer cooperation. It makes the transition less painful for you and for your family. Albert thought of his mother sleeping in the room downstairs. He thought of the way the woman on the phone had forgotten his voice. He realized that the man wasn't making a threat. He was stating a law of nature. The shadow didn't bargain, it simply occupied the space. What happens if I sign? Albert asked. The phone calls will stop. Your neighbors will remember your name. You'll keep your job at the factory. You'll live a long, quiet, and entirely unremarkable life. The world will go back to being a place of red bricks and iron whistles. The sky will just be a ceiling again. Albert looked at the empty filing cabinets. He looked at the severed radio cord. He felt the weight of the silence pressing down on him. He was a man who had wanted to change the world, but the world had decided it didn't want to be changed. He took the pen. His hand was steady now, the numbness replaced by a cold, resigned clarity. He signed the paper. The facilitator took the clipboard back, checking the signature with a clinical eye. Thank you, Mr. Bender. You've made a very wise decision. The silence is a gift. Do not return it. The man turned and walked out of the room. He didn't close the door. Albert stood in the center of the attic. He waited for the sound of footsteps on the stairs, but there was nothing. He walked to the hallway and looked down. The stairs were empty. The front door was closed. He went back into his room and looked at the desk. The blank sheet of paper was gone. In its place was a small blue pamphlet. It was the latest issue of Space Review. He picked it up, his heart racing. He opened the cover, expecting to see his words, his revelation about the Antarctic, but the pages were empty. Every single page was a stark, brilliant white. There were no words, no photos, no diagrams. There was only the smell of fresh ink and the weight of a story that would never be told. Albert K. Bender sat down in his chair and closed his eyes. He listened to the sound of Bridgeport waking up. He heard the machinery of the factories beginning to hum. He heard the life he had agreed to live, a life of iron and brick and silence. But deep in his mind, behind the gray static and the forced forgetfulness, a single image remained. A blue light rising from the ice, a triangle of 3 circles, a displacement in the dark. He knew then that the men in black had just taken his files. They had taken his future, but they couldn't take the fact that for one brief, terrifying moment, he had seen the sun behind the curtain, and that, he realized, was the most dangerous thing of all. Chapter 3. The Ghost of Broad Street. The weeks that followed the signing of the statement were a masterclass in the mundane. Albert K. Bender moved through his life like a man underwater, every action slowed by a resistance he couldn't see. He returned to his job at the factory, his hands performing the repetitive tasks of a clerk with a precision that bordered on the mechanical. He checked the ledgers, filed the invoices, and responded to the greetings of his coworkers with a polite, vacant smile. To the rest of Bridgeport, Albert was himself again. The episode of his nervous breakdown was whispered about in the break room for a few days, a pitying acknowledgement of the toll that those silly saucer stories had taken on a good man's mind, and then it was forgotten. The International Flying Saucer Bureau was treated as a fever dream that had finally broken. But for Albert, the world had become a thin, translucent veil. He would be sitting at his desk at the factory, the air thick with the smell of machine oil and the roar of the press, and suddenly the sound would drop away. For a fraction of a second, the factory floor would become as silent as the Antarctic ice, and he would see the three tall figures standing by the water cooler, their obsidian eyes reflecting the fluorescent lights. He lived in a state of perpetual, quiet vibration. It was as if his frequency had been permanently shifted, leaving him slightly out of sync with the red brick reality around him. His mother, a woman who communicated more through the clatter of pans and the scent of baking than through words, watched him with a silent, growing concern. She would place a plate of stew in front of him, and Albert would stare at it as if it were a strange artifact from a distant planet. He ate because he knew he had to, but the food had no taste. It was just matter, fuel for a body that felt increasingly like a rented suit. The attic remained empty. He had tried to buy new stationery to replace the shortwave radio, to reach out to the contacts who had forgotten him. But every time he stepped into a shop to buy a ream of paper, he would find himself standing at the counter, unable to speak. The words would die in his throat, replaced by that thick, textured static. The clerk would look at him with a mixture of confusion and impatience, and Albert would eventually turn and walk out, his hands empty and his heart hammering. The gift of silence was a wall. It wasn't just that he was forbidden from speaking, it was that the world was no longer listening. One evening in October, as the first frost began to lace the windows of the attic, Albert found a small black box on his pillow. It was made of a material that felt like velvet but looked like polished bone. There was no note. There was no indication of how it had gotten into the house. He opened the box. Inside was a single earplug, made of the same translucent, glass-like slag that had fused his radio wires. He didn't want to touch it. He knew that the box was a message from the facilitators, a reminder that the archive was never truly closed. But the hum in his head had become so loud, a constant, low-frequency thrumming that made it impossible to sleep. He felt as if his skull were a hollow bell, and someone was striking it with a padded mallet every second of every day. Driven by a desperate need for quiet, Albert placed the earplug in his right ear. The silence that followed was not the absence of sound. It was the presence of a different kind of hearing. Suddenly, the house was no longer quiet. He could hear the heartbeat of the building, the slow, rhythmic expansion of the timber, the hiss of the dust motes as they collided in the air, the vibration of the worms in the garden soil 3 stories below. But more than that, he could hear the voices. They weren't human voices. They were streams of data, rapid-fire pulses of information that sounded like 1,000 typewriters clattering in a cathedral. Displacement at Sector 7. Correction confirmed. Texture stabilized. The witness remains within parameters. Albert slumped against the wall, his eyes wide. He realized that the earplug wasn't a dampener. It was a receiver. He was listening to the men in black as they managed the world. He was hearing the clerical work of the void. He heard reports of leaks in Ohio, of corrections in the Nevada desert, and of removals in small towns across the Soviet Union. The world was being pruned, shaped, and edited with a terrifying efficiency. History was being written in real time, and the ink was the silence of men like him. The most disturbing part was the tone. There was no malice in the voices. There was no joy. There was only the cold, mechanical indifference of a weather report. To them, humanity was a crop to be managed, a set of variables to be balanced. We weren't the protagonists of the story, we were the footnotes. He tried to take the earplug out, but his fingers slipped off the smooth surface. It felt as if the device had bonded with his skin, becoming a part of his anatomy. He clawed at his ear until it bled, but the voices only grew louder, more insistent. Observation of subject Bender. Heart rate elevated. Adrenaline surge detected. Parameters at threshold. Prepare for secondary intervention. Albert ran out of the attic. He stumbled down the stairs and out into the night air of Broad Street. He needed to find a sound loud enough to drown out the clatter of the void. He ran toward the harbor, toward the place where the machinery was loudest. He found himself standing at the edge of a massive shipyard, where the steel hulls of tankers were being hammered by pneumatic drills. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of metal on metal that should have been enough to shatter any thought. But through the earplug, the shipyard was silent. He could see the sparks flying from the torches. He could see the men shouting to each other through the roar. But he heard only the voices of the facilitators. Subject is attempting acoustic interference. Futile. The frequency is internal. Adjust the displacement. A car pulled up beside him. It was a black 1953 Cadillac, its chrome glinting in the harsh industrial lights of the shipyard. The windows were tinted so dark they looked like sheets of obsidian. The passenger door opened. Albert didn't run. He couldn't. The earplug was vibrating now, a hot, stinging pulse that made his legs feel like water. He walked toward the car, his movements dictated by the rhythm of the voices in his head. He sat in the back seat. The interior of the car smelled of nothing. It was a sensory vacuum. Sitting beside him was a man in a black suit. He was shorter than the three figures from the attic, but his presence was just as heavy. He wore a pair of dark glasses, even though it was the middle of the night. "The earplug is a diagnostic tool, Albert," the man said. His voice was a perfect tonal match for the clatter of the typewriters. "It measures the integrity of your silence. You are failing the test. Take it out." Albert gasped, clutching his head. "Please, just make it stop." The man reached out and touched Albert's temple. The vibration stopped instantly. The shipyard roared back to life, the sound of the pneumatic drills hitting Albert like a physical blow. He let out a sob of relief. "We gave you a chance to live a quiet life," the man said, his voice now audible over the machinery. "We gave you the gift of forgetfulness. But you are a stubborn man, Albert. You keep reaching for the curtain. You keep trying to listen to the whisper." "I just wanted to know," Albert said. "I just wanted to tell people what's happening." "People don't want to know," the man replied. "Knowledge is a fire. It warms the few, but it burns the many. We are the ones who manage the flames. We are the ones who ensure the house doesn't burn down while the family is sleeping." He leaned closer. Behind the dark glasses, Albert saw a flash of that cold, obsidian light. "You are going to help us, Albert, not as a researcher, not as a founder, but as a conduit. You are going to write a book, not the one you wanted to write, not the one about the blue lights and the ice." The man handed Albert a small, leather-bound notebook. The pages were already filled with dense, cramped handwriting. "You will publish this," the man commanded. "It will be called Flying Saucers and the Three Men. It will be a story of demons, of psychic entities, and of spiritual warnings. It will turn the phenomenon into a ghost story. It will replace the metal with mist." Albert looked at the notebook. He saw descriptions of shimmering beings and otherworldly spirits. He saw his own name on the cover, but the words were a mockery of his life's work. "You want me to discredit myself," Albert realized. "You want me to turn the truth into a fairy tale. We want you to provide a mask," the man said. "If people think the visitors are ghosts, they will fear the dark, but they will not fear the sky. They will pray to their gods, but they will not question their governments. It is a necessary fiction." The car door opened. Albert found himself standing back on the pavement of the shipyard. The Cadillac pulled away, its taillights two fading embers in the gray smoke of the factories. He looked down at the notebook in his hand. It was heavy, far heavier than it should have been. He felt the earplug in his ear. It was silent now, but he knew it was still there, waiting. He walked back toward Broad Street, a man carrying his own funeral shroud. He realized that the men in black hadn't just erased his past. They were now authoring his future. He was no longer a witness to the unknown. He was a tool of the silence. As he reached his house, he looked up at the attic window. He saw a faint, violet light flickering in the darkness. He knew the three figures were still there, or perhaps they were everywhere. He went inside, sat at his desk, and opened the leather-bound notebook. He picked up his pen. The ink flowed like blood onto the page. The International Flying Saucer Bureau was dead. In its place, a new myth was being born, a story of monsters and shadows, designed to keep the world looking under its bed instead of at the stars. And Albert K. Bender, the man who had seen the sun behind the curtain, was the one who would tell it. Chapter 4. The Scripted Sanity. The process of writing the authorized version of his life was a slow, spiritual vivisection. Albert sat in his attic, the leather-bound notebook open before him, and watched his own hand move across the pages. It felt as though his fingers were being guided by invisible wires, twitching and sliding to form letters that weren't quite his own. The ink was a dark, bruised purple, and as it dried, it seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic glow. He was writing about the three men, but not as they were. In the notebook, they weren't mechanical auditors of reality. They were transformed into spectral entities, lords of the underworld, who traveled in a haze of psychic energy. He wrote of shimmering globes and ethereal warnings. He took the cold, hard metal of the Antarctic sightings and melted it down into a dreamlike mist. Every time Albert tried to slip a true detail onto the page, the exact frequency of the hum or the coordinates of the bass, the earplug in his right ear would emit a sharp, piercing squeal. It was a sound like a violin string snapping at high speed, a sensory punishment that left him doubled over, clutching his head until his vision blurred. Correction required, the voices would whisper in the sudden silence that followed. The texture must remain soft. The myth must remain opaque. Albert was becoming a ghost in his own life. At the factory, he worked with a speed that unnerved his manager. He didn't speak to his coworkers. He didn't even look them in the eye. He felt that if he did, they might see the violet flicker in his pupils or hear the faint, mechanical clatter echoing in his skull. He was no longer a man. He was a hollow vessel being filled with a scripted sanity. The nights were the hardest. The attic was no longer a sanctuary. It was a recording studio. Sometimes, the smell of sulfur would become so thick that Albert had to tie a wet cloth over his face just to breathe. In those moments, the three figures would reappear. They didn't stand in the corners anymore. They stood directly over him, their long, pale fingers resting on the back of his chair, their presence a heavy, cold weight that made the floorboards groan. They didn't speak with mouths. They spoke with the hum. They would broadcast images directly into his mind, visions of a world without the correction. He saw cities crumbling into chaos as the reality of the visitors became public. He saw the breakdown of religion, the collapse of governments, and a sky filled with so many disks that the sun was blotted out. "You are a savior, Albert," the voices would drone, a rhythmic, hypnotic chant. "By lying, you are preserving the peace. By obscuring the truth, you are allowing the human experiment to continue. You are the guardian of the garden." Albert wanted to believe them. It was the only way to stay sane. If he was a hero, then the torture of the earplug and the erasure of his friends had a purpose. But deep down in the small, uncolonized part of his soul, he knew the truth. They weren't saving humanity. They were managing a resource. They were keeping the cattle calm before the harvest. One rainy Tuesday in November, a man came to the door of the factory. He wasn't wearing a black suit. He was wearing a rumpled, brown cardigan and carrying a soggy umbrella. He looked like a schoolteacher who had lost his way. He asked for Albert Bender. The manager pointed toward the back of the office. Albert looked up and felt a sudden, sharp pang of recognition. It was Max, an old member of the IFSB from New Jersey. Max had been the one who first sent Albert the photographs of the cigar-shaped craft over the Hudson. Max walked over to the desk, his eyes searching Albert's face. "Albert, is it really you? I've been trying to call for months." The operator says your number isn't in service. I went to the old address on Broad Street and a woman there told me she didn't know who I was talking about. Albert felt the earplug begin to vibrate. A low-frequency thrumming started in the back of his neck. I don't know you, Albert said, his voice flat and robotic. I think you have the wrong person. Max blinked, his face falling. Albert, it's Max Miller. We spent 3 weeks analyzing the metallic fragments from the Jersey Barrens. You told me the Bureau was the most important thing in your life. You said we were going to change the world. The vibration in Albert's ear became a roar. It felt like a jet engine was starting up inside his head. Subject Miller is an unmapped variable, the voices clattered. Neutralize the connection. Execute the script. I suffered a nervous breakdown. Albert recited, the words feeling like stones in his mouth. The Bureau was a fabrication, a hobby that got out of hand. I destroyed the files because they were the products of a disordered mind. I'm a clerk now, Mr. Miller. I file invoices. Please leave before I call security. Max stepped back, a look of profound horror on his face. He didn't see a man who had changed his mind. He saw a man who had been hollowed out. He saw the way Albert's hands were shaking, not with fear but with a mechanical tremor. What did they do to you, Albert? Max whispered. Who came to the attic? Albert didn't answer. He couldn't. The pressure in his skull was so great that blood began to trickle from his nose. He looked down at the invoice in front of him, watching the red drops splash onto the white paper. Max didn't stay. He turned and ran out of the factory, his umbrella forgotten on the floor. Albert sat in the silence that followed. The roar in his head subsided into a satisfied hum. Good, Albert, the anchor is secure. The memory of the Bureau is now a closed loop. That night the writing in the notebook moved faster than ever. Albert filled 20 pages with descriptions of astral planes and demonic warnings. He was creating a masterpiece of misinformation. He was building a labyrinth of ghosts to hide the machines. As he finished the final chapter, the 3 men in black stepped forward. The center figure, the tallest of the 3, reached out and took the notebook. His hand was cold, the skin feeling like cured leather. It is sufficient, the figure said. The vibration in the room was so intense that the green lamp finally shattered, showering the desk with shards of glass. The mask is complete. You will find a publisher in New York. They have already been prepared. Will you leave me alone now? Albert asked, his voice a whisper in the dark. Is the debt paid? The figure tilted its head. Behind the darkness where a face should be, Albert saw a flash of a vast, frozen landscape, a blue sun rising over a city made of ice. The debt is never paid, Albert. You are a part of the archive now. You are a witness who has been repurposed. You will live your life, you will marry, you will grow old. But you will always hear the hum. You will always know that the world is a stage and we are the ones who move the scenery. The figures dissolved into the shadows, and for the first time in months the smell of sulfur vanished. Albert sat in the dark attic, surrounded by the glass of his broken lamp. He reached up and touched his right ear. The earplug was gone. The skin was smooth, as if the device had never been there. But when he held his breath, he could still hear it. Far off, like the sound of a distant ocean, he could hear the clatter of the typewriters in the void. He got up and walked to the window. Broad Street was quiet. The street lamps were a soft, amber glow. The world looked beautiful, safe, and entirely fake. He knew what he had to do. He had to go to New York. He had to publish the lie. He had to become the man who turned the truth into a ghost story. As he packed his bag, he found a small, white card tucked into the lining of his suitcase. He pulled it out. There was no writing. There was no symbol. There was only a single dried leaf from a tree that didn't grow in Connecticut. It was a leaf from a cedar tree, the kind that grows in the high, cold mountains where the air is thin and the sky is always watching. Albert K. Bender closed his suitcase and turned out the light. He walked down the stairs, leaving the empty attic behind. He was a man with a script, a man with a purpose, and a man who would never look at the stars again without feeling the cold hand of the state on his shoulder. The fourth chapter of his life was ending, and the myth was about to begin. Chapter 5. The City of Glass and Static. The train ride from Bridgeport to New York City was a transition between two different types of silence. In Connecticut, the silence had been heavy and brick-bound, the sound of a small town holding its breath. But as the locomotive pulled into Grand Central Terminal, Albert K. Bender felt a new kind of quiet, a frantic, electric hum that vibrated through the steel and stone of the city. He stepped onto the platform, his hand gripping the handle of his suitcase as if it were a life raft. Inside was the leather-bound notebook, the manuscript that would finalize his transformation from a researcher into a fabulist. The air in the terminal was thick with the smell of coal smoke, expensive perfume, and something else, a faint metallic ozone that made the hair on the back of Albert's neck stand up. He felt the eyes immediately. It wasn't just one person watching him, it was the city itself. The commuters rushing past him, the conductors checking their watches, the newsboys shouting the headlines. They all seemed to be moving in a synchronized rhythm, a choreography dictated by a frequency he alone could hear. Arrival confirmed, the faint whisper in his skull clattered. Subject Bender is in the terminal. Initiate the greeting. Albert walked through the cavernous main hall, his eyes fixed on the ceiling where the constellations were painted in gold. He remembered a time when those stars represented a mystery to be solved. Now they looked like the bars of a cage. He was met at the clock in the center of the hall by a man wearing a charcoal gray suit and a perfectly blocked fedora. The man didn't look like a publisher. He looked like an architect of shadows. He was leaning against the brass railing, reading a newspaper with a headline that spoke of nuclear tests in the Pacific. "Mr. Bender," the man said, folding his paper with a sharp, definitive snap. "I am Mr. Gray. We've been expecting you." "Are you with the publishing house?" Albert asked, his voice sounding small in the vast hall. Mr. Gray smiled, but the expression didn't move his eyes. "We are with the interest that ensures the house remains standing, Albert. Come, the car is waiting." They walked out onto 42nd Street, where the noise of New York should have been a deafening roar. But to Albert, the yellow taxis and the buses moved in a ghostly, muffled silence. He watched a woman drop a glass bottle on the sidewalk. He saw it shatter into 1,000 diamonds, but he heard no sound. Instead, he heard the rhythmic, mechanical pulse of the city's underbelly, the sound of the gears turning the world. They climbed into a black limousine that was parked illegally at the curb. No police officer approached them. No traffic moved to block their path. The car pulled away from the curb with a smooth, sickening acceleration that felt like falling. "You've brought the work," Mr. Gray asked, gesturing to the suitcase. "I've written what they told me to write," Albert said. "The ghosts, the demons, the astral warnings, it's all there." Mr. Gray nodded. "It is a beautiful garment, Albert. A shroud for the truth that fits the public perfectly. People love to be afraid of the supernatural. It gives them a sense of importance, a feeling that they are part of a cosmic battle between good and evil. It's far more comforting than the reality of being an accidental byproduct of a planetary stabilization project." The limousine moved through the streets of Manhattan with impossible speed. Albert looked out the window and saw other people, men in black suits, women in gray dresses, standing on street corners, their faces turned toward the car. They weren't cheering. They weren't waving. They were simply acknowledging the passage of a fellow worker. "Who are they?" Albert whispered. "The corrected," Mr. Gray replied. "Like you, Albert. They are the ones who saw too much and were given a new lens. Some write books. Some manage the banks. Some sit in the back rooms of the newspapers and decide which stories are news and which are delusions. We are the maintenance crew for the human dream." The car stopped in front of a narrow, glass-faced building in the East 50s. There was no sign on the door, no directory in the lobby. They took an elevator that had no buttons, rising in a silent, pressurized tube that made Albert's ears pop. The top floor was a vast, open space filled with light. But it wasn't sunlight. It was a cold, violet radiance that seemed to come from the glass walls themselves. Sitting at a long, white table were 5 men and 3 women. They were all wearing the same charcoal gray suits. They were all holding black fountain pens. "The editorial board," Mr. Gray announced. Albert opened his suitcase and set the notebook on the table. One of the women reached out and touched the cover. Her fingers were long and pale, and as she touched the leather, a faint spark of blue static jumped between her skin and the notebook. "The tone is appropriate," she said, her voice a tonal match for the clatter of the typewriters. "The transition from the Antarctic sightings to the lords of the underworld is seamless. The reader will feel a sense of dread, but it will be a manageable dread, a campfire story." "Is it true?" Albert asked suddenly. The question burst out of him before he could stop it. "Is any of the book true?" The room went ice cold. The violet light dimmed, and the 8 people at the table turned their heads in unison to look at him. Their eyes were like obsidian mirrors, reflecting back a distorted, terrified version of himself. "Truth is a variable, Albert," one of the men said. "What is true is whatever maintains the stability of the texture. If we tell the world that the blue lights are a byproduct of a planetary cooling system, the texture tears. If we tell them they are the eyes of demons, the texture holds. Therefore, the demons are truer than the lights." He leaned forward, his face a mask of smooth, unlined parchment. "You must understand your role. You are not a reporter. You are a weaver. You are helping us patch a hole that you helped create." They spent the next several hours going over the manuscript line by line. They didn't edit for grammar or style. They edited for resonance. They added phrases that felt like hypnotic triggers, sentences that would lull the reader into a state of passive acceptance. They turned Albert's terrifying encounter in the attic into a visitation from the elders. By the time they were finished, Albert felt as though his brain had been scrubbed with wire wool. He looked at the manuscript and didn't recognize a single word. It was a perfect, beautiful lie, authored by a committee of ghosts and signed with his name. "The first printing will be 10,000 copies," Mr. Gray said, leading him back to the elevator. "It will be distributed to every occult bookstore and fringe library in the country. Within a year, your International Flying Saucer Bureau will be remembered as a strange, spiritualist experiment that failed." As the elevator descended, Albert felt a sudden sharp pain in his right ear. The earplug wasn't there, but the sensation of it, the cold, invasive pressure, returned with a vengeance. Observation confirmed, the clatter hissed. Subject Bender has reached the point of no return. Finalize the integration. When they reached the lobby, Mr. Gray didn't lead him back to the limousine. He led him to a small, dark bar around the corner. The bar was filled with smoke and the smell of cheap rye whiskey. Sitting in a booth at the back was a man Albert hadn't seen in years. It was Fred Chrisman, the man from the Maury Island Incident. Fred looked old. His face was a map of broken capillaries and deep, weary lines. He was holding a glass of amber liquid with a shaking hand. When he saw Albert, he didn't smile. He just nodded toward the seat across from him. "Sit down, Al," Fred rasped. "Mr. Gray told me you'd be coming through." Albert sat. He felt a wave of profound sadness. Here was another witness, another man who had been corrected. "They got you too, didn't they?" Albert asked. Fred took a long pull of his drink. "They didn't just get me, Al. They bought me. They paid for my silence with a life I didn't want, and then they made me forget why I didn't want it. I'm a manager for a trucking company now. I look at logs, I don't look at the sky." He leaned closer, the smell of whiskey and ozone coming off him in waves. "Don't fight it, kid. The more you fight, the louder the hum gets. Just write their ghost stories, take their money. Buy a house with a thick roof so you don't have to hear the discs at night." "I can't just forget," Albert said. "You will," Fred replied, his eyes going distant. The erasure isn't a single event, it's a slow erosion. One day you wake up and you can't remember the color of the lights. The next day you can't remember the name of the island. Eventually you just remember the script, and the script is safe. Mr. Gray tapped his watch. It's time to go, Albert. Your train leaves in 20 minutes. Albert stood up. He looked at Fred, who was already staring back into his glass, his presence already fading into the shadows of the booth. He realized that this was his future. He would be a man in a bar, or a man in a garage, or a man in an attic, all of them living the same authorized lie. The trip back to Bridgeport was a blur of gray landscapes and the rhythmic clicking of the rails. When Albert returned to the attic on Broad Street, it felt smaller than he remembered. It felt like a stage set after the play had finished. He sat at his desk and looked at the empty space where his filing cabinets had been. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small, leather-bound notebook. It was finished. The lie was ready for the world. He picked up his pen and wrote one final sentence on the last page. It wasn't part of the script. It wasn't for the editors in New York. I remember the blue light. As soon as the ink touched the paper, the room began to vibrate. The violet radiance flared in the corners and the smell of sulfur returned, hotter and more choking than ever before. The three men in black appeared. They didn't move toward him. They just stood there, their obsidian eyes fixed on the notebook. The tallest figure reached out a hand. He didn't take the book. He simply placed a single, pale finger over the sentence Albert had just written. The ink didn't smudge. It didn't blur. It simply vanished, the paper becoming as white and blank as if the words had never existed. "The ledger is closed, Mr. Bender," the figure said. The vibration in the room was so intense that Albert felt his teeth rattle in his gums. "The memory is a displacement. It has been corrected." The figures vanished. The silence returned. Albert K. Bender sat in the dark. He looked at the blank page. He tried to think of the blue light. He tried to think of the Antarctic. He tried to think of the names of his friends, but there was nothing, only a gray, flickering static. He looked at the cover of the notebook, Flying Saucers and the Three Men. He opened it and began to read. He found himself captivated by the story of demons and astral planes. It was a fascinating tale. He wondered who had written it. He looked at the author's name on the cover, Albert K. Bender. "Yes," Albert whispered to the empty room. "That's me. I'm the one who knows about the ghosts." He smiled, a polite, vacant expression that reached neither his eyes nor his soul. He was a clerk at a factory. He was a man with a successful book. He was a man who lived a long, quiet, and entirely unremarkable life. And high above the attic in the cold, thin air where the sky is always watching, the silver discs moved in total silence, their presence no longer a mystery but a part of the hum. Chapter 6. The Prophet of the Mask. The release of Flying Saucers and the Three Men was not a literary event. It was a cultural displacement. When the first copies hit the shelves of the small, occult bookstores in Manhattan and the mail-order catalogs of the fringe researchers, it was as if a match had been dropped into a dry forest. Within weeks, the name Albert K. Bender was being whispered in every basement and study group where the saucer mystery was debated. But the Albert who appeared in the pages of the book was not the man who had founded the International Flying Saucer Bureau. He was a new creation, a prophet dressed in the tattered robes of a ghost story. The public was enthralled. They had wanted the truth, but what they received was something far more intoxicating, a myth they could understand. They didn't have to worry about the physics of propulsion or the geopolitics of the Antarctic ice. Instead, they could focus on the shimmering globes and the demonic warnings. They traded their telescopes for crystal balls and their fear of the state for a fear of the supernatural. Albert began to receive invitations to speak at conventions and local gatherings. He found himself standing on makeshift stages in church basements and community halls, the air thick with the smell of floor wax and the nervous anticipation of the crowd. He always wore the same thing, a dark, conservative suit and a narrow, black tie. He looked like a man in mourning, or perhaps a man who had already been buried. He spoke the script with a terrifying, rhythmic precision. He told them of the 3 men who had appeared in his room, not as agents of a planetary archive, but as shadowy visitors from a higher plane of existence. He described the violet light and the sulfurous smell with a vividness that made the audience gasp. Every time he spoke, he felt the faint, familiar vibration in his right ear. It was the facilitators monitoring the resonance. Resonance optimal, the clatter in his mind would whisper. The redirection is successful. The witness is now the wall. One evening, at a small gathering in a hotel ballroom in Philadelphia, Albert was approached by a young man with bright, inquisitive eyes. The boy couldn't have been more than 20, and he held a copy of Albert's book as if it were a holy relic. "Mr. Bender," the young man said, his voice trembling with excitement. "I've read your book 4 times. It changed everything for me. I used to think the saucers were machines from Mars, but now I see that it's all about the spirit. It's about the warning they're giving us about our souls." Albert looked at the boy. For a fleeting second, he saw a reflection of his younger self, the version of Albert who had sat in the attic on Broad Street, hungry for the truth. He felt a sudden, sharp pang of guilt, a cold needle of reality piercing through the scripted haze. "It's just a book, son," Albert said, his voice momentarily losing its mechanical cadence. "Don't get too lost in the ghosts. Sometimes the things in the sky are just things." The vibration in his ear instantly became a piercing shriek. Albert winced, clutching the edge of the podium. His vision swam with violet static. Deviation detected, the voices hissed. "Correction in progress. Re-anchor the script." "What I mean is," Albert said, his voice snapping back into its flat, rhythmic tone, "the ghosts are the only things that matter. The machines are a distraction. The visitors are here to test our spiritual resolve. Focus on the shadow, for the light is too bright for human eyes." The young man nodded, his eyes wide with awe. He didn't see the blood beginning to trickle from Albert's ear. He saw only the prophet confirming his new faith. As Albert left the ballroom, he was met in the lobby by Mr. Gray. The man in the gray suit was leaning against a marble pillar, watching the crowd with an expression of clinical detachment. "You're doing excellent work, Albert," Mr. Gray said, falling into step beside him. "The book is becoming a foundation. We've noticed a significant drop in the number of people looking for physical evidence of the Antarctic installations. They're much too busy looking for astral doors and psychic messages now. You've saved us a great deal of cleanup work." "I feel like a murderer," Albert whispered. "I'm killing their curiosity. I'm burying their intelligence under a pile of fairy tales." Mr. Gray stopped and turned to face him. He didn't look angry. He looked like a scientist explaining a basic law of physics to a slow student. "Curiosity is a fire that leads to the powder keg, Albert. We aren't killing it. We're redirecting it into a fireplace where it can provide warmth without burning the house down. You should be proud. You've become the ultimate facilitator." They walked out into the cold Philadelphia night. The black limousine was waiting. "There's one more thing," Mr. Gray said as he opened the car door. "We're arranging for a specialized tour. We want you to go to the West Coast. There are several groups there, people who believe they are in telepathic contact with space brothers. They need a bit of your demonic perspective to keep the balance. We want them to be afraid, Albert. Fear is a much better insulator than love." The tour was a blur of train stations, hotel rooms, and the same hungry, terrified faces. Albert moved through it like a ghost. He watched as his words took root, transforming the UFO phenomenon into a new, fractured religion. He saw the birth of the men in black mythology, not as the bureaucratic auditors they were, but as terrifying, supernatural bogeymen. The facilitators were pleased. The more the public believed in the monsters, the less they looked for the mechanics. But in the quiet moments between the speeches, Albert began to notice a change in his own perception. The world around him was becoming increasingly translucent. He would be sitting in a diner, and he would see the grid of the city's power lines vibrating with a violet light. He would look at a person's face and see the flickering static behind their eyes. He was starting to see the architecture of the displacement. He realized that the three men hadn't just changed his memory, they had changed his hardware. He was now tuned to a frequency that was higher than the human range. He was living in the ambient whisper, permanently. One night in a hotel in San Francisco, Albert woke up to find the three tall figures standing at the foot of his bed. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They simply stood there, their presence a cold, heavy weight that made the air feel like liquid. Albert didn't feel fear. He felt a strange, weary familiarity. "What do you want now?" he asked, his voice sounding thin in the liquid air. "The book is a success. The lie is the law. Isn't that enough?" The tallest figure raised a hand. In his palm was a small, silver donut, a perfect miniature representation of the craft Harold Dahl had seen at Maury Island. The object was spinning, making a low, rhythmic hum that made Albert's teeth ache. "The inventory is shifting, Albert," the voice clattered in his mind. "The human experiment is entering a new phase of observation. The myth you have built is no longer just a mask. It is becoming a reality." "What does that mean?" "It means that people believe in the ghosts so strongly that the ghosts are beginning to manifest. The belief is creating its own displacement. You have helped us build a new layer of the archive, one that is authored by the subjects themselves." The figure leaned closer. For a second, Albert saw the face behind the darkness. It wasn't a face. It was a shifting, geometric pattern of light and shadow, a complex equation that was constantly solving itself. "You are the architect of the new fear, Albert, and for that we are granting you a final gift." The figure touched Albert's forehead. Suddenly, the hotel room vanished. Albert was standing on a high, white plateau. Below him was a city made of ice and light, its towers reaching up toward a blue sun that hung motionless in a black sky. He saw thousands of silver discs rising from the city, moving in perfect, silent unison. He saw the men in black, millions of them, moving through the streets like white blood cells in a massive planetary organism. He realized then that the visitors weren't from another planet. They were from the future. They were the corrected version of humanity returning to their own past to ensure the timeline remained stable. They were the auditors of their own existence. And he, Albert K. Bender, was the one who had written the code for their arrival in the human mind. The vision snapped shut. Albert was back in the hotel room, the sun beginning to rise over the bay. The three figures were gone. The smell of sulfur was gone. He sat up in bed, his heart hammering. He looked at the copy of his book sitting on the nightstand. He realized that it wasn't just a lie. It was a blueprint. He got out of bed and walked to the window. He looked out at the city of San Francisco. He saw the people waking up, starting their day, unaware that they were living inside a script that he had helped finalize. He felt a deep, hollow exhaustion. He had wanted to find the truth, and he had found it. But the truth was so vast and so indifferent that it made his own life feel like a single grain of sand on a desert that spanned eternity. He reached into his pocket and found a small white card. He had been carrying it since Bridgeport. There was writing on it now, 3 words in a crisp black font. "The ledger is you." Albert K. Bender closed the curtains and went back to bed. He didn't dream, he didn't think. He simply listened to the hum of the world, a sound that he now knew was the sound of the universe correcting itself, one witness at a time. The 6th chapter of his life was ending. He was a famous man, a prophet of the mask, and the most successful liar in the world. And as he drifted off to sleep, he realized that he wouldn't have it any other way, because the truth was far too cold to live with. Chapter 7. The Glass Brothers. The Pacific coast offered no respite from the hum. As Albert traveled south toward Los Angeles, the air seemed to thicken with a peculiar electric tension. This was the land of the seekers, a sun-drenched landscape where the line between the physical and the metaphysical was as blurred as the horizon over the ocean. Here, the Space Brothers were not merely a theory, they were a burgeoning religion. Albert had been sent by Mr. Gray to investigate the contactees, men and women who claimed to have walked through the desert and met blonde, angelic beings from Venus or Saturn. These groups were the antithesis of Albert's dark, demonic narrative. They spoke of love, universal brotherhood, and a golden age of peace brought by the visitors. The balance is skewed, Albert, the clatter in his mind, had warned him during the train ride. The narrative of light is becoming too dominant. It creates an expectation of rescue. Rescue is a disruption of the stabilization. You must introduce the shadow to the desert. Albert found himself in a dusty community hall on the outskirts of Giant Rock. The room was filled with people in light, airy clothing, their faces radiant with a desperate kind of hope. At the front of the room stood a man named George, a charismatic figure who was describing a trip he had taken aboard a scout ship. He spoke of the brothers as benevolent guardians, ancient ancestors who were here to save humanity from its own nuclear folly. Albert sat in the back, his dark suit making him look like a hole in the room's vibrant energy. He felt the earplug, that phantom sensation, vibrating with a sharp, cynical frequency. He looked at George, and instead of a prophet, he saw a man who had been fed a different kind of script. He saw the way George's eyes flickered with a faint, violet static whenever he mentioned the word Venus. "They are our friends," George told the enthralled crowd. "They are the light that will lead us out of the darkness." Albert stood up. The movement was slow, deliberate, and entirely directed by the pulse in his skull. The room went quiet. The hope in the air seemed to shrivel as Albert walked toward the stage. "The light is a reflection on a glass wall," Albert said, his voice carrying that flat, mechanical cadence that had become his trademark. "You speak of brothers, but have you seen their faces without the glare? Have you looked into their eyes when the sun isn't behind them?" George smiled, a serene, practiced expression. "The brothers come in many forms, Mr. Bender. They show us what we are ready to see. Why do you bring such darkness to this beautiful message?" "Because the darkness is the only part that is honest," Albert replied. He reached the front of the hall and turned to face the crowd. "The beings you see in the desert are not from Venus. They are not your ancestors. They are the projectors. They are showing you a beautiful dream so you won't notice the hand in your pocket. They are the auditors of the spirit." He felt the roar in his head intensify. Execution optimal, the voices clattered. "Dismantle the hope. Re-anchor the fear. I have seen the three men," Albert continued, his voice rising to a rhythmic chant. "I have smelled the sulfur and felt the cold of the void. Space brothers are just the masks the men in black wear when they want you to smile while they erase your memory. They are the same force, George. One wears the suit and the other wears the light, but both of them are here to ensure you stay in your place." The crowd shifted uncomfortably. The radiance in their faces began to dim, replaced by a cold, creeping doubt. Albert watched as the contactee movement, built on a foundation of cosmic love, began to fracture under the weight of his words. He was the poison in the well, the corrected witness, ensuring that no one felt too safe, even in the company of angels. After the lecture, Albert walked out into the desert night. The stars were impossibly bright, looking like holes punched in a velvet curtain. He walked away from the lights of the hall toward the dark, jagged silhouettes of the rocks. He needed to be away from the humans. He needed to be in the silence that wasn't managed by a script. But the silence wasn't empty. A few hundred yards into the desert, he saw a shimmer in the air. It looked like heat rising from the sand, but the night was cold. The shimmer coalesced into a figure. It wasn't a man in a black suit. It was one of the brothers, a tall, beautiful being with long, golden hair and eyes that glowed with a soft, amber light. "You are a very effective tool, Albert Bender," the being said. Its voice wasn't a mechanical clatter. It was a beautiful, resonant chord that seemed to vibrate in the air around him. "Are you real?" Albert asked, his voice trembling. Or are you just another displacement? The being stepped closer. As it moved, Albert noticed a strange detail. The being's skin didn't look like flesh. It looked like frosted glass. Behind the golden hair and the amber eyes, he could see the faint, pulsing glow of violet circuitry. We are all real, Albert. Men in black, the space brothers, the blue lights under the ice. We are the different frequencies of the same broadcast. I am the high note and the men in the suits are the bass. We work together to create the symphony of your reality. The brother reached out a hand. You told the people that we are the same. You were right, but you forgot one thing. We don't do this because we are evil. We do it because we are you. I don't understand, Albert said. Look at the stars, Albert. You think you are looking at the past, but you are looking at the destination. We are the humanity that survived. We are the ones who learned to manage the timeline. We return to these moments, 1947, 1953, because these are the joints in the armor. If these years aren't managed, the future we inhabit dissolves. The being's face began to shift. The golden hair melted into a wide-brimmed hat. The amber eyes turned to obsidian. The glowing skin became a black overcoat. In the space of a heartbeat, the space brother had become the man in black. The balance must be maintained, the figure said, the voice returning to the mechanical clatter. If humanity believes in the brothers, they stop striving. If they believe only in the demons, they destroy themselves. We provide the tension. We provide the mystery that keeps you looking up but never high enough to see the ceiling. The figure vanished. The desert was empty again, save for the wind whistling through the Joshua trees. Albert sat down on a rock, his head in his hands. He felt a profound sense of cosmic vertigo. He wasn't just a liar or a prophet. He was a minor character in a massive, self-correcting loop. He was helping the future ensure its own birth by policing the past. He looked at his hands. They were pale and thin, the hands of a clerk from Bridgeport. He realized that he would never go home. He would never be the man who sat in the attic on Broad Street dreaming of the stars. He was a permanent resident of the Ambient Whisper, a ghost helping other ghosts manage a world of shadows. He stood up and began the long walk back to the hall. He had a tour to finish. He had a book to sell. He had a fear to nourish. As he walked, he noticed a small white card lying on the sand. He picked it up. There was no writing. There was no symbol. There was only a single tiny fragment of blue ice, which didn't melt even in the warmth of his palm. Albert K. Bender put the ice in his pocket and kept walking. He didn't look at the stars. He didn't look at the desert. He looked only at the path in front of him, the narrow, scripted path that led to the end of the world. The seventh chapter of his life was ending in a desert of glass and light. He was a man who knew the secret of the Space Brothers, and the secret was the most terrifying thing of all. There was no one coming to save them, because the ones who could save them were too busy making sure they stayed lost. Chapter 8. The Hollow Hearth. The return to Bridgeport in the late winter of 1954 felt like stepping into a house that had been purged by fire. On the surface, the red brick factories still stood, and the iron whistles still heralded the changing of the shifts, but the texture of the town had grown thin. As Albert walked from the train station toward Broad Street, he noticed that the people moved with a new kind of hesitance. They didn't look at the sky, but they didn't look at each other either. They looked at the shadows. The success of flying saucers and the three men had preceded him. In the window of the local bookstore, his own face stared back at him from a dozen covers, the eyes darkened by the printer's ink to look like hollow pits. He had become the town's famous son, the man who had brought the demons into the light of day. But as he walked, he realized he had actually brought the dark into the light. When he reached his home, the smell of sulfur was waiting for him on the porch. It wasn't the sharp, aggressive scent of the attic. It was a stale, domestic odor like a match that had been struck hours ago and left to smolder in a closed room. He found his mother sitting in the kitchen. She wasn't cooking. She wasn't cleaning. She was sitting at the wooden table, staring at a small black and white television set that wasn't turned on. The screen was a gray, dead eye reflecting the dim light of the kitchen. "Mother?" Albert asked, setting his suitcase down. The sound of the handle hitting the floor echoed with a hollow, metallic ring. She didn't turn around. Her voice was thin, like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. "The men were here, Albert. The ones from your book. They didn't use the door. They just appeared in the corners. They said they were waiting for the archive to settle." Albert felt a surge of icy fury, a momentary break in his mechanical conditioning. He walked over to her, intending to take her hand, but he stopped. He saw the way she was sitting. Her back was perfectly straight, her hands folded in her lap with a geometric precision that was entirely alien to her. He looked closer at her eyes. They weren't brown anymore. They were a flat, matte gray, the color of the Puget Sound before a storm or the color of the suits worn by the editors in New York. "What did they do to you?" Albert whispered. "They gave me the gift of the long view," she replied. She finally turned to look at him, and her smile was a terrifying mimicry of the one he remembered from his childhood. It was a folding of the skin, a scripted gesture of affection. "I see the city of ice now, Albert. I see the blue sun. It's so much quieter than the factory whistles." Albert backed away, his heart hammering a frantic human rhythm. He realized then that the correction wasn't limited to the witnesses. It was spreading like a virus through the people he loved. By writing the book, by spreading the myth of the shadowy visitors, he had provided the frequency that allowed the men in black to integrate themselves into the lives of the ordinary. He hadn't just built a mask for the truth, he had built a bridge for the void. Integration successful, the clatter in his mind hissed. The household is now a stabilized node. The witness bender is fully anchored. He ran up the stairs to the attic. He needed to find something, anything, that remained of his old life. He burst into the room and stopped. The attic was no longer empty. It was filled with thousands of copies of his book. They were stacked from floor to ceiling, creating a labyrinth of paper and ink. In the center of the room, sitting at his old desk, was Mr. Gray. He was holding a black fountain pen, meticulously signing Albert's name on the title pages of the books. "Welcome home, Albert," Mr. Gray said, not looking up. "The demand is increasing. People are hungry for the fear you've provided. They are beginning to report sightings of the 3 men in every state in the Union. Of course, they aren't seeing us. They are seeing the fear we've instructed them to see. It's a perfect closed loop." "Get out of my house," Albert gasped. "You've taken my work, you've taken my memory, and now you're taking my mother. Is there nothing you won't hollow out?" Mr. Gray finally looked up. His face was perfectly smooth, his features as immobile as a statue. "We are not taking anything, Albert. We are filling the space. Your mother was tired of the noise of Bridgeport. We gave her a frequency that is much more harmonious. She is a part of the archive now. She is a record of the peace that comes when one stops asking questions." He stood up and walked toward the window. "Look out there, Albert. What do you see?" Albert looked. The street lamps of Broad Street were flickering in unison. As he watched, a black 1953 Cadillac pulled up to a house across the street. 2 men in black suits stepped out. They didn't knock. They walked through the front door as if the wood were made of mist. A few moments later, the lights in that house stopped flickering and settled into a steady, violet glow. "We are stabilizing the neighborhood," Mr. Gray said. "By the end of the year, this entire block will be a dead zone for curiosity. The people will go to their jobs, they will eat their meals, and they will sleep. And in their dreams, they will see the ghosts you've given them. They will be safe because they will be under observation." Albert looked at the stacks of books. He realized that each copy was a brick in a wall he had helped build. He was the architect of his own prison, and the prison was expanding to swallow the world. He grabbed a copy of the book and tried to tear it, but the paper felt like steel. He threw it against the wall, and it hit with the sound of a heavy stone. The book didn't fall. It stayed pressed against the wood, its cover pulsing with a faint violet light. You can't destroy the myth, Albert. Mr. Gray said, his voice a soothing, mechanical hum. The myth is now more real than the man. You are no longer Albert Bender, the researcher. You are the character in the book. And characters do not have mothers. They do not have homes. They only have roles to play. Mr. Gray walked to the door, pausing with his hand on the frame. There is a final step in your integration. Tomorrow, you will announce the permanent dissolution of the International Flying Saucer Bureau. You will state that the mystery is solved and that the solution is spiritual, not physical. You will tell them that the sky is closed. He left the room, his footsteps making no sound on the stairs. Albert sat at his desk. He looked at the black fountain pen. He felt the earplug in his head vibrating with a satisfied, rhythmic clatter. He looked at the gray screen of the television downstairs, reflecting the violet glow of the kitchen. He realized that the men in black hadn't just won. They had already finished the game. The incident of 1953 wasn't a beginning. It was the final cleanup. He picked up the pen. His hand was steady. The mechanical tremor had vanished, replaced by a perfect, programmed stillness. He began to write the statement. The Bureau is dead, he wrote. The lights in the sky are but reflections of the darkness in our own souls. Seek not the discs, for they are but shadows. Seek the silence, for in the silence there is the only truth we are allowed to know. As he wrote, he felt the last of his human memories being pulled into the ink. He saw the blue light of the Antarctic one last time, a tiny, brilliant spark in a sea of gray static. And then it was gone. The 8th chapter of his life ended in a house filled with books and violet light. He was no longer a man. He was a frequency. He was the prophet of the mask, and his work was almost done. Outside, the town of Bridgeport continued to hum. The factories roared, the whistles blew, and the people of Broad Street slept a deep, dreamless sleep, guarded by the 3 tall figures who stood in the corners of their rooms, watching the ledger of the world settle into a perfect, frozen balance. Chapter 9. The Final Broadcast. The day of the final announcement arrived with a sky the color of a bruised plum. A heavy, wet snow began to fall over Connecticut, coating the red bricks of Bridgeport in a layer of silent, white insulation. It was a day made for endings. Albert K. Bender stood before the mirror in his hallway, adjusting his black tie. He looked at his reflection and saw a stranger, a man whose skin looked like polished marble and whose eyes held the flat, distant sheen of a winter pond. He was no longer Albert. He was the vessel for the closure. The press conference was held in the ballroom of the Stratfield Hotel. It was a grand, aging space with crystal chandeliers that rattled softly whenever the wind gusted against the high windows. The room was packed with reporters, curious onlookers, and the remaining husks of the UFO community. They had come from all over the country to hear the man who had started it all finally draw the curtain. As Albert walked toward the podium, the room fell into a sudden, unnatural silence. The chatter didn't fade. It was cut, as if a master switch had been thrown. He felt the familiar vibration in his skull, the rhythmic, mechanical hum of the facilitators. They were everywhere in the room, tucked into the shadows of the balcony and standing by the exits, their black suits absorbing the dim light. The script is live, the voices clattered. Execute the finality. Deliver the archive to the vault. Albert reached the microphone. The feedback shrieked for a second, a sound like a distant, dying bird, before settling into a low, steady drone. He pulled the typed statement from his pocket. The paper felt heavy, like a sheet of lead. "Ladies and gentlemen," Albert began. His voice was a perfect tonal match for the drone of the microphone. "I have called you here today to announce the permanent dissolution of the International Flying Saucer Bureau. The investigation that began in my attic on Broad Street has reached its inevitable conclusion." A murmur rippled through the crowd, but Albert didn't pause. He spoke with the relentless precision of a clock. The mystery of the flying saucers is not a mystery of hardware or of distant planets. It is a mystery of the human psyche. After months of intensive research and Personal visitation. I have come to understand that we are not being visited by beings from the stars. We are being mirrored by entities from a higher spiritual dimension. The discs are not craft. They are manifestations of our own collective anxiety. He looked out over the sea of faces. He saw the disappointment, the confusion, and the flickering light of a dozen cameras. He was killing their hope, one sentence at a time. He was telling them that the universe was empty of life but full of ghosts. The men in black, Albert continued, his voice rising in a rhythmic chant, are the guardians of this spiritual threshold. They are not agents of the state but messengers of the void. They have warned me that to continue the physical search for the visitors is to risk the stability of our very souls. Therefore, the bureau is closed. The files have been destroyed. The sky is no longer an object of study but a place of prayer and silence. As he spoke the word silence, a figure moved in the back of the room. A man pushed his way through the standing crowd, moving with a frantic, desperate energy that stood out against the frozen stillness of the ballroom. It was Max Miller. His brown cardigan was soaked with snow and his face was flushed with a terrifying human heat. He didn't have a press pass. He didn't have a camera. He only had a handful of grainy black and white photographs, the original shots of the cigar-shaped craft over the Hudson. "You're lying, Albert," Max screamed. His voice cracked the artificial silence of the room like a stone through a window. "I have the photos. We analyzed the metal. You told me it was real. You told me it was solid." The reporters turned their cameras toward Max. The flashbulbs popped, creating miniature suns that momentarily blinded the room. Albert felt the earplug in his head scream. The violet static flooded his vision, turning the ballroom into a chaotic grid of lines and shadows. Deviation detected, the voices roared. "Variable Miller is disrupting the closure. Initiate the erasure." Two men in black suits moved from the shadows toward Max. They didn't run, they glided across the carpet, their movements fluid and terrifyingly fast. "Don't let them touch you, Max." Albert shouted. The words weren't part of the script. They were a sudden, desperate flare of the old Albert, the one who lived for the truth. Max held the photographs high above his head. "Look at them. These aren't ghosts. These are machines. Albert, remember the Antarctic. Remember the blue light." The mention of the blue light hit Albert like a physical blow. For a split second, the gray static in his mind cleared. He saw the ice. He saw the towers of light. He saw the truth that was being buried under his own lies. "Max, run!" Albert cried out, leaning over the podium, but it was too late. The two men in black reached Max. They didn't grab him. They simply stood on either side of him and placed their pale, tapering fingers on his shoulders. Instantly, the heat vanished from Max's face. The red flush turned to a sickly, translucent gray. The photographs in his hand didn't fall. They began to dissolve, the paper turning into a fine black ash that drifted toward the floor like soot. Max's mouth opened to scream, but no sound came out. He didn't disappear. He simply became a part of the background, his presence fading until he looked like a smudge in the air, a ghost created by the very men in black he was trying to expose. The reporters watched, but they didn't react. They didn't shout. They didn't try to help. Their eyes were fixed on Albert, their pencils poised over their notebooks, waiting for the next line of the script. They didn't even seem to notice the man who had just been erased in front of them. Correction finalized, the voices clattered, now calm and rhythmic once more. "The archive is secure. Complete the delivery." Albert stood frozen at the podium. He looked at the spot where Max had been standing. There was nothing left but a small, wet patch of melted snow on the carpet. He realized then that the men in black weren't just editors of history, they were the authors of perception. They didn't have to hide the truth if they could simply make the world forget how to see it. He turned back to the microphone. His eyes were dead again, the violet flicker gone, replaced by the flat, matte gray of the void. "As I was saying," Albert droned, his voice steady and cold, "the bureau is closed. The search is over. The silence is now the only requirement." He turned and walked away from the podium. He didn't look at the crowd. He didn't look at the cameras. He walked through the side door where Mr. Gray was waiting for him. "Well done, Albert," Mr. Gray said, handing him his hat. "The closure is official. The public record is now aligned with the stabilization. You have served the future well." "Max is gone," Albert said. It wasn't a question. "Mr. Miller has been moved to a different frequency," Mr. Gray replied, leaden and indifferent. "He was a noise that needed to be filtered. You needn't worry about him. He no longer exists in this density of reality." They walked out of the hotel and into the black limousine. As the car pulled away from the curb, Albert looked out the window at the snow-covered streets of Bridgeport. He saw the people walking by, their heads down, their lives continuing in the quiet, managed hum of the Ambient Whisper. He reached into his pocket and found the final white card. There were 2 words on it now, written in a beautiful, flowing script that looked like it was made of light. "Archive closed." Albert K. Bender leaned back into the velvet seat of the car. He felt a profound, hollow sense of peace. He had done what was required. He had buried the truth and saved the world from the fire of knowledge. He was a hero of the silence. As the limousine vanished into the gray mist of the falling snow, the ballroom of the Stratfield Hotel was empty. The reporters were gone. The cameras were gone. There was only the low, rhythmic hum of the ventilation system and a single, tiny fragment of blue ice lying on the carpet where a man named Max Miller had once stood. The ice didn't melt. It didn't fade. It simply sat there, a tiny, brilliant witness to a truth that no longer had a home. Chapter 10. The Quiet Librarian of Time. The years that followed the closure of the Bureau were not marked by events, but by a slow, rhythmic settling of the dust. Albert K. Bender lived out the remainder of his life in a world that had, quite efficiently, forgotten he was ever a revolutionary. The 1950s gave way to the neon pulse of the 60s, and the industrial grid of Bridgeport began to fade into the suburban sprawl of a new era. Albert lived a life of deliberate, cozy anonymity. He married a kind, quiet woman who never asked about the stacks of empty filing cabinets in the attic, or the way he sometimes stared at the kitchen walls, as if he were listening to a conversation 3 rooms away. He worked as a clerk until his retirement, his hands moving with the same mathematical precision they had acquired in the presence of the 3 men. To his neighbors, he was a pleasant, if slightly distant, old man who tended his garden with an almost religious intensity. He grew roses that were a deep, velvety red, and he spent hours pruning them, his movements slow and meditative. He didn't look at the sky. He didn't need to. He knew that the sky was just a ceiling, and he was quite comfortable in the room beneath it. Occasionally, a young researcher would track him down, their eyes bright with the same hunger Albert had once felt. They would bring their tattered copies of Flying Saucers and the 3 men, asking for the real story. Albert would sit them down on his porch, offer them a glass of lemonade, and speak the script. He would tell them of the ghosts and the astral planes, his voice a soothing, mechanical hum that acted like a sedative. The researchers would leave feeling disappointed but strangely calm. They came looking for fire, and Albert gave them a warm hearth. He was the guardian of their peace, the librarian who ensured the dangerous books stayed in the restricted section of their own minds. In the late summer of 1991, the heat in Connecticut became a physical weight. The air was thick and golden, filled with the lazy drone of cicadas. Albert, now 90 years old, sat in his favorite chair by the window. The house was quiet. His wife had passed away some years before, leaving him in a silence that was no longer a punishment but a familiar old friend. He felt the change in the air before he heard it. The scent of sulfur, which he hadn't smelled in decades, drifted through the open window. It wasn't choking or hot. It was faint, like the memory of a winter fire. He didn't turn around. He didn't have to. "Is the archive settled, Albert?" a voice asked. It wasn't the mechanical clatter of the facilitators. It was a soft human voice, one he recognized from a desert night in California. Albert looked at the reflection in the window glass. Standing in the corner of the room was a man in a black suit. He wasn't tall or terrifying. He looked like an old friend who had stopped by for a visit. He wasn't wearing his dark glasses. His eyes were a soft, warm amber. "It's settled," Albert whispered. "The Bureau is a myth, the Antarctic is a dream, the truth is safely buried under 40 years of silence." The man in black walked over and sat in the chair opposite Albert. He looked at the garden outside. "You've done well, Albert. You were a difficult witness, but you became a perfect anchor. Because of your work, the timeline has stabilized. The future we come from is secure." "Was it worth it?" Albert asked. "All the lies, all the people who were erased." The man smiled, and for the first time the expression reached his eyes. "Look at the world, Albert. It's quiet. People are happy. They have their small lives, their gardens, and their dreams. They are not ready for the blue sun, not yet. We gave them time. That is the greatest gift of all." The man reached into his pocket and pulled out a small white card. He set it on the table between them. There was no writing on the card. There was only a picture of a single red rose, identical to the ones in Albert's garden. "Your watch is over, Albert K. Bender. The ledger is balanced. The inventory is complete. You are no longer a witness. You are a part of the memory." The man stood up. As he moved toward the door, he stopped and looked back at Albert. "Do you remember the blue light, Albert? Just one last time." Albert closed his eyes. For a split second, the gray static of his long, quiet life vanished. He saw the ice. He saw the towers of light reaching toward a black sky. He saw the beauty of a truth that was too vast for a human heart to hold, and he felt no fear. He felt only a profound, echoing sense of wonder. "I remember," Albert whispered. When he opened his eyes, the room was empty. The man in black was gone. The scent of sulfur had vanished, replaced by the sweet, heavy perfume of the roses. Albert leaned back in his chair. He felt a deep, cozy sense of exhaustion. The hum in his head, the one he had lived with since 1953, finally stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, peaceful, and entirely his own. He looked out at the garden one last time. The sun was setting, casting long, purple shadows across the grass. The world looked beautiful, safe, and entirely real. He closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. He didn't dream of ghosts or demons. He didn't dream of silver discs or men in black. He dreamed of a blue sun rising over a city of ice, and he knew that somewhere in a density of reality he could finally reach, he was home. The story of Albert K. Bender is told in many ways. To some, he is a man who was silenced by a government conspiracy. To others, he is a man who lost his mind to his own fantasies. But here, in the Ambient Whisper, we know the truth. He was the man who held the veil. He was the witness who became a wall so that the rest of us could sleep. As you listen to these final words, let the weight of the day fall away. The sky is closed and the stars are just lights. The men in black are not in your corners. They are just shadows in a well-managed dream. The world is quiet, the ledger is balanced, and you are safe in the silence. The Barker Bender follow-up, 1956. Chapter 1, The Ink and the Echo. The year 1956 was a time of polished chrome, suburban dreams, and a growing, silent pressure beneath the surface of American life. In the hills of West Virginia, specifically in the town of Clarksburg, a man named Gray Barker sat in a small office that smelled of fresh typewriter ribbon and the damp, earthy air of the Appalachians. Gray was a man of words, a publisher, and a seeker of things that did not fit into the neat ledgers of the modern world. Before him sat a mountain of correspondence. For 3 years, since the sudden and mysterious silencing of Albert Bender in Bridgeport, Gray had become the unofficial confessor for the haunted. While the rest of the country was looking at the stars, wondering if the silver discs were from Mars or Venus, Gray was looking at the street corners. He was looking at the black cars. He was looking at the men who didn't quite fit their clothes. Gray was not a man easily rattled. He was a storyteller at heart, but even he could feel the temperature in the room drop as he read the letters. They came from housewives in Ohio, farmers in Oregon, and former military pilots who wrote in frantic, cramped handwriting. They all spoke of a new kind of shadow. It wasn't the discs that terrified them anymore. It was the visit that followed the sighting. Gray reached for his coffee, but his hand stopped midair. He felt a sudden, sharp prickle of static on his skin, a vibration that felt like a swarm of invisible insects. The fluorescent light in his office flickered once, twice, and then settled into a sickly, violet hum. He knew this feeling. He had felt it when he spoke to Bender after the closure of the bureau. It was the feeling of a correction in progress. He pulled a fresh sheet of paper into his typewriter. He had decided to compile these accounts into a single volume. He would call it "They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers." It was a dangerous title, a direct challenge to the silence that had swallowed his friend Albert. But Gray Barker believed that the only way to survive a shadow was to shine a light so bright that the shadow had nowhere to hide. The inventory must be made public, Gray whispered to the empty room. As he typed the first sentence, he heard a sound outside his window. It wasn't the sound of the evening traffic. It was a low, rhythmic thrumming, like a massive machine idling in the middle of the street. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtain. Parked directly across from his office was a black 1956 Buick. Its paint was so dark and so polished that it seemed to absorb the streetlights, creating a hole in the reality of the town. There was no one in the driver's seat. There was no smoke from the exhaust. It was just there, a heavy, obsidian presence. Gray felt the earplug sensation, the one Bender had described, start in the back of his neck. A slow, steady clatter of voices began to echo in his mind. Observation of subject Barker. Archive initialization detected. The narrative is beginning to leak. Prepare for secondary contact. Gray didn't run. He went back to his desk. He realized that the men in black weren't trying to stop the book. If they wanted to stop it, he would already be a ghost. No, they wanted to author it. They wanted to ensure that the myth he was building was the one they required for the stabilization of the public mind. He began to read the first letter in the stack. It was from a man in Maryland named Leonard. Leonard had seen a disc hover over his barn in 1954. 2 days later, 3 men had arrived. They wore suits that looked brand new, Leonard wrote, but they smelled like old, wet cardboard. They didn't blink, Mr. Barker. I watched them for 20 minutes and their eyes never moved. They told me that if I talked about the disc, my family would experience a displacement of health. I didn't know what that meant until my cow died the next morning. Not from a disease, it just stopped, like a clock that someone forgot to wind. Gray typed the words with a grim intensity. He was documenting a colonization of the human soul. The men in black were the bureaucratic agents of a reality that didn't care about Leonard's cow or Albert's memories. They cared only about the record. The violet light in the office grew stronger. The smell of sulfur, the calling card of the facilitators, began to seep through the floorboards. "You're late," Gray said, his voice steady. A man stepped out of the shadows in the corner of the room. He wasn't tall. He was unremarkable in every way except for the fact that his suit seemed to be made of a material that didn't reflect any light. He wore a black fedora pulled low, and his hands were encased in pale gray gloves. "We are never late, Gray," the man said. His voice was a tonal match for the clatter in Gray's head. "We are simply waiting for the ink to dry." The man walked over to the desk and looked at the page in the typewriter. "The case of Leonard is a minor footnote. Why focus on the cow when the stars are shifting?" "Because Leonard matters," Gray replied. "The cow matters. You're treating people like variables in an equation." "People are variables, Gray, and the equation is the only thing keeping this planet from spinning into a chaos you cannot imagine. You think you are exposing us. You think this book will warn the world." The man leaned closer. Gray could see the reflection of his own office in the man's obsidian glasses. But you are doing exactly what we need. You are creating the archetype. You are giving the silence a face. By the time this book is published, the Men in Black will be a household name. And once they are a name, they are a myth. And once they are a myth, people will stop looking for the truth behind them. They will be too busy looking for the black suits. Gray felt a cold chill. He realized that by writing the book, he was helping the facilitators build their mask. He was the one who would give them their identity in the public eye. Then why come here? Gray asked. If I'm doing your work, why the Buick? Why the sulfur? Because the texture needs to be authentic, the man said. A myth needs a witness. You need to feel the fear so that the readers can feel it too. We are here to provide the resonance. The man reached into his coat and pulled out a small white card. He set it on top of Leonard's letter. There was no writing on the card. There was only a picture of a single black typewriter key, the letter X. X marks the spot of the erasure, the man whispered. Remember that, Gray. Every word you type is a stone in a wall. Make sure the wall is high enough. The figure vanished. The violet light snapped back to the dull white of the fluorescent tube. The smell of sulfur faded, replaced by the mundane scent of paper and Appalachian rain. Gray Barker looked out the window. The black Buick was gone. The street was empty. He looked at the typewriter. The page was still there, but the story of Leonard and his cow had been altered. The ink was now a dark, pulsing purple. The words had shifted. It no longer read like a report. It read like a script. Gray sat back in his chair. He felt a deep, cozy sense of dread. He was a man with a purpose, a man with a book, and a man who was becoming the primary librarian for a secret that wanted to stay hidden in plain sight. He began to type again. The rhythm of the keys was the only sound in the office, a slow, steady clatter that matched the heartbeat of the Men in Black. The first chapter of They Knew Too Much was being written, and Gray Barker knew that once the ink was dry, the world would never look at a black car the same way again. The Ambient Whisper was about to become a roar. Chapter 2. The Harvest of Whispers. The air in Clarksburg grew colder as October deepened, but the heat inside Gray Barker's office was stifling. He had begun to sleep on the small sofa in the corner, his dreams a frantic montage of silver donut-shaped craft and men with faces like unbaked dough. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard the sound of a heavy door latching shut. By the second week of his work on the manuscript, the nature of the letters changed. They were no longer coming from people who wanted to share their stories. They were coming from people who were begging to be forgotten. Gray sat at his desk, the purple ink on his latest page still glistening. He picked up a letter that had arrived that morning from a town in southern Illinois. It was written on the back of a grocery receipt. Mr. Barker, the letter began, the handwriting so light it was almost invisible. They didn't just tell me to be quiet. They asked me questions. They asked me what color the air was when the disc hovered. They asked me if I felt a tugging in my thoughts. And then one of them touched my temple with a silver rod. I can't remember my daughter's middle name anymore, Gray. I can't remember the face of my own mother. They aren't just hiding the saucers. They are taking pieces of us. Gray felt a wave of nausea. He realized that the Men in Black were not just cosmic janitors cleaning up a mess. They were harvesters. They were collecting the data of human experience, specifically the experiences that occurred at the edge of the veil. The earplug sensation returned, more intense than before. It wasn't just a hum now. It was a rhythmic, clicking sound like a telegraph machine working at impossible speeds. Data point 749 processed, the voices clattered. Subject Barker is identifying the extraction protocol. Increase the frequency of the displacement. Suddenly, the filing cabinet in the corner began to rattle. It wasn't a mechanical failure. The metal was vibrating with a violet energy that made the air around it shimmer. Gray stood up, backing away as the top drawer slid open on its own. Dozens of folders began to float out of the drawer, suspended in the stagnant air. They circled the room like a flock of paper birds. Gray watched as the letters he had spent weeks organizing began to glow. The ink on the pages lifted off the paper, forming a swirling cloud of dark, liquid text in the center of the room. The liquid text began to shape itself. It formed a pillar of black ink that reached from the floor to the ceiling. In the center of the pillar, a face appeared, not the face of a man, but the face of a clock with no hands. "The harvest is necessary, Gray." The pillar spoke. The voice didn't come from the room, it came from the center of Gray's own tongue. Human mind is a messy, entropic thing. When you see the craft, your thoughts become crystallized. We need that crystal. It is the fuel for the stabilization. "You're stealing their lives," Gray shouted, his voice echoing in the small office. "You're hollowing them out to feed a machine." "We are preserving the record," the pillar replied, the liquid ink pulsing with a violet light. "If we do not extract the memory becomes a cancer. It grows. It spreads. It makes people think they are more than just observers. We cannot have a world of participants. We need a world of witnesses who forget." The cloud of ink suddenly collapsed, splashing onto the floor. The folders fell like dead birds, scattered and disorganized. The room returned to its dull, Appalachian silence, but the smell of ozone and sulfur remained. Gray scrambled to the floor, trying to gather the papers. He realized with a jolt of terror that the letters were blank. The paper was still there, the texture of the stationery was the same, but the ink, the testimony of Leonard, the plea from Illinois, the military reports, it was all gone. He looked at his own manuscript on the desk. The pages he had written were still there, but they had changed. The stories were no longer about the people. They had been rewritten into a clinical, dry analysis of psychological aberrations. The fear had been stripped away, replaced by a cold, academic distance. The men in black hadn't just taken the letters, they had edited his own work while he watched. "I won't publish this," Gray whispered, his hands shaking as he held the blank pages. "I'll tell the world what you really are. I'll tell them you're thieves of the soul." A low laugh echoed from the walls. "You will publish what we have written, Gray, because if you don't, you will forget how to write at all. You will forget the alphabet. You will forget the sound of your own name. We are the ones who hold the ink." Gray sat on the floor, surrounded by his empty records. He felt the ambient whisper of the world closing in on him. He realized that the book they knew too much was not an exposé. It was a salvage operation. He was trying to save whatever fragments of humanity he could before the harvesters turned the entire world into a blank sheet of paper. He looked at the desk and saw a new white card. On it was a picture of a human ear, and inside the ear was a tiny silver keyhole. "The harvest has begun," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker stood up, walked to his typewriter, and began to type. He didn't use the blank letters. He used his memory, or what was left of it. He typed as fast as his fingers would move, trying to outrun the erasure. He was no longer just a publisher. He was a runner in a race where the finish line was his own sanity. The second chapter of the mystery was taking shape, but the ink was no longer made of carbon. It was made of the very things the men in black were trying to steal. Chapter 3. The frequency of the page. The rhythm of the typewriter became Gray Barker's heartbeat. He worked through the days and nights, fueled by black coffee and a desperate urgency. The blank letters continued to arrive, sometimes even pages from his own manuscript, returned to him with the ink washed clean. But Gray fought back, rewriting the stolen testimonies from memory, stubbornly insisting on the human detail, the fear, the confusion, the very things the harvesters sought to erase. He felt as though he were wrestling with an invisible editor, his words appearing on the page only to be subtly altered or entirely excised by an unseen hand. He would write a passage describing the terrifying blankness in Albert Bender's eyes and return to find it softened, transformed into a passage about spiritual calm. He would write of the cold, metallic smell of the men in black and find it replaced by the faint scent of ozone like a cleansing storm. The texture must be palatable. Gray, the clatter in his mind would whisper, a constant, low-frequency hum. The narrative must soothe. The fear must be a comfort, not a wound. Gray began to suspect that the book itself was not merely a collection of stories, but a tool, a device. He had always believed in the power of words to reveal, but now he saw their power to obscure, to lull, to control. He began to experiment, embedding small, seemingly innocuous phrases into the text, hoping they would act as a kind of sonic shrapnel, tiny disruptions in the carefully constructed calm. He wrote about the blue light from the Maury Island Incident, not as a source of terror, but as a beacon of quiet mystery. He mentioned the 3 circles in a triangle symbol, not as a mark of the unknown, but as a meditative mandala. He was creating counterfrequencies, trying to plant seeds of genuine curiosity beneath the comforting veneer of myth. One afternoon, as a dense fog rolled in from the Appalachians, blanketing Clarksburg in a gray, wet silence, Gray received a visit. It wasn't the man in black. It was a representative from his publisher in New York. The man, Mr. Davies, was a nervous, portly individual who sweated profusely, even in the cool, damp air. He wore a rumpled suit and carried a briefcase that seemed too heavy for him. "Mr. Barker," Davies said, wiping his brow with a silk handkerchief. "We've received your latest draft. It's compelling, very compelling." He didn't look Gray in the eye. He looked at the stacks of letters on the floor, then quickly averted his gaze. "But we have some concerns." Davies continued, his voice tight. "The manuscript, well, it's very intense. Our marketing department feels it might alienate a wider audience. We want this to be a bestseller, Mr. Barker, something people can read before bed." Gray felt the earplug sensation return, pulsing with a dull, rhythmic throb. He watched Davies' eyes, and for a split second he saw it. The faint violet static flickering behind the pupils, just like he had seen in Albert Bender and the contactees. Davies was a receiver. He was broadcasting the same curated calm that was being forced onto the pages of the book. "What are your concerns, Mr. Davies?" Gray asked, his voice steady, masking the furious clatter in his mind. "The tone," Davies replied, opening his briefcase. Inside, nestled among legal documents, was a small, black device that looked like a smooth, obsidian egg. It emitted a faint, high-pitched whine that only Gray could hear. "It's too jarring. We need something more resonant, more digestible. We've taken the liberty of making some suggestions." Davies pulled out a stack of rewritten pages. Gray took them, his fingers brushing against the heavy, cream-colored cardstock. He recognized the paper. It was the same paper Albert had used for his own. Blank, manuscript. Gray looked at the revised text, his vivid descriptions of the men in black, their blank stares, their sulphurous smell, had been transformed into passages about enigmatic figures who exuded an aura of profound mystery. The terror was replaced by a kind of hypnotic wonder. "This isn't my work," Gray said, his voice flat. "It will be." Davies replied, closing his briefcase with a soft click that resonated through Gray's bones. "We've found that certain linguistic structures, combined with a particular paper weight and ink viscosity, create a soothing effect on the reader. It prepares them for the acceptance of the narrative." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "We're not just selling a book, Mr. Barker. We're transmitting a frequency. This book will ensure that when people hear whispers in the dark, they will choose to believe in ghosts, not machines." Gray felt the bitter taste of defeat. He realized that the men in black weren't just editing his words. They were using the physical act of publication, the paper, the ink, the very act of reading, to transmit their program of managed fear. The book wasn't just about the men in black. It was from them. Davies stood up, beads of sweat still glistening on his forehead despite the cold. "We'll need your final approval by the end of the week, Mr. Barker. And remember, we have a very efficient distribution network. This book will reach every home in America." He left the office, his footsteps muffled by the fog, and the only sound left was the low, high-pitched whine coming from Gray's desk. Gray sat there for a long time, staring at the obsidian egg that Davies had left behind. He realized it was a transmitter, broadcasting the very frequency that was rewriting his book and by extension the minds of his readers. He reached out and picked up the egg. It was cold to the touch, and as his fingers closed around it, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. Images flooded his mind, not his own memories, but the memories of others. He saw the blankness in Leonard's eyes, the pleading from Illinois, the terror of the pilots. He saw the harvest. In reverse, the stolen fragments of consciousness being broadcast back into the world, repurposed as building blocks for a new reality. He was holding the very tool of their erasure. Gray slammed the egg down onto the desk, shattering it into 1,000 glittering shards of black glass. The high-pitched whine stopped. The static in his head vanished, replaced by a sudden, deafening silence. He scrambled back to his typewriter. He pulled out the rewritten pages. He knew he couldn't fight them on every word. He knew they would always have the final say on the printed page, but he could fight them in the spaces between the lines. He could fight them with a single, uncorrupted image. He began to write. He used his last reserves of unedited memory. He described the fear, the cold, the inexplicable disappearance of people who knew too much. He didn't write about demons. He wrote about clerks. He wrote about men who didn't blink. He wrote about the silence. And on the very last page of the manuscript, just before the final edited conclusion, he drew a picture. It was a crude, hastily sketched drawing of a black car, and next to it, a stick figure, its eyes wide with terror, standing next to an empty filing cabinet. He knew they would try to remove it. He knew they would try to replace it. But he hoped, with a desperate human hope, that the image would slip through. A single, uncorrupted seed planted in the carefully curated garden of their lives. He wrapped the manuscript, tied it with twine, and labeled it with a single, defiant word. Original, the third chapter of his fight was over. He had tried to expose them, and in return they had tried to turn his words into a weapon against him. But Gray Barker, the humble publisher from West Virginia, had learned a dangerous truth. When you fight a shadow, sometimes the only way to win is to become a whisper that cannot be erased. Chapter 4. The Scent of the Machine. The printing of They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers took place in a massive industrial facility on the outskirts of New Jersey. Gray Barker had traveled there, ostensibly to oversee the final press run, but in reality he was chasing the ghost of his own work. He wanted to see if the original he had mailed survived the journey, or if the transition into lead and ink would finalize the theft of his voice. The factory was a cathedral of noise. The air was a thick, humid soup of hot oil, metallic shavings, and the sweet, cloying scent of fresh ink. The massive rotary presses roared with a rhythmic, mechanical violence that vibrated through the concrete floors and into the soles of Gray's shoes. It was the sound of a world being manufactured. Standing on the catwalk overlooking the production floor, Gray felt the familiar prickle of static. Beside him stood Mr. Davies, who looked remarkably composed despite the deafening roar. Davies wasn't sweating today. He looked cool, his skin possessing a waxy, translucent sheen under the industrial lights. "Look at them go, Gray," Davies shouted over the din, gesturing toward the blur of white paper whipping through the rollers. Tens of thousands of copies, a new frequency for a new era. Gray looked down. The paper didn't look like ordinary newsprint. As it flew through the machines, it seemed to catch the light in a way that made the pages look like sheets of shimmering, liquid silver. When the ink hit the paper, it didn't just sit on the surface. It seemed to be absorbed instantly, as if the paper were drinking it. "I want to see the proofs," Gray said, his voice straining against the machinery. Davies led him to a quiet room at the end of the catwalk. On a long, stainless steel table lay a single, unbound copy of the book. Gray reached out to touch it, and his hand recoiled. The cover felt cold, not the cold of a chilly room, but the sterile, absolute cold of deep space. He opened the book to the final pages. He was looking for his drawing, the stick figure, the empty cabinet, the black car. It was gone. In its place was a high-resolution photograph. It was a picture of a man sitting at a desk, looking peaceful and content. The man was Albert Bender. He was smiling at the camera, a pipe in his hand, a look of serene clarity in his eyes. Behind him, the filing cabinets weren't empty. They were filled with neatly labeled folders. "This isn't what I drew," Gray whispered. "The image you provided was technically insufficient," Davies said, his voice now a perfect tonal match for the hum of the presses outside. "We replaced it with something more resonant. This image confirms the narrative. It shows the subject after the correction. It shows the peace that follows the silence." Gray looked closer at the photograph. He saw the way Albert's eyes were captured by the camera. There were no pupils. There were only two small, violet sparks of static. The photograph wasn't a record of a man. It was a record of a successful erasure. He flipped through the rest of the book. The text had been finalized. His words had been smoothed into a rhythmic, hypnotic prose that made his head swim. As he read, he felt a strange sense of calm washing over him. The fear he had felt in his office, the anger at the harvest. It all began to feel distant, like a dream he had had a long time ago. The script is the reality, the clatter in his mind hummed, a soft, purring sound now, except the texture. The world is safer in the shadow. Gray shook his head, trying to clear the fog. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, jagged shard of the black obsidian egg he had shattered in Clarksburg. He pressed the sharp edge into his palm until he felt a sharp, stinging pain. The pain acted like a grounding wire. The hypnotic fog lifted, and the room snapped back into focus. He realized that the scent in the air, the cloying, sweet smell of the ink, wasn't ink at all. It was a chemical compound, a pheromone designed to trigger a state of passive acceptance in anyone who breathed it. The book was a delivery system for a sensory correction. "You're not just printing books," Gray said, turning to Davies. "You're printing a shroud. Every person who opens this will inhale the silence. They'll read the words and feel the peace, and they'll never ask why the neighbors are disappearing." Davies didn't blink. He reached out and touched the cover of the book, his fingers tracing the title. "The public wants to be protected, Gray. They want to believe that the world is a managed place. We are simply providing the documentation that proves they are right." Suddenly, the lights in the proofing room flickered. The smell of sulfur, the sharp, burning scent of the facilitators, overwhelmed the sweet ink. 3 men walked into the room. They weren't wearing the black suits of the street observers. They were wearing white laboratory coats over their black trousers. They carried silver clipboards and moved with a synchronized, mechanical grace. "Inventory check," the lead man said. His voice was a flat, synthesized vibration. They moved to the table and began to scan the book with a small, blue light. As the light passed over the pages, the text began to vibrate. Gray saw the words shifting, turning into a complex, geometric code that flickered in and out of existence. "The frequency is within parameters," the man reported. "The harvest from the readers will begin within 48 hours of distribution." "Harvest?" Gray asked, his voice trembling. "What are you harvesting from the readers?" The man turned his obsidian glasses toward Gray. "Attention, Mr. Barker. Human attention is a finite resource. When they read your book, their focus is directed toward the myth. That focus creates a loop. We harvest the energy of that loop to power the stabilization. Your book is a battery." Gray felt a wave of horror. He wasn't just the architect of a lie, he was the builder of a power plant. The thousands of people who would buy They Knew Too Much would be unknowingly feeding the very machine that was hollowing out their reality. "I won't let you distribute them," Gray said, lunging for the stack of books. Before he could reach them, one of the men in white raised a hand. A wave of invisible pressure hit Gray, pinning him against the stainless steel table. He couldn't move his arms. He couldn't even draw a full breath. "You have already signed the contracts, Gray," Davies said, his voice sounding distant and echoed. "The process is automatic. The books are already being loaded onto the trucks. The frequency is already in the air." The men in white finished their scan and walked out of the room, their footsteps making a metallic clatter on the catwalk. The pressure on Gray released, and he slumped to the floor, his palm still bleeding from the shard of glass. He looked up at Davies. The man looked down at him with a hollow, simulated pity. "Go back to West Virginia, Gray. Live your life, take the royalties, buy a nice house where you can't hear the trucks. You've done your part. You've given the world exactly what it needed, a story it can believe in while the lights go out." Gray Barker walked out of the factory. He stood in the parking lot as the massive delivery trucks roared past him, their trailers filled with tens of thousands of silver-paged books. He watched them disappear into the gray New Jersey fog, carrying the Ambient Whisper to every corner of the country. He reached into his pocket and looked at the shard of black glass. It was glowing with a faint violet light. He realized that he wasn't finished. If the book was a battery, then he had to find a way to short-circuit the system. He had to find the original frequency, the one that wasn't managed, the one that still held the terror and the truth. He looked at the white card that had appeared in his hand. On it was a picture of a printing press, but instead of paper, it was feeding on a human heart. "The distribution has begun," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker turned toward the train station. He was going back to the hills. He was going back to the silence, but he wasn't going back to sleep. He was going to find a way to write a word that the machine couldn't read. The fourth chapter of his story was ending in the roar of the engines and the scent of the machine. The myth was now a physical reality, and the harvest was about to begin. Chapter 5. The Quiet Houses. By the winter of 1956, they knew too much about flying saucers had become a quiet phenomenon. It wasn't the kind of book that sat on the bestseller lists next to light romances. It was the kind of book that appeared in the hands of people sitting alone in late-night diners, or on the nightstands of men who stayed awake listening to the hum of the power lines. Gray Barker watched from his office in Clarksburg as the royalty checks began to arrive, each one printed on that same heavy, cream-colored paper that felt unnaturally cold to the touch. The world outside was changing. It wasn't a loud transformation, it was a softening of the edges. In the letters that now flooded his office, Gray saw the harvest. In real time, the desperate pleas for help had vanished. They were replaced by letters of gratitude, disturbing, rhythmic notes from readers who claimed the book had brought them a profound, unshakable peace. "Dear Mr. Barker," one letter from Ohio read, "Since reading your book, the black cars in my neighborhood don't frighten me anymore. I see them now as part of a great celestial order. I find myself sitting in my garden for hours just watching the shadows. My wife says I'm much easier to live with now. I don't even mind that I can't remember our wedding day. The silence is enough." Gray dropped the letter as if it were a hot coal. He felt the earplug sensation, the mechanical clatter, vibrating with a smug, satisfied frequency. Resonance achieved, the voices hissed. The battery is charging. The collective attention is anchored in the myth. Begin the secondary extraction. Gray knew he had to see it for himself. He needed to know what his words were doing to the world. He took his old Ford and began a slow, meandering drive through the small towns of the Appalachians, following the trail of the book's distribution. He stopped in a small mining town outside of Charleston. It was a place of gray soot and tired wood, where life was usually a loud, grit-filled struggle. But as Gray walked down the main street, he felt a heavy, artificial stillness. He saw a woman sitting on her porch. In her lap was a copy of his book. Her fingers were tracing the title over and over again, a repetitive, hypnotic motion. Her eyes were fixed on the horizon, but they weren't searching. They were vacant, reflecting the dull, silver light of the overcast sky. "Good afternoon," Gray said, stepping toward the porch. The woman didn't turn her head. Her voice was a flat tonal mimicry of the Space Review narrators. "It's a managed day, Mr. Barker. The shadows are in their proper places. Have you seen the 3 men? They were here this morning to check the meters. They said the frequency is optimal." Gray felt a cold shudder. "I'm Gray Barker. I wrote that book." The woman finally turned to look at him. For a second her eyes cleared and a flicker of raw, ancestral terror appeared in her pupils. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sudden high-pitched whine that began to emanate from the book in her lap. "I can't feel my feet. I haven't eaten in 3 days, but I'm not hungry. The book, it won't let me close it." Before Gray could reach out, the air around the woman began to shimmer with violet static. The smell of sulfur, the sharp, burning scent of the facilitators, erupted from the floorboards of the porch. A black 1956 Cadillac pulled up to the curb. 2 men in black suits stepped out. They didn't look at Gray. They walked up the steps, their movements perfectly synchronized, and stood on either side of the woman. "The attention loop is at capacity," one of the men said. His voice was a mechanical vibration that made the windows of the house rattle. "Initiate the extraction." They placed their gloved hands on the woman's temples. Gray watched in horror as the woman's body didn't move, but her presence seemed to be sucked into the book. The silver-edged pages began to glow with a blinding, violet light. The words on the cover seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. The woman's face didn't change, but the light in her eyes went out completely. She became a husk, a biological shell sitting on a porch, while the battery of the book absorbed the energy of her focused attention. "Stop it," Gray shouted, lunging for the man on the left. His hand passed right through the man's shoulder as if he were made of cold mist and static. Gray stumbled, falling onto the porch. He felt the vibration of the house. It wasn't the sound of a home, but the sound of a massive, idling engine. The men in black turned toward him. Their obsidian glasses reflected the gray sky and Gray's own terrified face. "You are the architect, Gray Barker," the man said. "Why do you struggle against the building? You provided the blueprint. You gave them the frequency. Without your book, this woman would still be screaming at the sky. Now she is part of the stabilization. She is a quiet cell in a quiet body." They stepped back and the violet light faded. The woman remained sitting on the porch, her fingers still tracing the title of the book, but she was no longer there. She was a ghost in her own skin, her life force being used to power the very silence that held her. The men in black returned to their Cadillac and drove away, the car making no sound on the gravel road. Gray scrambled to his feet and ran back to his Ford. He drove as fast as the winding roads would allow, his heart hammering against his ribs. He realized that the harvest wasn't just taking memories, it was taking the very essence of human agency. His book was acting as a vacuum, sucking the curiosity and the will out of the public and replacing it with a managed, spiritual calm. He returned to his office in Clarksburg to find a new package on his desk. It was from the publisher in New York. Inside was a gold-plated fountain pen and a note from Mr. Davies. "The first 100,000 copies have been sold, Gray. The network is glowing. We need a sequel. The public is ready for more revelations. The more you tell them about the men in black, the more they will surrender to the shadow. You have become the most valuable asset in the archive." Gray looked at the gold pen. He saw his reflection in the polished metal. His face looked thin, his eyes tired, but behind his own pupils he saw a faint, violet spark. He was being harvested too. By writing about the silence, he was becoming the silence. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the shard of black obsidian. He held it tightly, letting the sharp edges cut into his palm. The pain was the only thing that felt real, the only thing that could cut through the ambient whisper that was trying to lull him to sleep. He sat at his typewriter, but he didn't put in a piece of paper. He just stared at the keys. He realized that the only way to stop the machine was to introduce a frequency it couldn't manage. He needed a truth so raw, so unpolished, that it would shatter the silver-edged pages of the battery. He looked at the white card that had appeared on his desk. On it was a picture of a house with all its lights on, but no one inside. The windows were made of mirrors. "The quiet is the goal," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker picked up the gold pen and threw it out the window into the dark, rainy night. He didn't want the gold, he didn't want the royalties, he wanted his voice back. He reached for a stack of old, yellowed paper, the kind that didn't shimmer, the kind that was made of wood and sweat. He began to write, not a book for a publisher, but a letter to a ghost. He began to write to Albert Bender. The fifth chapter of his struggle was ending in a world of quiet houses and vacant eyes. The myth was a success. The harvest was in full swing, and Gray Barker was the only man left who knew that the silence wasn't peace, it was a consumption. Chapter 6. The Frequency of the Lost. The journey from West Virginia back to Bridgeport felt like traveling through a country that had been submerged in gray water. Gray Barker drove through the night, the heater in his Ford rattling with a dry, rhythmic cough. He avoided the main highways, sticking to the back roads where the stabilization felt less dense. Even so, he saw the signs everywhere. He saw the black Buicks and Cadillacs idling at rural crossroads, their headlights dimmed to a faint violet glow. He saw the quiet houses, where the television sets flickered with static and the families sat motionless in the blue light, their attention being harvested by the very myths he had helped manufacture. He felt the presence of the earplug in his skull, vibrating with a warning frequency. Deviation detected. Subject Barker is returning to the source. Intervention parameters at 70%. Gray ignored the noise. He focused on the pain in his palm, the small, jagged wound from the obsidian shard that refused to heal. It was his anchor. As long as he could feel the sting of the physical world, he could resist the ambient whisper. That wanted to turn him into a frequency. He arrived at Broad Street in the pre-dawn hours. The neighborhood was encased in a heavy, unnatural fog that smelled of sulfur and old dust. He walked toward the Bender residence, his footsteps sounding like gunshots in the sterile silence. The house looked different than it had in Gray's memory. The red bricks looked like they were made of plastic, and the windows didn't reflect the morning light. They seemed to swallow it. He didn't go to the front door. He knew the corrected mother would be there, sitting in her kitchen of shadows. Instead, he found the old trellis and climbed toward the attic window. His breath came in shallow, freezing gasps. He reached the ledge and peered inside. The attic was bathed in a constant, violet radiance. There was no furniture left, only thousands of copies of They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers, stacked in tall, precarious towers that looked like the skylines of a dead city. In the center of the room sat Albert Bender. Albert didn't look like a man anymore. He looked like a statue carved from gray ice. He was sitting on a pile of books, his hands resting on his knees. His eyes were wide open, staring at a point in the air 3 feet in front of him. Behind his pupils, the violet static was so intense it looked like a storm in a jar. Gray smashed the window with the heel of his shoe and scrambled inside. The air in the attic was freezing, and the hum was so loud it felt like a physical pressure against his eardrums. "Albert!" Gray shouted, grabbing the man by the shoulders. Albert didn't move. His skin felt like cold, smooth glass. He didn't blink. He didn't breathe. He was the ultimate battery, a witness who had been completely consumed by the archive. "Albert, it's Gray. I'm here. I've brought the shard. We have to break the loop." Gray pulled the piece of black obsidian from his pocket. The shard began to glow with a fierce, angry red light, reacting to the violet atmosphere of the room. He pressed the shard against Albert's forehead. The reaction was instantaneous. A crack like a lightning strike echoed through the attic. The towers of books began to vibrate and topple. The violet static in Albert's eyes flared, then turned a deep, bruised black. Albert let out a long, ragged breath, the first breath he had taken in years. He slumped forward into Gray's arms, his body suddenly heavy and human. "Gray," Albert whispered, his voice sounding like 2 dry stones grinding together. The ledger." Is it still open? It's open, Albert, but they're closing it. They're using my book. They're using our names to turn everyone into what you became. Albert looked around the room, his eyes slowly focusing on the stacks of books. He saw his own face on the covers, that smiling, corrected image the men in black had used to replace Gray's drawing. A look of profound, ancient sorrow crossed his face. They took the blue light, Gray. Albert gasped, clutching Gray's coat. They turned it into a ghost story. They made the truth safe. If the truth is safe, it's dead. How do we stop it, Albert? How do we break the frequency? Albert leaned in close, his breath smelling of the cold Antarctic ice. The machine runs on resonance. It needs the public to believe in the mask. You have to give them the one thing the men in black can't edit. You have to give them the unfinished word. What is the unfinished word? It's the doubt, Albert said, his eyes beginning to flicker with the violet static again. The correction was trying to reclaim him. The machine can manage fear, it can manage awe, but it can't manage the unfinished. You have to write a book that has no ending. You have to tell a story that makes them ask a question that has no answer in the script. Suddenly, the door to the attic burst open. 3 men in black suits stepped into the room. They didn't have faces this time. Their heads were smooth obsidian spheres that reflected the violet light of the books. The subject has been compromised. The mechanical voice boomed, vibrating the very floorboards. The extraction of Barker is now mandatory. Initiate the finality. The men in black moved toward them, their movements a blur of synchronized motion. Run, Gray, Albert shouted, his voice regaining a sudden desperate strength. He stood up and threw himself at the lead figure, his gray, ice-like body shattering upon impact into 1,000 glittering shards. The explosion of Albert's physical form created a momentary vacuum in the room. The violet light was sucked into a single point of darkness, and for a fraction of a second the hum stopped. Gray didn't hesitate. He dived back through the broken window, sliding down the trellis and falling into the damp, sulphurous grass of the yard. He didn't look back. He ran for his Ford, the sound of his own heart drowning out the returning clatter in his head. As he drove away from Bridgeport, he looked in the rearview mirror. The Bender house was shrinking into the fog, but he saw a single, brilliant spark of blue light rise from the attic window and vanish into the gray sky. He reached into his pocket and found a new white card. On it was a picture of a book with its final pages torn out. The edges of the paper were jagged and raw. "The ending is the trap," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker knew what he had to do. He couldn't take back they knew too much. That battery was already plugged into the world, but he could create a short circuit. He would write a new series of reports, a new set of stories that would be so chaotic, so contradictory, and so utterly unfinished that the machine would choke on the data. He was going back to Clarksburg to start a new kind of war, a war of confusion against the stabilization. The 6th chapter of his journey was ending in the sacrifice of Albert Bender. The researcher was gone, but the unfinished word had been planted. Gray Barker was no longer just a publisher. He was a saboteur of the soul, and the Ambient Whisper was about to meet its match in the noise of a human heart that refused to be quieted. Chapter 7. The Noise in the Machine. The return to Clarksburg was not a homecoming, but a retreat into a bunker of paper and ink. Gray Barker moved through his office like a man possessed by a different kind of spirit. Not the cold, mechanical hum of the men in black, but a frantic, jagged energy. He knew that they knew too much about flying saucers was a parasite, a beautiful and terrifying book that was even now draining the curiosity from the minds of thousands. He could feel the weight of those 1,000 quiet houses on his shoulders. He could feel the vacant eyes of the woman on the porch. To stop the harvest, he had to poison the well. He had to introduce the Saucerian. He sat at his desk, the gold-plated pen he had retrieved from the rain-slicked street glinting under the lamp. He didn't use it. He used a cheap, leaky ballpoint pen that left smears of blue ink on his fingers. He wanted the work to be messy. He wanted it to be human. The Saucerian was to be a newsletter, a frantic dispatch from the front lines of the unknown. But unlike his book, it would provide no comfort. It would provide no spiritual calm. It would be a chaotic tapestry of half-truths, wild theories, and contradictions. If they want a script, I will give them a riot. Gray thought, his fingers flying across the typewriter keys. He began to weave the unfinished word. He wrote of sightings that made no sense, saucers that smelled of peppermint, men in black who wore mismatched shoes, and entities that claimed to be from the center of the earth instead of the stars. He mixed genuine reports with blatant fabrications, creating a data set so erratic that the mechanical auditors would find it impossible to categorize. Anomaly detected, the voices in his head clattered, their frequencies sharp and agitated. Subject Barker is introducing nonlinear variables. The archive cannot process the peppermint displacement. Correct the input. Gray felt a surge of grim satisfaction. The earplug sensation was no longer a steady hum. It was a series of painful, discordant pops. He was hurting them. He was jamming their frequency with the sheer noise of human imagination. One night, as the printing press in his basement, a small manual machine he had bought to bypass the New Jersey facility, began to clatter, the temperature in the office plummeted. The air crystallized into a fine, violet frost. A man in a black suit appeared, but he looked different. His suit was wrinkled. His black tie was slightly crooked. For the first time, Gray saw a bead of something that looked like black oil trickling down the man's temple. "You are breaking the resonance, Gray," the man said. His voice was no longer a tonal match for the room. It was distorted like a radio station drifting off its signal. "The Saucerian is a corruption of the record. It is noise. It is entropy. It's life," Gray replied, not stopping his work. "Life is messy. It doesn't fit into your neat, silver-edged pages. You want a world that sleeps. I'm going to give them a world that wakes up screaming because it doesn't know what's real anymore." Confusion is a dangerous weapon, Barker. If the public loses faith in the myth, they will begin to look at the sky again. They will see the mechanics. They will see the city of ice. Their minds are not equipped for the transition. You are inviting a planetary collapse. "Then let it collapse," Gray said, standing up. He held up a fresh copy of the newsletter. The ink was wet, the paper was cheap, and the lead story was about a woman who claimed a man in black had asked her for a recipe for chicken soup. "I'd rather have a world of terrified, confused people than a world of quiet husks. At least the confused are still alive." The man in black reached for the newsletter, but his hand flickered, turning into a cluster of geometric shapes before solidifying again. The unfinished word was acting like a virus on his physical form. "We will increase the harvest elsewhere," the man hissed, his obsidian glasses cracking down the center. "We will find other architects, other books. You are but one source, Gray Barker. We are the archive of the entire timeline." "Then you'll have to erase me," Gray challenged. "But you can't, can you? You need the myth. And as long as I'm the one who wrote it, you're stuck with me." The man in black vanished, leaving behind a puddle of that black, oily liquid and the smell of ozone. Gray sat back down. He felt a profound, hollow exhaustion, but the spark of violet static behind his own eyes had dimmed. By embracing the chaos, he was reclaiming his own mind. He began to mail out the first issues of The Saucerian. He sent them to the people who had written him those quiet, terrifying letters. He sent them to the libraries and the bookstores. He was sending out the antidote disguised as more madness. The letters that came back a week later were different. They weren't grateful. They were confused. They were angry. They were questioning. "Mr. Barker," one reader wrote from Kentucky, "your newsletter is a mess. One page says the visitors are from Venus, the next says they're from the future. And what's this about the chicken soup? I don't know what to believe anymore. I can't even focus on your book. I'm too busy trying to figure out why my neighbor's car looks like the one on your latest cover." Gray smiled. The attention loop was breaking. The focus was no longer directed toward the managed myth. It was being scattered into 1,000 different directions. The battery was losing its charge. He reached into his pocket and found a new white card. On it was a picture of a jigsaw puzzle with several pieces from a different set mixed in. The picture on the box didn't match the pieces on the table. "The noise is the shield," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker knew he couldn't stop the men in black entirely. They were too old, too vast, and too integrated into the fabric of time. But he could make their work difficult. He could turn the ambient whisper into a cacophony. He picked up his cheap pen and began the next issue. He wrote about a man in Pennsylvania who claimed the men in black were actually made of cardboard. He wrote about a disc that looked like a giant pancake. He wrote the unfinished word until his hands bled. The 7th chapter of his war was ending in the clatter of a basement press. Gray Barker was no longer just the author of a bestseller. He was the primary source of the world's confusion. And in that confusion, for the first time in years, he felt a flicker of genuine, unmanaged hope. Chapter 8. The Manifestation of the Absurd. The winter of 1956 deepened, turning the hills of West Virginia into a stark landscape of skeletal trees and iron-gray skies. Inside his office, Gray Barker lived in a world of his own making, a world that was beginning to bleed into the one outside. He had set out to jam the frequency of the men in black with noise and nonsense, but he soon realized that the auditors of reality had a terrifying way of adapting. They didn't just delete the noise, they began to authorize it. It started with the phone calls. Gray would pick up the receiver to hear a voice that sounded like a recording played backward. "The pancake is rising, Gray," the voice would whisper. "The syrup is the stabilization." At first he thought it was a prank, a reader caught up in the madness of the Saucerian. But then he saw it. Driving home one evening, he saw a craft hovering over a ridge. It wasn't a sleek silver disc or a cigar-shaped vessel. It was a flat, tan, porous object that looked exactly like a giant pancake. It even emitted a faint, cloying scent of maple syrup that cut through the winter air. Gray pulled over, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. The earplug in his skull didn't shriek this time. It purred with a horrific, mocking warmth. Validation confirmed. The clatter hummed. Subject Barker's narrative is being integrated into the physical layer. The pancake displacement is now part of the archive. "Thank you for the data, Gray." He realized with a jolt of horror what they were doing. The men in black were no longer fighting his confusion, they were manifesting it. By writing about absurdities to break their script, he had accidentally provided them with new, even more bizarre scripts to enforce. If people believed the men in black were made of cardboard, the facilitators would simply become cardboard. They were a mirror that reflected whatever madness was offered, so long as that madness kept the public from looking at the real machinery behind the veil. He returned to his office to find a man waiting for him. The man was sitting in Gray's chair, his back to the door. He was wearing a black suit, but the fabric looked stiff and unnaturally flat. When he turned around, Gray gasped. The man's face was a two-dimensional print on a piece of corrugated brown paper. His eyes were just circles of black ink. He moved with a series of dry, rustling sounds. "The chicken soup was delicious, Gray," the cardboard man said. His voice sounded like sandpaper rubbing against a speaker. "We've added it to the protocol for the Ohio sector. The housewives find it very comforting. It makes the correction feel like a home remedy." "You're mocking me," Gray said, his voice cracking. "You're taking the things I wrote to save them and using them to cage them even tighter." "We are simply being what you say we are," the cardboard man replied, a crease forming where his mouth should be. "You wanted noise. We are the noise. You wanted contradictions. We are the paradox. The more you write, the more we expand. You aren't a saboteur, Gray Barker. You are our most creative architect. You are building a labyrinth so strange that no human will ever want to find the exit." The man stood up, and for a moment the edges of his body seemed to blur into the shadows of the room. He walked toward Gray, and the smell of old, wet boxes filled the air. The public doesn't want the truth of the ice city, Gray. They can't handle the blue sun, but they can handle a pancake in the sky. They can handle a man made of paper. It gives them a story they can laugh at, and as long as they are laughing, they aren't questioning. The cardboard man reached out a flat, brown hand and touched Gray's chest. The touch was cold and dry, leaving a smudge of ink on Gray's shirt. "Keep writing, Gray. We need more unfinished words. Give us the peppermint discs. Give us the shoes that don't match. Every absurdity you create is a new room in the prison." The figure collapsed into a pile of literal cardboard boxes that spilled across the floor. Gray stood in the center of the mess, the violet light of the quiet houses flickering in the distance through his window. He felt a profound sense of despair. He had tried to be a hero, but he had only succeeded in becoming a better liar for the enemy. Every time he tried to throw a wrench in the machine simply incorporated the wrench into its own design. He sat at his typewriter, the keys looking like rows of teeth. He looked at the shard of obsidian in his hand. It was dull now, its light extinguished by the sheer weight of the manufactured absurdities. "I have to go deeper," Gray thought. "I can't just write nonsense. I have to write the thing they can't manifest. I have to write about the nothingness." He realized that the men in black could mirror anything, but they couldn't mirror the absence of things. They could be cardboard, but they couldn't be a void. He pulled a fresh sheet of paper into the machine. He didn't write about peppermint or soup. He began to write about the moments when the sound stops. He wrote about the gaps in the record. He wrote about the people who weren't just corrected, but who had simply ceased to be, leaving behind no memory, no ghost, and no myth. He was writing about the erasure itself without the mask of the men in black. "The silence is not a man in a suit," he typed. "The silence is the sound of the universe's heart stopping. It is the place where the ledger is blank, not because the ink was stolen, but because the page never existed." As he typed, the office began to change. Violet light didn't flare, it dimmed. The hum didn't pop, it slowed down, the frequency dropping lower and lower until it was below the range of human hearing. The cardboard boxes on the floor began to dissolve, not into ink, but into nothing. They didn't leave a stain. They didn't leave a scent. They were simply gone. Gray felt a sudden, terrifying cold. It wasn't the cold of the Antarctic. It was the cold of a room that had never been heated. He felt his own fingers becoming translucent. He was touching the unfinished word. In its purest form, the word that cannot be spoken because there is no one left to hear it. Anomaly critical, a voice whispered, but it didn't sound like the clatter. It sounded like a fading echo in a well. "Subject Barker is approaching the 0 point. The archive cannot integrate the void, terminate the transmission." A black Buick pulled up outside, but Gray didn't look. He kept typing. He was describing the sensation of disappearing. He was describing the ambient whisper, as it sounds when there is no one left to whisper to. The door to his office didn't burst open, it simply ceased to be a door. The wall opened into a vast, gray emptiness. 3 figures stood there. They weren't wearing suits. They weren't made of cardboard. They were holes in the air, shapes cut out of the reality of the room. "Stop, Gray," they said, their voices a single, flat line of sound. "You are erasing the stage. If you continue, there will be no myth left to protect. There will be only the dark." "Then let there be the dark," Gray said, his voice sounding like it was coming from a great distance. "At least the dark is honest. At least the dark doesn't tell stories." He hit the final key on the typewriter, the period. The office exploded in a silent flash of white light. When Gray opened his eyes, he was sitting in his car. He was parked on a ridge overlooking Clarksburg. The sun was rising, a pale, weak yellow over the hills. There was no violet light. There was no smell of sulfur. He looked at the passenger seat. There was a stack of the Saucerian newsletters. He picked one up and looked at the lead story. It was a blank page. He checked the next page, blank. The entire newsletter was empty. He reached into his pocket and found a new white card. On it was a picture of a mirror reflecting a mirror, but there was no one standing between them. The reflection was of an empty room. "The void is the only exit," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker drove back to his office. He knew he hadn't won. The men in black were still out there, managing the quiet houses and harvesting the attention of the world. But he had found their limit. He had found the one frequency they couldn't authorize. The 8th chapter of his war was ending in a pale sunrise. He was a man who had stared into the void and survived, and he knew that from now on his work would be different. He wouldn't fight them with noise. He would fight them with the silence they couldn't control. Chapter 9. The 0-point broadcast. The final month of 1956 felt like a long, drawn-out sigh. Gray Barker moved through his office in Clarksburg with the quiet intensity of a man preparing a demolition. He no longer looked at the royalty checks from New York. He no longer answered the phone when it rang with the backward sandpaper voices of the cardboard men. He was focused on a single, impossible task. He was going to print the silence. He had realized that his book, They Knew Too Much, was a battery, and his newsletter, The Saucerian, was noise. But he needed a circuit breaker. He needed to broadcast the 0 point, the frequency of the void that he had touched on that cold ridge outside of town. If he could get his readers to look at the blankness behind the myth, the attention loop would shatter. The facilitators would have nothing left to mirror. He spent weeks preparing the special final edition of the Saucerian. This was not a collection of reports or absurdities. It was a sensory trap. He used the blackest ink he could find, an experimental carbon-heavy compound that seemed to drink the light in the room. He didn't use words to describe the men in black. Instead, he used negative space. He left large, jagged gaps in the text, shaped like the 3 tall figures, so that the reader's eye would be forced to focus on the absence of information. Attention calibration at critical levels, the clatter in his mind hissed, though the sound was now faint and distorted, like a transmission from a sinking ship. Subject Barker is weaponizing the void. The archive cannot sustain a vacuum of this magnitude. Gray felt the pressure in his skull increasing. It wasn't the sharp sting of the earplug anymore. It was a heavy, crushing weight, as if the gravity in the room had doubled. He knew the facilitators were trying to anchor him, trying to keep him from finishing the layout. He worked by candlelight, the flickering flame casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to shy away from the black ink on his desk. As he laid out the final page, he felt a presence behind him. He didn't turn around. He knew the black Buick was parked at the curb, its violet headlights bleeding through the fog. "You're making a mistake, Gray," a voice said. It wasn't the cardboard man or the mechanical auditors. It was the voice of Mr. Davies from the New Jersey factory. But the voice was coming from the shadows under the desk. "The public isn't ready for the nothingness," the shadow voice whispered. "If you take away the myth, you leave them with the raw mechanics of the universe. You leave them with the blue sun and the ice city. They will go mad, Gray. The correction is a mercy. The silence we provide is a blanket. A blanket for a corpse," Gray replied, his hand steady as he applied the final strip of adhesive to the page. "I'm giving them back their eyes. If they go mad, at least it's a human madness, not a programmed piece." The shadow under the desk expanded, climbing the walls like a dark vine. The candle flame turned a deep, sickly violet and then went out entirely. Gray continued to work in the pitch-black room, his fingers moving by touch alone. He didn't need light to see the void. He could feel it pulsing from the center of the manuscript. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was cold, but it didn't feel like glass or cardboard. It felt like nothing, a sensory void that made his arm go numb. "The broadcast will be intercepted, Gray." The voice droned, now coming from every corner of the room at once. "We control the mail, we control the presses, we control the air through which the frequency travels. You are printing a dead letter." "Not this time," Gray whispered. He had made a deal with a local, independent printer, a man who lived deep in the mountains and didn't have a television or a telephone. A man who still believed in the old, grit-filled reality of the Appalachians. The manuscript wouldn't go through the New York distribution network. It would be carried by hand from valley to valley, bypassing the quiet houses and the monitored crossroads. Gray finished the last page and felt a sudden sharp snap in his mind. The weight in the room lifted. The violet shadows retreated. He heard the sound of the black Buick accelerating away from the curb, its tires screaming on the wet pavement. He stood up, clutching the manuscript to his chest. He felt light, almost weightless, as if he were becoming a part of the very vacuum he had created. He drove through the night to the mountain printer. The fog was so thick he could barely see the hood of his car, but he didn't need the road. He followed the absence of the hum. He followed the silence. The printer, an old man named Silas with skin like cured leather and eyes that had seen too many winters, met him at the door of a small shack. Inside, an old manual flatbed press sat waiting, its iron gears smelling of grease and honest labor. "You brought the work?" Silas asked, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "I brought the end of the work," Gray replied. They spent the next 48 hours in a fever of activity. They didn't speak. They didn't sleep. They fed the heavy black ink into the press and watched as the 0 point began to manifest on the paper. The pages didn't look like newsprint. They looked like windows into a starless night. The jagged, empty spaces where the men in black should have been seemed to draw the air out of the room. As the stack of newsletters grew, the temperature in the shack dropped until their breath came out in thick white clouds. When the final copy was printed, Gray picked it up. He looked at the page, and for the first time in years, the Ambient Whisper was truly silent. There was no hum. There was no clatter. There was only the sound of his own heart beating in a world that was momentarily unmanaged. "It's ready," Gray said. "What happens when they read it?" Silas asked, looking at the black pages with a mixture of awe and fear. "The loop breaks," Gray said. "For a second they'll see the world without the mask. They'll see the ice and the machines, and in that second they'll have a choice. They can go back to the sleep, or they can start to build something real." Gray began the distribution. He didn't use the mail. He used the mountain runners, the men who knew the hidden paths where the black cars couldn't go. He sent the newsletters to the quiet houses. He had visited to the miners, to the housewives, and to the researchers who had been corrected. He returned to his office in Clarksburg to wait. He knew the facilitators would come for him. He had broadcast the one frequency they couldn't allow. He had become a hole in their archive. He sat at his desk, the candles unlit, the window open to the cold winter air. He reached into his pocket and found a new white card. On it was a picture of a hand pulling back a curtain, but behind the curtain there was only a vast, empty sky filled with brilliant, unmanaged stars. "The reveal is the end," the card seemed to say. Gray Barker closed his eyes and waited for the sound of the tires on the gravel. He had finished the unfinished word. He had broadcast the 0. The 9th chapter of his life was ending in the absolute silence of the mountain night, and he knew that whatever happened next, the myth would never be the same again. The harvest was about to meet a winter it couldn't survive. Chapter 10. The stillness at the center of the world. The arrival of the special final edition of the Saucerian did not cause a riot or a headline in the morning papers. Its impact was far more profound and far more quiet. Acted like a drop of clear water falling into a pool of dark, stagnant oil. In the quiet houses, across the Appalachians and beyond, people opened their mailboxes to find the black, light-drinking pages. They sat in their armchairs, the violet glow of their television sets flickering unheeded, and they looked into the jagged, empty spaces Gray had printed. As they looked, the attention loop did not just break, it dissolved. The harvested energy, the diverted focus that had been powering them. Stabilization rushed back into the individuals like a physical wave. In Ohio, a man suddenly remembered his wedding day with such clarity that he wept. In Illinois, a woman felt the sensation return to her feet and stood up for the first time in weeks. The managed peace of the men in black was being replaced by the messy, painful, and beautiful chaos of being human. Gray Barker sat in his darkened office, listening. The hum of the town was different now. The mechanical rhythm of the power lines had slowed, and the air no longer felt thick with the scent of ozone and sulfur. The ambient whisper had been replaced by the sound of the wind in the trees and the distant, natural sounds of a town waking up from a long, artificial sleep. He felt a deep, cozy sense of completion. He had played the role of the architect, the harvester, and finally the saboteur. He had given the world a myth, and then he had given them the void to see through it. Anomaly total, a voice sighed. It wasn't the clatter of the facilitators or the drone of the auditors. It was a soft, weary voice that sounded like 1,000 years of history being folded away. The ledger is beyond repair, Gray Barker. The archive has become a landscape of holes. Gray turned his chair. Standing by the window was the man in the black suit, but he wasn't wearing his obsidian glasses. His eyes were wide and filled with the blue light of the Antarctic ice, a light that was both beautiful and utterly indifferent. His suit was no longer black. It was a pale, translucent gray, the color of a fading memory. "Is it over?" Gray asked, his voice a gentle whisper in the quiet room. "For this density of reality, yes," the man replied. He walked toward Gray, his movements no longer mechanical but slow and heavy with exhaustion. "You broadcast the 0 point. You showed them the mechanics behind the mask. We can no longer mirror a public that knows it is being mirrored. The stabilization has failed. What happens to you now?" The man looked at his own fading hands. "We retreat. We move to a different frequency, a different time where the witnesses are less stubborn. We leave behind the quiet houses and the silver-paged books. This era is no longer manageable. It belongs to the noise again." The man sat on the edge of Gray's desk. He didn't look like a boogeyman anymore. He looked like a tired clerk whose shift had finally ended after 1,000,000 years. "You think you've won, Gray. You think you've freed them, but the truth you've revealed is a cold one. Without our myth, they have to face the vastness of the universe on their own. They have to face the fact that they are alone in the dark with no guardians and no demons to blame for their silence." "We've always been alone," Gray said softly. "The difference is that now we know it. And in that knowing, there's a chance for something real." The man in black nodded slowly. "Perhaps. You were a magnificent liar, Gray. Even when you were telling the truth, you did it with the flair of a fabulist. That is why we chose you. We needed someone who could make the lie feel like a home." He stood up and walked to the door. As he reached the frame, he stopped and looked back at Gray. "The book they knew too much will remain. It will sit on the shelves of used bookstores and in the back of libraries. People will read it for decades to come. To some, it will be a joke. To others, a thrill. But to a few, it will still be a battery. You can never fully erase a frequency once it's been broadcast." "I know," Gray said, "but the Saucerian is out there too. The noise and the void are part of the record now. The balance is human again." The man in black vanished. Not into a flash of light or a cloud of sulfur, but like a shadow when the sun finally reaches the corner of the room. The violet frost on the windows melted, turning into ordinary cold water that streaked down the glass. Gray Barker stood up and walked to the window. He looked out at Clarksburg. The black Buick was gone. In its place was a muddy, ordinary street where a neighbor was out shoveling the early morning snow. The neighbor looked up, saw Gray, and waved a gloved hand. It wasn't a scripted gesture. It was a tired, simple greeting between two people in a cold world. Gray reached into his pocket and found the last white card. There was no picture on it this time. There was only a single word written in his own leaky blue ink. Home. He walked to his typewriter and sat down. He didn't feel the need to outrun the erasure anymore. He didn't feel the need to poison the well. He felt a profound, sleepy peace, the kind of peace that comes after a long journey through a dark forest. He pulled a final sheet of paper into the machine and typed the concluding words of his experience. The men in black are gone, he typed, the keys making a soft, familiar clatter. They have retreated into the gaps of our history, leaving us with our stories and our silence. Do not fear the shadows on the street corners, for they are only shadows now. Look at the stars not for signs of a managed future, but for the beauty of their own light. The archive is closed, and the world is ours to write. He turned off the lamp and sat in the gray light of the dawn. He thought of Albert Bender, now a fragment of blue light in a vast sky. He thought of the woman on the porch, now remembering the taste of her own life. He thought of the thousands of readers who were, at this very moment, waking up from the ambient whisper and realizing that the silence was finally their own. Gray Barker closed his eyes and let the warmth of the rising sun touch his face. He didn't dream of saucers. He didn't dream of auditors. He dreamed of a quiet office in a quiet town where a man could write a word and know that it would stay exactly where he put it. The story of the Barker-Bender follow-up was over. The myth had become a memory, and the memory was finally safe. As you listen to these final words, let the tension of the unknown fade away. The black cars have driven into the mist, and the three men have returned to the void. The quiet houses are full of dreams again, and the ambient whisper is nothing more than the sound of your own breathing. The ledger is balanced, the harvest is over, and you are free to sleep in a world that belongs only to you. The Lunar Crater Visit, 1958. Chapter 1. The Eye of the Glass. The winter of 1958 was a season of silver frost and cold, sharpened clarity. In the town of Hopewell, New Jersey, the world felt as though it were wrapped in a thick woolen blanket of silence. The trees were skeletal against the night sky, and the only sound to be heard was the occasional distant hum of a car tire on a frozen road. For Arthur Penhaligon, this was the perfect climate. Arthur was a man of quiet habits and long, solitary vigils. He was an amateur astronomer, a title that felt far too humble for the devotion he felt toward the celestial bodies that hung above the Garden State. His backyard was his sanctuary. It was a small, fenced-in patch of earth where the grass was brittle and the air always smelled of pine, and the faint, metallic scent of the coming snow. In the center of this patch stood his pride and joy, a customized 10-inch Newtonian reflecting telescope. It sat on its tripod like a skeletal sentinel, its glass eye turned perpetually toward the heavens. Arthur spent his evenings here, wrapped in a heavy sheepskin coat, his breath forming small, fleeting clouds of steam as he peered through the eyepiece. He was not looking for glory or the discovery of a new comet. He was a cataloger of the known, a man who found comfort in the predictable movements of the planets and the ancient, frozen geography of the moon. He loved the moon most of all. It was a world of stark contrasts, of brilliant whites and obsidian shadows, a place where time had seemingly stopped millions of years ago. On the night of November 12, 1958, the moon was a waxing gibbous, hanging high and proud in the clear New Jersey sky. Arthur had positioned his telescope to observe the lunar north, specifically the region of the Aristarchus crater. Aristarchus had always been a point of fascination for astronomers. It was the brightest spot on the lunar surface, a brilliant impact crater that seemed to glow with an inner fire when the sun hit its central peaks. Arthur leaned into the eyepiece, his gloved fingers gently adjusting the fine focus knobs. The image swam into clarity. The crater was a magnificent sight, its jagged walls casting long, serrated shadows across the Oceanus Procellarum. He took a deep, steadying breath, his heart beating with the quiet rhythm of a man in his natural element. But as he watched, the predictable geography of Aristarchus changed. A pulse of light, brilliant and sharp, erupted from the very center of the crater. It was not the white of reflected sunlight. It was a vibrant electric violet, a color that felt entirely alien to the lunar landscape. The pulse lasted for only a fraction of a second, but it left a glowing trail across Arthur's retina. He blinked, rubbing his eye, and looked again. The violet light was gone, but in its place, a series of smaller, rhythmic flashes began to occur. They were organized, they were precise. They looked like a signal, a beacon of light blinking from the depths of a dead world. Arthur felt a sudden, sharp prickle of cold that had nothing to do with the New Jersey winter. He checked his watch. It was 10:42. He checked the alignment of his telescope. Everything was as it should be. The flashes continued, 3 short bursts, followed by a long, lingering glow that seemed to illuminate the entire interior of the crater. "What are you?" Arthur whispered to the empty garden. He reached for his logbook, a leather-bound volume filled with years of meticulous notes. His hand was trembling slightly as he recorded the time, the coordinates, and the description of the light. He felt a strange sensation in his right ear, a low, pulsing thrum that seemed to match the rhythm of the flashes on the moon. It was a sound he had never heard before, a vibration that felt as though it were occurring inside his skull rather than in the air around him. He stayed at the telescope for 3 more hours, but the lights did not return. The moon went back to being a silent, frozen desert of gray and white, but the feeling in the garden had changed. The silence no longer felt like a blanket. It felt like a presence. It felt as though the garden were no longer a private patch of Hopewell, but a stage that was being observed from a very great distance. Arthur eventually retreated inside his small, drafty house. He made a pot of tea, the clinking of the spoon against the porcelain sounding unnaturally loud in the kitchen. He sat at his wooden table, the logbook open before him. He knew he should call the local university or perhaps a newspaper. A light in Aristarchus was a significant event, a transient lunar phenomenon that demanded verification. But as he reached for the telephone, the thrumming in his ear intensified. It became a soft, rhythmic clatter like the sound of a distant typewriter working at a frantic pace. Observation recorded, a voice whispered in the back of his mind. The witness Penhaligon has seen the flicker. The archive must be updated. Prepare the audit. Arthur pulled his hand back from the phone. He felt a wave of profound, cozy exhaustion wash over him. His eyelids grew heavy, and the tea in his cup began to cool, sending a thin ribbon of steam into the dim light of the kitchen. He told himself that he was just tired. He told himself that the lights were likely just a trick of the atmosphere, a refraction of light through the New Jersey smog. He went to bed, but his sleep was not peaceful. He dreamed of the moon, but it was no longer made of rock and dust. It was made of glass, and inside the glass he could see millions of silver discs, spinning in a silent violet fluid. He dreamed of a man standing on the rim of Aristarchus, a man in a black suit who was looking down at the earth with eyes that were nothing more than hollow pits of shadow. When Arthur woke up the next morning, the sun was shining through the frost on his window, but the light felt thin and cold. He walked into the kitchen and saw his logbook lying on the table. He opened it to the page where he had recorded the sighting. The page was blank. The ink, the coordinates, the description of the violet light, it was all gone. There was not even a trace of the indentations his pen had made on the paper. It was as if he had never written a word. Arthur sat down, his heart hammering a frantic human rhythm against his ribs. He looked out the window at his garden. The telescope was still there, sitting on its tripod, its glass eye turned toward the blue morning sky. But sitting on the small wooden table next to the telescope was something that hadn't been there the night before. It was a small white card. Arthur walked out into the cold air, his feet crunching on the frozen grass. He reached the table and picked up the card. It was made of a heavy, expensive cardstock that felt unnaturally cold to the touch. On it, in a crisp, black font, were 3 words: "The ledger is watching." Arthur Penhaligon stood in his garden, the white card in his hand, and realized that his quiet life of observation had come to an end. He had looked at the moon, and the moon had looked back. And now the audit was beginning. The first chapter of his encounter was over. He was no longer just an amateur astronomer. He was a participant in a mystery that spanned the distance between a New Jersey garden and the bright, silent peaks of Aristarchus. The Ambient Whisper of the world was growing louder, and Arthur knew that he was no longer alone in the silence. Chapter 2. The Calibrated Lens. The day following the sighting passed in a state of suspended animation. Arthur went through the motions of his life like a man walking through deep water. He worked his shift at the local hardware store, his hands moving over bins of galvanized nails and rolls of copper wire, but his mind remained fixed on the white card tucked into his breast pocket. He felt its chill through the fabric of his flannel shirt, a constant, icy reminder that the boundaries of his world had shifted. He spoke to no one about the lights or the blank pages of his logbook. There was a heaviness in the air of Hopewell, a sense that the atmosphere itself had become thick and expectant. Every time the bell above the shop door chimed, Arthur looked up with a start, half expecting to see a man in a black suit standing among the shovels and the buckets of paint. But the customers were only his neighbors, complaining about the frost or the price of heating oil. They were living in the world he had occupied only 24 hours ago, and Arthur felt a profound, lonely envy for their ignorance. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting long, bruised shadows across the New Jersey fields, Arthur hurried home. He did not eat dinner. He did not turn on the radio. He went straight to the garden. The night was even colder than the previous one. The stars were like pinpricks in a sheet of black velvet, hard and unblinking. Arthur approached his telescope with a mixture of reverence and dread. He reached out to remove the dust cap from the objective lens, but his hand stopped. The telescope felt different. The cold metal of the tube, usually biting and harsh, felt unnaturally smooth, almost silky. He touched the focusing knobs and found that they turned with a fluid, silent precision that surpassed anything the manufacturer had intended. The entire instrument seemed to vibrate with a low, subaudible hum, a sound that resonated in the marrow of his bones. Arthur leaned into the eyepiece. He expected to see the familiar, slightly blurred view of the garden fence or the distant tree line as he began his alignment. Instead, he saw the moon. It was already there, perfectly centered, as if the telescope had been waiting for him. But the image was impossible. The magnification was far beyond the capabilities of a 10-inch Newtonian. He wasn't just looking at the moon, he was hovering over it. The craters and rills were rendered in a terrifying high-definition clarity that made him feel as though he could reach out and touch the ancient, jagged stone. "What have you done to my glass?" Arthur whispered. He adjusted the controls, trying to move the view toward the Aristarchus region. The telescope responded to his slightest touch, gliding across the lunar surface with an eerie, motorized grace. As he approached the bright crater, he noticed that the shadows were no longer stagnant. They were moving, shifting with a rhythmic, mechanical pulse that had nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth or the angle of the sun. He reached the rim of Aristarchus. The interior of the crater was no longer a simple bowl of impact glass and debris. Deep within the central peaks, he saw structures. They were geometric, made of a dark, translucent material that seemed to drink the light. They weren't buildings in any human sense. They looked like massive, crystalline organs, pulsing with a faint, violet luminescence. Around these structures he saw movement. Small, silver spheres glided through the lunar vacuum, moving in complex intersecting patterns. They looked like white blood cells moving through a massive planetary vein. Arthur felt the thrumming in his ear return, now a loud, rhythmic clatter that sounded like 1,000 typewriter keys striking at once. Calibration complete, the voices hissed in his mind. The witness is now the lens. The archive is streaming. Do not look away, Arthur. The ledger requires your focus. Arthur tried to pull back from the eyepiece, but he found he couldn't move. His eye was fixed to the glass as if by a powerful suction. The image in the telescope began to change, the violet light from the crater intensifying until it filled his entire field of vision. He saw the structures in Aristarchus beginning to unfold, opening like the petals of a dark glass flower. In the center of the bloom he saw a face. It was not a human face. It was a shifting mosaic of stars and shadows, a face that looked like a map of a universe he didn't recognize. The eyes were two brilliant violet suns, and as they fixed on him, Arthur felt his own memories being pulled toward the lens. He saw his childhood in Hopewell, the face of his mother, the day he bought his first telescope. It was all being drawn out of him, converted into light and sent across the void to the crater. "Stop!" Arthur gasped, his voice sounding thin and hollow in the freezing garden. "Please stop." The violet light suddenly snapped shut. The pressure on his eye vanished, and Arthur collapsed onto the frozen grass, gasping for air. The telescope stood silent, its hum replaced by the mundane whistle of the wind through the trees. He stayed on the ground for a long time, his heart hammering against the cold earth. When he finally found the strength to stand, he looked at the telescope. It looked like an ordinary instrument again, the silky texture gone, the knob stiff and familiar. He walked back toward his house, but as he reached the back door, he saw a figure standing in the shadows of the porch. The man was tall and thin, dressed in a black suit that seemed to be made of the same light-absorbing material Arthur had seen in the crater. His skin was unnaturally pale, the color of a winter moon, and his hands were folded neatly in front of him. He wore a black fedora pulled low, obscuring his eyes, but Arthur could feel a cold, clinical gaze fixed upon him. "The alignment was successful, Mr. Penhaligon," the man said. His voice was a flat tonal vibration that didn't seem to come from a throat but from the air itself. "The data transfer was within the expected parameters. You have been a most efficient facilitator." "Who are you?" Arthur asked, his voice trembling. "What did you do to my telescope? What is happening in that crater?" The man stepped forward into the dim light of the porch. His face was perfectly smooth, lacking any lines or imperfections, like a mannequin made of porcelain. "I am an auditor for the archive. The structures you saw are the processing units for this sector of the timeline. We are merely ensuring that the record remains stable. Your observation of the violet pulse was a disruption, a leak in the seal. We have corrected the leak by incorporating you into the ledger." The man reached into his coat and pulled out a small, silver donut. It was identical to the spheres Arthur had seen moving over the moon. The object spun slowly in the man's palm, emitting a soft, rhythmic hum. "You will not remember the structures, Arthur," the man said. "You will remember only the beauty of the stars. You will continue your vigils and you will continue to feed the lens. It is a cozy arrangement, is it not?" "I won't do it," Arthur said, his fear momentarily replaced by a sharp human defiance. "I'll tell people. I'll show them what's really up there." The pale man tilted his head, a gesture that felt entirely rehearsed. "There is no up there for them, Mr. Penhaligon. There is only the script we provide, and you are now a primary author of that script. To speak of the truth is to invite a total erasure of your own record. Is that what you desire?" The man turned and walked off the porch, his black suit blending into the darkness until he simply ceased to be. Arthur walked into his kitchen and collapsed into a chair. He looked at his hands and saw that they were covered in a fine silver dust, the same dust that covered the lunar plains. He reached for his teacup, but as he touched it, the porcelain shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments. He looked at the table and saw a new white card. On it was a picture of a single human eye, and inside the pupil of the eye was the Aristarchus crater, glowing with a brilliant violet fire. "The lens is open," the card seemed to say. Arthur Penhaligon closed his eyes, but he didn't see darkness. He saw the violet light, and he felt the clatter of the archive beginning to write the next chapter of his life. He was no longer a man watching the moon. He was a part of the moon's own watchful, frozen heart. Chapter 3. The Neighborhood Inventory. The week that followed the visit of the pale man brought a strange, heavy stillness to the town of Hopewell. To an outsider, nothing would have seemed amiss. The milkman still made his rounds. The early morning sun still glinted off the frost-covered windshields of the cars on Broad Street, and the smell of wood smoke still drifted from the chimneys of the colonial-style homes. But Arthur Penhaligon, now attuned to a different frequency, could see the seams in the reality. He could see the audit spreading like a slow, invisible ink through the lives of his neighbors. It began with a subtle shift in the town's rhythm. Hopewell had always been a place of small, pleasant noises: the barking of dogs, the slamming of screen doors, the chatter of children at the bus stop. Now those sounds felt dampened, as if the town had been wrapped in a layer of invisible insulation. People moved with a new, measured precision. When Arthur walked down the street, he noticed his neighbor, Mr. Henderson, raking leaves. Mr. Henderson was a man of erratic energy, usually prone to stopping and chatting for 20 minutes. Today, Mr. Henderson was raking with the mechanical consistency of a metronome. His strokes were perfectly timed, and his eyes were fixed on the ground with a vacant, glassy intensity. He didn't look up when Arthur passed. He didn't even blink. He looked like a man who was no longer living his life, but was instead performing a meticulous recreation of it. Arthur felt the prickle of static on his skin. He looked toward the Henderson house and saw a black sedan parked in the driveway. It had no license plates, and its windows were so dark they looked like slabs of obsidian. Standing by the driver's side door was a man in a black suit, his pale face a stark porcelain mask against the morning light. The man held a silver clipboard, his fingers moving across it in a rapid tapping motion that Arthur recognized as the source of the clatter in his head. Subject Henderson. Routine maintenance complete, the voices hissed in Arthur's mind. Memory fragments 4 through 12 archived. Narrative stabilization optimal. Proceed to the Penhaligon perimeter. Arthur quickened his pace, his heart thrumming. He realized that the pale men weren't just interested in him and his telescope. They were inventorying the entire town. They were hollowing out the spontaneous, messy lives of the citizens and replacing them with a managed, predictable record. When he reached the local diner for his morning coffee, the atmosphere was even more stifling. The usual clatter of silverware and the hum of conversation had been replaced by a low, rhythmic drone. The patrons sat at their booths, their coffee cups held at identical angles. They weren't talking to each other. They were staring at the walls, their faces bathed in the flickering violet light of a television set in the corner that was broadcasting nothing but gray static. Arthur sat at the counter. The waitress, a woman named Martha who had known Arthur for 20 years, approached him. The usual Arthur. She asked. Her voice was flat, lacking the gravelly warmth he remembered. "Please, Martha, is everything all right today? It's very quiet in here." Martha didn't answer immediately. She reached for a cup, her movements fluid and devoid of effort. As she poured the coffee, Arthur noticed a small, violet bruise on the side of her neck, the exact size and shape of the silver donut the pale man had shown him. "The inventory is very efficient this morning," Martha said, her eyes momentarily clearing as if she were fighting through a fog. "They said we needed to be organized. They said the ledger was getting too cluttered with feelings. It's much cozier now, don't you think?" She leaned closer, and for a split second the robotic mask slipped. A look of pure, primal terror flashed in her eyes. "Help us, Arthur," she whispered. "They're taking the memories of our children. They say the archive doesn't have room for the future." Before Arthur could respond, the front door of the diner opened. 3 men in black suits walked in. They didn't take seats. They simply stood by the entrance, their presence creating a cold, localized draft that made the steam from Arthur's coffee curl into strange, geometric patterns. Martha immediately snapped back into her trance. She wiped the counter with a cloth, her strokes matching the rhythm of Mr. Henderson's rake. Arthur felt a wave of cold fury. He stood up, leaving his coffee untouched. He walked toward the door, passing the 3 men. They didn't move to stop him, but as he passed, he heard the clatter in his head intensify into a deafening roar. Witness Penhaligon is reacting to the localized audit. tension levels increasing, monitor for secondary displacement. Arthur ran back to his garden. He needed the telescope. He needed to see if the lights in Aristarchus were still pulsing, if the source of this inventory was still visible. He reached the tripod and peered through the eyepiece, but the moon was gone. The sky was a bright, cloudless blue, yet through the lens he saw only a deep violet void. In the center of the void he saw his own house. It looked like a dollhouse, perfectly rendered in the crystalline light of the crater. He saw himself standing in the garden, and he saw the pale man standing on his porch. "You are looking at the wrong map, Mr. Penhaligon," a voice said behind him. Arthur spun around. The pale man from the porch was standing only a few feet away. In his hand he held a small, leather-bound book. Arthur recognized it immediately. It was his own logbook, the one that had been wiped clean. "This is not a record of your life," the man said, flipping through the blank pages. "This is the ledger for the Hopewell sector. We have cleared the old entries to make room for the new, stabilized data. Your neighbors are being archived because their narratives were beginning to diverge. They were asking questions about the lights. They were remembering things that hadn't happened yet." "You're killing them," Arthur gasped. "You're turning them into statues." "We are preserving them," the man corrected. "In the archive they will live forever. Their lives will be perfectly curated, free from the entropic decay of change and surprise. Is that not the ultimate goal of the astronomer? To observe the frozen, unchanging beauty of the heavens?" The man reached out and touched a leaf on a nearby bush. The leaf instantly turned to a brittle, translucent glass. He then held out the logbook to Arthur. "We require you to sign the inventory, Arthur. As the primary observer, your signature validates the archive for this sector. Once the ledger is signed, the town will settle into its permanent, cozy state. No more fear, no more cold, just the quiet rhythm of the recorded life." Arthur looked at the book. He saw a pen appearing in the man's hand, a pen made of the same dark, shifting stars he had seen in the crater. "And if I don't?" The pale man tilted his head. The violet light in the garden seemed to dim, and for a moment Arthur could see the true Hopewell. He saw the houses beginning to dissolve into gray ash. He saw his neighbors flickering like dying light bulbs, their bodies becoming transparent as they were pulled toward the moon. "If you do not sign, the record remains unstable. And unstable records are deleted. Hopewell will not be archived, it will be erased. Every memory, every brick, and every soul will be as if they never were. The crater does not tolerate a vacuum." Arthur felt the weight of the town on his shoulders. He looked at the Henderson house, where the rake was still moving in its rhythmic dance. He thought of Martha in the diner, her terror hidden behind a mask of coffee and silence. He reached for the pen. His fingers felt numb, as if he were already becoming a part of the glass. "Execution optimal," the voices hissed. "The witness is compliant. The audit of Hopewell is concluding." Arthur's hand hovered over the blank page. He felt the cold of the moon calling to him, a siren song of perfect, frozen peace. He realized that the pale men weren't just auditors. They were the authors of a world where nothing ever happened. He looked at the pen, then at the man's obsidian eyes. "I won't sign a blank book," Arthur said, his voice a low, defiant growl. He grabbed the logbook, but instead of signing it, he threw it into the lens of the telescope. There was a sound like 1,000 windows shattering. The telescope erupted in a brilliant flash of violet light, and the garden was swallowed by a swirling vortex of paper and glass. Arthur felt himself being pulled into the eyepiece, his body stretching like a ribbon of light. He wasn't falling. He was being transmitted. The third chapter of the audit ended not in a signature, but in a rupture. Hopewell vanished, replaced by the stark, airless reality of the lunar plains. Arthur Penhaligon was no longer a man in a garden. He was a piece of data moving through the crystalline heart of Aristarchus, and the true inventory was about to begin. Chapter 4. The Crystalline Corridor. The transition from the garden in Hopewell to the interior of the Aristarchus crater felt like a sudden, violent change in atmospheric pressure. One moment, Arthur Penhaligon was standing on the frozen grass of New Jersey, and the next, he was suspended in a realm of impossible geometry and absolute, humming silence. He was no longer a man of weight and bone. He felt as though his consciousness had been poured into a vessel of cold light. He found himself standing on a walkway made of a translucent, obsidian-like material. It stretched out before him into an infinite, vaulted distance. Above him, the ceiling was not a roof, but a series of massive, interlocking prisms that refracted the distant, blue light of the earth. The earth hung there, a small, fragile marble suspended in a void that felt far more real than the air he had breathed only moments ago. The air inside the crater was not air at all. It was a dense, pressurized field of information. As Arthur moved, he felt the data brushing against his skin, faint, ghostly impressions of faces, dates, and the discarded memories of a billion souls. It was a sensory soup, a library that had outgrown its shelves and become an atmosphere. "Welcome to the central processing hub, Mr. Penhaligon," a voice echoed. It was the pale man, but he was no longer standing on a porch. He was everywhere. His voice resonated from the crystalline walls and pulsed from the obsidian floor. Arthur looked ahead and saw a figure materialize from the shadows of a nearby prism. It was the auditor, his black suit now shimmering with a faint violet static. "You chose a very dramatic method of entry," the man said, his porcelain face remaining perfectly still. "To throw the ledger into the lens is to force a manual override. We had to extract you before the feedback loop dematerialized your sector." Arthur looked around the vast chamber. It was filled with millions of the silver spheres he had seen through his telescope. They were moving in intricate, weaving patterns between the crystalline pillars, docking with the prisms and then darting away like busy insects. "What is this place?" Arthur asked, his voice sounding amplified as if he were speaking into a cathedral. "This is the archive of Earth," the auditor replied, gesturing to the endless rows of prisms. "Every moment of human existence, every flickering thought and unvoiced fear is captured and indexed here. We are the stewards of the timeline. We ensure that the noise of human choice does not disrupt the harmony of the great record." Arthur walked to the edge of the walkway and looked down. Below him, the crystalline structures descended for miles into the lunar crust. He saw thousands of people, or what looked like people, suspended inside the prisms. They were motionless, their eyes closed, their faces serene. He saw Mr. Henderson from Hopewell. He saw Martha from the diner. They were encased in the glass like insects in amber. "You've taken them," Arthur whispered, a cold horror rising in his chest. "You've turned my neighbors into museum exhibits." "We have preserved them," the auditor corrected, his tone devoid of malice or empathy. "In your world, Martha was a woman plagued by the loss of her memories and the decay of her body. Here she is a perfect, unchangeable record of a New Jersey waitress in 1958. She is no longer subject to the entropic cruelty of time. She is safe. She is cozy. She is part of the archive." The pale man began to walk down the corridor, and Arthur found himself following, his feet making no sound on the dark floor. The further they went, the more Arthur felt the weight of the information. He began to see images flickering on the surface of the prisms, wars that hadn't happened yet, cities that had long since fallen to dust, and faces of people who had never been born. "The Aristarchus crater is a focal point," the man continued. "The violet pulses you observed were the result of a cache overflow. The 1950s are a particularly dense era for human anxiety. The fear of the atom, the obsession with the stars, it creates a lot of static in the record. We had to increase the frequency of our audits to maintain the seal." They reached a massive, circular platform in the center of the hub. In the middle of the platform stood a single towering prism that glowed with a brilliant white light. Inside, Arthur saw something that made his heart stop. It was a representation of his garden. His house, his fence, and his telescope were all there, rendered with a terrifying, microscopic detail. But in the center of the garden stood a version of Arthur himself, looking through the telescope at the moon. "This is your primary entry, Mr. Penhaligon," the auditor said. "By observing the light in Aristarchus, you created a recursive loop. You saw us, which meant we had to see you. You became a variable that could not be reconciled with the standard script. Therefore, your narrative was moved here to the high-priority vault." The pale man reached into the white light of the prism and pulled out a small, glowing sphere. He held it out to Arthur. "This is your choice, Arthur. You can enter the prism. You can return to your garden, to your telescope, and to your quiet life in Hopewell. You will never feel the cold of the winter again. You will never worry about the price of coal or the blank pages in your book. You will live that perfect November night forever, watching the stars in a state of eternal, managed bliss." Arthur looked at the sphere. He could see the version of himself in the garden looking happy and peaceful. It was a seductive offer, the ultimate cozy retreat. "And the others?" Arthur asked. "The people in the diner, the children at the bus stop, do they get to choose?" The pale man's eyes, if they could be called eyes, flickered with a brief violet spark. "The others are already part of the collective archive. Their choices were simplified, but you, Arthur, you are a witness. You are the eye of the glass. The archive requires your voluntary integration to stabilize this entire sector. If you refuse, the instability will spread. The void you saw in the telescope will become the reality for all of Hopewell." Arthur looked at the small, fragile Earth hanging in the distance above the crater rim. He realized that the men in black weren't just observers. They were the jailers of time. They were afraid of the messiness of life, the unpredictable nature of human growth and change. They wanted a world that was a finished book, and they were using him to write the final chapter. "The ledger is watching," Arthur whispered, repeating the words from the card. "Indeed," the auditor replied, "and it is waiting for your signature." Arthur reached out his hand toward the sphere, but as he touched the glowing surface, he felt a sudden, sharp prick of pain. It was the same pain he had felt when his teacup shattered. It was the pain of reality breaking through the glass. He didn't take the sphere. Instead, he looked past the auditor toward the deep, dark vents that led into the lunar core. He saw a flicker of something that wasn't violet or white. It was a dull, rusty red, the color of a dying coal, the color of a human heart. "What is down there?" Arthur asked, pointing toward the dark. The pale man's posture stiffened. For the first time, he seemed almost hesitant. "That is the basement of the archive, the discarded data, the errors, the things that could not be stabilized. It is a place of noise and entropy. It is of no concern to the auditor." Arthur knew then that the basement was where the truth lived. It was where the unmanaged, unrecorded parts of Hopewell had been dumped. If there was a way to stop the audit, it wasn't in the perfect white light of the prisms. It was in the noise. "I won't go back to the garden," Arthur said, pulling his hand away from the sphere. The violet static around the pale man flared with a sudden, angry intensity. The rhythmic clatter in the air became a series of sharp, aggressive cracks. "You are disrupting the inventory, Mr. Penhaligon," the auditor boomed, his voice losing its tonal calm. "If you do not integrate, the sector will be purged. The ledger will be blank once more." "Then let it be blank," Arthur shouted. He turned and ran toward the dark vents, his feet finally making a sound, a desperate human thud against the obsidian floor. Behind him, he heard the roar of the silver spheres as they swarmed into the corridor, their soft hum replaced by a shrieking, metallic whine. The fourth chapter of the Aristarchus audit was ending in a frantic race through a hall of glass. Arthur Penhaligon was no longer a witness or a facilitator. He was a fugitive in the heart of the archive, fleeing the perfect, cozy prison of the prisms for the dark, messy unknown of the lunar depths. The ambient whisper was about to become a scream. Chapter 5. The Echoes of the Discarded. The descent into the vents of Aristarchus was not a fall, but a slow immersion into a different kind of reality. As Arthur Penhaligon crossed the threshold from the polished, crystalline corridors of the upper archive, the violet light began to fail. It was replaced by a thick, amber gloom that smelled of old parchment, rusted iron, and the sharp, ozone scent of a dying electrical circuit. This was the basement of the moon, the place where the auditors threw the things that refused to be neat. The walls here were not made of obsidian or glass. They were composed of compressed fragments of human history that looked like layers of geological strata. Arthur saw rusted bicycle frames, half-melted typewriters, and millions of discarded photographs pressed into the dark stone. As he climbed down a series of irregular metallic rungs, he could hear the sound of the upper archive fading, the rhythmic clatter replaced by a low, mournful sigh, like the wind blowing through an empty house. He reached a level floor and found himself in a vast, subterranean cavern that seemed to stretch on forever beneath the lunar crust. The ground was covered in a deep layer of what looked like gray ash, but as Arthur walked, he realized it was actually pulverized paper, the remains of 1 billion ledgers that had been deemed obsolete. "This is the waste of the stabilization," a voice whispered. Arthur spun around, his hands coming up in a defensive gesture. Sitting on a crate made of weathered wood was a man. He was not pale and he was not wearing a black suit. He was wearing a rumpled tweed jacket and a pair of spectacles held together with a piece of tape. He looked like a university professor who had been lost in a library for several decades. "Who are you?" Arthur asked, his voice echoing in the vast, dusty space. "I was an observer once," the man said, standing up with a series of audible joint cracks. "Like you. My name is Professor Aris. I was watching the sky in 1932 when the violet light first found me. I refused the signature, Arthur. I refused the cozy garden. And so I was moved here to the inventory of errors." The professor gestured to the cavern around them. "Everything the men in black cannot quantify, they dump here. The spontaneous thoughts, the unfinished poems, the moments of pure, unmanaged joy that don't fit into their great record. We are the noise in the machine, Arthur. We are the static that keeps the archive from being perfect." Arthur felt a sudden, deep sense of kinship with the old man. "They've taken my town," Arthur said. "They're turning Hopewell into a glass exhibit. They said if I don't sign the ledger, the whole sector will be erased." Professor Aris nodded, his eyes sad behind his taped spectacles. "That is their primary threat. They fear a blank page more than anything else. But you must understand something, Arthur. The archive is not a reflection of reality. It is a cage for it. The people in the prisms upstairs, they aren't living. They are being replayed, like a record with a single groove." Suddenly, the ceiling of the cavern began to vibrate. A beam of harsh, violet light cut through the amber gloom, scanning the piles of discarded data like a searchlight. The sound of the silver spheres, the high-pitched metallic whine, reverberated through the vents. "They are searching for you," the professor whispered. "They cannot allow a witness to remain in the basement. Your presence here acts as a grounding wire for the instability." "How do I stop them?" Arthur asked, looking up at the approaching light. "How do I break the prisms?" The professor reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, rusty key. It wasn't made of stars or light. It was made of heavy, honest iron. "You cannot break the glass from the outside, Arthur. You must introduce a contradiction into the frequency. The men in black run on resonance, on everything being in its proper place. To stop the audit, you must give the archive something it cannot index." "What could possibly be that powerful?" The professor looked at Arthur with a strange, knowing smile. "A sincere mistake. A moment of genuine, unrecorded human error. The archive can process a war and it can process a catastrophe, but it cannot process a choice that makes no sense in the script." The violet searchlight swept across the floor, only inches from their feet. Arthur could see the 3 men in black suits descending through the vent, their bodies flickering with a fierce, unstable energy. They weren't walking, they were gliding through the air, their silver clipboards glowing with the intensity of 1,000 violet suns. Subject Penhaligon located in the error cache. The voices roared, no longer a clatter but a deafening, synthesized thunder. The inventory is being corrupted. Initiate the total purge of the basement. The cavern began to shake. The layers of discarded history in the walls started to dissolve into gray dust. Arthur felt the air becoming thin and cold, the amber light being swallowed by the aggressive, violet static. "Go to the central core, Arthur." The professor shouted over the roar. "Find the primary ledger. Don't sign your name. Write a question they haven't asked." Before Arthur could move, the three men in black landed on the cavern floor. They surrounded him, their porcelain faces glowing with a terrifying inner fire. They held out their silver clipboards, and Arthur saw the pages, not blank, but filled with a shifting, liquid text that seemed to be trying to crawl onto his skin. "The audit is concluding, Mr. Penhaligon," the lead auditor boomed. "The basement is an inefficiency that will now be corrected. You will be integrated into the archive, or you will be reduced to the ash of a dead record. There is no third option." Arthur looked at the rusty key in his hand. He looked at Professor Aris, who was being slowly pulled into a nearby prism that had materialized from the floor. He saw the terror in the old man's eyes, but also a flicker of hope. Arthur didn't run. He took a step toward the lead auditor. "I have a question for the ledger," Arthur said, his voice steady. The violet static around the man flickered. The mechanical roar of the spheres slowed for a fraction of a second. "What is the question?" The auditor asked, the tonal vibration of his voice cracking with a hint of uncertainty. "What is the scent of a New Jersey morning before the frost breaks?" Arthur asked. The auditors stood still. The silver clipboards began to pulse with a chaotic, erratic light. The liquid text on the pages started to swirl into a meaningless jumble. Query unidentifiable, the voices in the air hissed, the frequency becoming high-pitched and painful. Sensory data scent of frost lacks a geometric coordinate. Archive cannot index the subjective. Error, error. The violet light in the cavern began to sputter and die. The walls of discarded history stopped dissolving. Arthur saw the three men in black suits beginning to vibrate, their black ties and fedoras becoming translucent as the resonance of the archive failed to process his question. "You are a disruption, Arthur Penhaligon." The lead auditor screamed, his voice now sounding like a broken radio. "The ledger is not for poetry. The ledger is for facts." "The scent of the frost is a fact," Arthur replied. "It's just a fact you can't own." He turned and ran back toward the rungs, leaving the auditors struggling to categorize the smell of a winter morning. As he climbed, he felt the cavern below him collapsing, not into ash, but into a swirling cloud of unmanaged, chaotic color. The fifth chapter of the Aristarchus visit was ending in the failure of the audit. Arthur Penhaligon was climbing back toward the heart of the machine, armed with the power of a single, unrecordable thought. He was no longer just a witness. He was the ghost in the machine, and the great record was beginning to fray at the edges. The Ambient Whisper was now a conversation, and Arthur was the one asking the questions. Chapter 6. The Iron Key and the Liquid Ink. The climb back toward the upper archive was a struggle against the very gravity of the moon. As Arthur Penhaligon ascended the metallic rungs, the air grew colder and the silence more absolute. He could feel the vibration of the crater's heart through his fingertips, a deep, rhythmic thrumming that felt like the idling engine of a planet. The amber gloom of the basement gave way once more to the sterile, violet radiance of the crystalline corridors, but the light was no longer steady. It flickered and pulsed, reacting to the unfinished word Arthur had planted in the minds of the auditors below. He emerged from the vent into the central hub, the massive chamber where the prisms were housed. The scene was one of controlled chaos. The silver spheres were darting frantically between the pillars, their movements no longer geometric and graceful, but erratic and jagged. The clatter In Arthur's head had become a dissonant screech of feedback. Anomaly spreading, the voices shrieked. The subjective variable is infecting the sector. Recalibrate the primary ledger. Seal the audit. In the center of the hub, the towering white prism containing the representation of Arthur's garden was glowing with a blinding intensity. Standing before it was the lead auditor, the pale man who had first visited Arthur in Hopewell. He looked diminished, his black suit covered in a fine layer of gray dust, his porcelain face cracked like an old vase. He was holding a massive silver book, the primary ledger of the Hopewell sector. "You have caused a significant delay in the inventory, Mr. Penhaligon," the auditor said, his voice a distorted metallic rasp. "The question you asked in the basement, it has created a hole in the archive. We are currently losing 3 decades of local history through the gap. The scent of frost is not a data point, it is a leak." "Then let it leak," Arthur said, stepping onto the circular platform. He held the rusty iron key tightly in his palm, the cold metal feeling more substantial than anything else in the room. "The people in those prisms aren't data points either. They're my friends. They're my neighbors." The auditor opened the primary ledger. The pages didn't look like paper. They looked like pools of liquid obsidian, shimmering with the reflected light of 1,000 stolen memories. "If the ledger is not signed, the sector is purged." The auditor warned, his hand trembling as he held a silver stylus over the liquid ink. "I am attempting to stabilize the record, Arthur. I am trying to save your world from the void you so recklessly invited. All I need is your validation. One stroke of the pen and the scent of the frost will be indexed. It will be safe. It will be permanent." Arthur looked at the liquid ink in the book. He saw the faces of the people of Hopewell swirling in the dark fluid, Mr. Henderson, Martha, the children at the bus stop. They were trapped in the ink, their lives reduced to a series of symbols and codes. "I have my own key to the record," Arthur said, raising the rusty iron key. The auditor's eyes flared with a sudden violet alarm. "That object, it is a relic of the discarded era. It has no place in the higher archive. It is a source of pure entropy." Arthur didn't listen. He stepped toward the ledger and pressed the iron key into the liquid ink. The reaction was catastrophic. The moment the honest, rusted iron touched the liquid obsidian, a shockwave of red light erupted from the book. The liquid ink began to boil, turning from black to a deep, angry crimson. The silver spheres in the room suddenly stopped their flight and fell to the floor like dead birds. The crystalline pillars began to moan, the glass vibrating at a frequency that made the very air feel as though it were shattering. "What have you done?" the auditor screamed, his porcelain face crumbling into shards of white dust. "You are introducing a physical constant into a symbolic space. The resonance is collapsing." Arthur watched as the liquid ink flowed out of the ledger and across the platform. Wherever the red ink touched the obsidian floor, the dark stone vanished, replaced by the mundane, brown earth of New Jersey. The smell of the crater, the ozone and the sulfur was overwhelmed by a sudden powerful scent of damp soil and wood smoke. The iron key began to glow white-hot in Arthur's hand. He didn't let go. He pressed it deeper into the heart of the ledger, twisting it as if he were unlocking a door. "The inventory is over," Arthur shouted. The white prism in the center of the room shattered into a million glittering fragments. The representation of Arthur's garden vanished, and for a split second the two worlds, the moon and the earth, were one. Arthur saw his telescope sitting in the red dirt of the crater. He saw the pale man standing in the kitchen of the Henderson house. The archive was being pulled through the lens, the stolen memories being dragged back to the bodies they belonged to. Critical failure, the voices roared, now sounding like a choir of falling glass. The witness has turned the key. The ledger is unsealed. The Hopewell sector is returning to the timeline. Correction impossible. The lead auditor began to dissolve, his black suit turning into a cloud of gray moths that fluttered toward the earth hanging in the sky. His face, now entirely gone, revealed a hollow interior filled with nothing but spinning, silver gears and violet smoke. "You haven't saved them, Arthur," the auditor's voice echoed, a final, fading vibration. "You have only given them back their death. You have given them back their aging, their loss, and their sorrow. You have chosen the cold of the winter over the warmth of the glass." "I chose the life," Arthur whispered. The platform beneath Arthur's feet gave way. He felt himself falling, not through a vent or a corridor, but through the very fabric of the lunar landscape. The violet light of Aristarchus was replaced by a blinding, white flash. When Arthur opened his eyes, he was lying on the frozen grass of his garden in Hopewell. The sun was just beginning to rise, a pale, pink glow on the eastern horizon. The air was bitingly cold, and the scent of the coming snow was thick in his nostrils. He sat up, his limbs feeling heavy and stiff. He looked at his hand and saw the rusty iron key, now cool and ordinary once more. He looked at his telescope. It was sitting on its tripod, its glass eye turned toward the fading gibbous moon. It looked like a simple, man-made tool, free of the silky texture and the subaudible hum. Arthur stood up and walked toward his house. As he reached the back porch, he looked down and saw a small white card lying on the step. He picked it up, expecting to see a picture or a threat. The card was blank. He flipped it over. On the back, in his own handwriting, were the coordinates for Aristarchus and a single scribbled note. The frost broke at 6:14 a.m. Arthur walked into his kitchen. He heard the sound of a distant dog barking and the rhythmic clatter of the milkman's truck on the street. The sounds were messy, erratic, and beautiful. He sat at his table and opened his logbook. The pages were no longer blank. They were filled with his notes, his observations, and the records of 1,000 quiet nights under the stars. He reached for his pen and began to write. He didn't write about the pale man or the crystalline corridors. He wrote about the way the light of the rising sun hit the frost on his window. The 6th chapter of the Aristarchus visit had ended in the return to the world. Arthur Penhaligon was home, but he was no longer the same man who had looked through the glass on November 12th. He was the man who had held the key, and he knew that while the moon would always be watching, the ledger was, for now, his own to write. The ambient whisper was silent, and the silence was exactly as it should be. Chapter 7. The Artifacts of the Audit. The weeks following Arthur's return from the lunar depths were characterized by a strange, heavy normalcy. To the rest of the world, it was simply the late winter of 1958, drifting slowly toward the promise of spring. But for Arthur Penhaligon, the world had become a puzzle with several pieces that no longer fit. The stabilization had been broken, and the purge had been averted, but the Aristarchus crater had not finished with the town of Hopewell. It began with the objects. Arthur first noticed it while cleaning his telescope lens. He found a small, translucent pebble caught in the tracking gears. It looked like a common piece of quartz, but when he held it up to the light, it didn't refract the sun. It emitted a faint, violet pulse that throbbed in time with his own heartbeat. When he placed it on his wooden table, the wood beneath the stone turned instantly to a polished, black obsidian. He quickly moved the pebble to a glass jar, where it sat like a trapped spark, a fragment of the archive that had been dragged back to Earth during the rupture. He wasn't the only one finding things. He took a walk down to the hardware store, hoping the familiar scent of sawdust and motor oil would ground him. As he walked, he saw Mr. Henderson standing in his front yard, staring at a patch of grass. "Everything all right, Henry?" Arthur asked, leaning over the fence. Mr. Henderson looked up, and for a moment Arthur saw a flicker of that vacant, glassy intensity in his eyes before it was replaced by a look of bewildered frustration. "The grass, Arthur, well, look for yourself." Arthur stepped into the yard. In the center of the lawn was a perfect circle, about 3 feet in diameter, where the grass had turned into fine silver dust. In the middle of the circle sat a small metallic object that looked like a silver donut, one of the spheres from the crater. It was half buried in the soil, its surface dull and pitted as if it had been exposed to centuries of weather. "It doesn't move," Henderson said, poking it with his toe, "and it makes the air around it feel cold. Like the inside of a meat locker." Arthur felt the familiar prickle of static on his skin. "You should probably leave it alone, Henry. I'll take care of it for you." He used a pair of garden tongs to lift the sphere. It was surprisingly light, as if it were hollow, and it gave off a faint, rhythmic clicking sound. As he carried it back toward his house, Arthur realized that the town was littered with these artifacts. He saw a violet-tinted bottle on a neighbor's porch that hadn't been there yesterday. He saw a child playing with a marble that stayed suspended 2 inches above the pavement. The men in black had left their tools behind, but they had also left behind something else. A new kind of visitor. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the New Jersey hills, Arthur sat on his porch, the silver sphere resting on the table beside him. A car pulled up to the curb, not a black sedan, but a dusty blue station wagon. A man stepped out. He wasn't pale, and he wasn't wearing a black suit. He was wearing a rumpled tan trench coat and carried a heavy camera bag. The man walked up the path, his eyes scanning the garden with a professional, hungry curiosity. "Mr. Penhaligon," the man asked. "My name is Silas Vane. I'm a researcher, freelance. I've been following a trail of unusual atmospheric readings. They all seem to terminate right here in Hopewell." Arthur felt a defensive wall rise in his mind. "I don't know anything about readings, Mr. Vane. I'm just an astronomer." "An astronomer who saw something in Aristarchus," Vane said, stepping onto the porch. He didn't wait for an invitation. He sat in the chair opposite Arthur and looked directly at the silver sphere on the table. "That's a beautiful piece of hardware, Arthur. Not made in any factory I've ever visited. And I've visited a lot of them." Vane leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper. "The men in black, they don't like to leave their toys behind. If that sphere is here, it means the audit was interrupted. It means the ledger was left open." "How do you know about the ledger?" Arthur asked, his hand drifting toward the iron key in his pocket. "Because I was part of the 1932 cache," Vane said, pulling back his sleeve. On his forearm was a faint, glowing tattoo of a single human eye. "I was one of the errors that Professor Aris helped to hide. I've spent 20 years tracking the facilitators, trying to catch them in the act of a stabilization. You're the first one who actually broke the glass." Arthur looked at Vane's face. He saw the same exhaustion he had seen in the mirror, but there was also a sharp, dangerous intelligence there. Vane wasn't an auditor. He was a scavenger of the unknown. "They aren't gone, Arthur," Vane continued. "The pale men. They've just pulled back to the rim. They're waiting for the artifacts to settle. They're waiting for the unfinished word to fade so they can move back in and finish the inventory. Every one of these spheres is a beacon. They're using them to triangulate the holes in the record." As if on cue, the silver sphere on the table began to hum. The pitted, dull surface suddenly turned a brilliant, polished silver, and the rhythmic clicking accelerated into a frantic, high-pitched whine. "Beacon active," a voice whispered in the back of Arthur's mind. "Triangulation in progress. Target. Penhaligon, re-establish the audit." "We have to get rid of them," Arthur said, standing up. "We have to collect all the artifacts and neutralize the frequency." "You can't neutralize it," Vane said, standing up and reaching into his camera bag. He pulled out a device that looked like a modified Geiger counter. "But we can confuse it. We can feed it so much contradictory data that the auditors won't be able to find the signal. We need to create a noise storm, Arthur." Arthur looked out at the quiet streets of Hopewell. He saw the black sedan appearing at the end of the block, its violet headlights flickering to life in the twilight. The auditors were returning, not as managers this time, but as recovery teams. "Where do we start?" Arthur asked. "With your telescope," Vane replied. "We're going to turn your lens into a broadcaster. We're going to take every discarded memory, every error, and every sincere mistake from the basement and beam it back to the crater. We're going to give them an inventory they'll never be able to finish." Arthur felt a surge of the old human defiance. He grabbed the silver sphere and the glass jar with the violet pebble. He led Vane back to the garden where the telescope sat waiting. The 7th chapter of the Aristarchus visit was ending in the gathering of the fragments. Hopewell was no longer a town of quiet normalcy. It was a battlefield of information. The Ambient Whisper was returning, but this time Arthur Penhaligon wasn't alone. He had a scavenger at his side and a garden full of broken stars. The auditors were coming for their ledger, but Arthur was preparing to write a story that would melt their silver pens. Chapter 8. The Noise Storm. The night air in Hopewell grew thick, vibrating with a tension that felt like a bowstring pulled to the point of snapping. As Arthur and Silas Vane worked in the garden, the town around them began to dissolve into a patchwork of competing realities. One street lamp would glow with a warm, amber light, while the next would emit a harsh, violet flicker that cast long, geometric shadows across the pavement. The black sedan at the end of the block began to multiply, flickering in and out of existence like a faulty film projection. "They are trying to recalculate the coordinates," Vane said, his fingers flying across the dials of his strange, modified counter. "The artifacts we found are acting as anchors. We have to link them to the telescope before the auditors can solidify the local space." Arthur held the silver sphere, its whine now a persistent, drilling needle in his ears. He placed it against the metallic tube of the telescope. The instrument immediately groaned, the silky, hummed texture returning as the alien technology recognized its own kind. Vane then took the violet pebble and wedged it into the eyepiece assembly. The telescope didn't just magnify the sky now, it seemed to pull the very atmosphere into itself. A swirling vortex of silver dust and violet static formed around the tripod, spinning with a low, thrumming roar. "Now the memory cache," Vane shouted over the noise. He pulled a handful of old, crumpled photographs and handwritten letters from his trench coat, the discarded data he had scavenged from other sites. "We feed these into the frequency. We give the moon a history it can't index." As Vane pressed the old papers against the vibrating telescope, the air in the garden erupted into a kaleidoscope of images. Arthur saw flashes of forgotten birthdays, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the sound of a mother's lullaby, and the taste of a bitter cup of coffee. These weren't curated records. They were raw, bleeding fragments of human experience, messy and unmanageable. Interference detected, the voices in the air shrieked. The Hopewell signal is being corrupted by nonlinear data. The archive is experiencing a sensory overload. Terminate the broadcast. From the edges of the garden, 3 pale men in black suits emerged from the shadows. They didn't move with their usual mechanical grace. They stumbled, their porcelain faces twitching as the noise storm battered their sensory arrays. They held their silver clipboards like shields, trying to block out the swarm of human memories that circled the telescope. "Cease the transmission, Penhaligon," the lead auditor roared, his voice cracking into a series of digital chirps. "You are flooding the ledger with unverified noise. You are destroying the harmony of the great record." "The harmony is a lie," Arthur shouted back, his hands steady on the telescope's frame. "It's a cage made of glass. I'm giving you back the truth you threw in the basement." Vane adjusted a final dial on his device, and a beam of brilliant, rusty red light, the same color as the iron key, erupted from the telescope's lens. It shot upward, piercing the New Jersey night and striking the Aristarchus crater with the force of a psychic cannon. The moon above seemed to shudder. The violet glow in the crater flared a blinding white, then turned a dull, bruised purple. Through the eyepiece, Arthur saw the crystalline structures in the crater beginning to crack. The silver spheres were colliding with one another, their geometric patterns shattered by the influx of sincere mistakes. and unrecorded joys. The anchors are breaking. Vane yelled, his face lit by the red glow. The recovery teams are losing their grip on the sector. The three auditors in the garden began to flicker violently. Their black suits turned to gray ash, and their porcelain faces melted into puddles of violet smoke. They reached out with translucent hands, trying to touch the telescope, but the noise storm was too dense. They were being repelled by the sheer weight of the unmanaged human spirit. But the auditors were not the only ones affected. Arthur felt his own mind being pulled into the storm. The memories he was broadcasting weren't just vain scraps, they were his own. He felt the cold of the crater, the warmth of the diner, and the scent of the frost all swirling together in a dizzying whirlpool. He felt his identity beginning to fray, his own record, becoming just another piece of the noise. "Hold on, Arthur." Vane's voice sounded miles away. "Don't let the frequency consume you. Stay in the garden, stay in the cold." Arthur gripped the telescope's tripod until his knuckles turned white. He anchored himself to the sensation of the frozen grass beneath his feet and the sharp, biting wind on his face. He refused to become a frequency. He remained a man, a messy, aging, and defiant man standing in a backyard in New Jersey. The red beam intensified, and a sudden deafening silence fell over the garden. The noise storm collapsed inward, sucked into the telescope, and sent in one final, massive burst toward the moon. The auditors vanished. The black sedans evaporated into the night. The violet light in the sky winked out, replaced by the steady, cold white of the stars. Arthur slumped against the telescope, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The silver sphere on the table had turned to a pile of harmless gray dust. The violet pebble was gone. The telescope looked like an ordinary piece of equipment once more, its silky hum silenced. Silas Vane stood by the fence, his trench coat singed and his spectacles cracked. He looked at Arthur and gave a weary, triumphant nod. "We jammed them, Arthur. The Aristarchus hub is going to be in reboot for 100 years. They won't be able to run an audit on this sector for a long, long time." Arthur looked up at the moon. Aristarchus was still there, a bright spot on the lunar surface, but it no longer looked like an eye or a machine. It looked like a crater, just a crater. "Are they gone for good?" Arthur asked. "No," Vane said, walking toward his station wagon. "They're never gone, they're just elsewhere, waiting for the noise to die down. But for now, Hopewell is off the ledger. We're unrecorded, Arthur. We're free to make as many mistakes as we want." Vane climbed into his car and drove away, the blue station wagon disappearing into the morning mist. Arthur walked back toward his house. As he reached the porch, he saw a final white card lying on the mat. He picked it up. On the front was a picture of a telescope, but the lens was broken, and a small, green sprout was growing out of the glass. He flipped it over. The back was blank, but as he watched, a single word appeared in the center of the card, written in the same dark, liquid ink of the ledger. "Unfinished." Arthur smiled. He took the card inside and placed it in his logbook right next to the coordinate for the scent of the frost. The 8th chapter of his journey was ending in the quiet victory of the noise. The auditors had been repelled, the artifacts had been neutralized, and the town of Hopewell was finally, gloriously out of order. Ambient Whisper was a song of 1,000 voices, and Arthur Penhaligon was finally ready to sing along. Chapter 9. The Unfinished Town. The spring of 1959 arrived in Hopewell with a sudden, unruly burst of life. It was as if the town, having been held in a state of crystalline stasis for so long, was now overcompensating for the lost time. The flowers bloomed with a vibrant, almost aggressive intensity, and the trees grew with a tangled, chaotic energy that defied the neat pruning of the town's gardening committees. The stabilization was well and truly broken, and in its place was a raw, unmanaged vitality that felt both wonderful and slightly dangerous. Arthur Penhaligon watched this transformation with a quiet, watchful eye. He had become the unofficial guardian of the town's unfinished status. He spent his days walking the streets, looking for the lingering shadows of the auditors and the faint, violet flickers of the archive. He saw them less and less, but he knew they were still there, hovering at the edges of the reality like a persistent, low-frequency hum. But as the auditors receded, a new kind of curiosity began to fill the vacuum. Hopewell had become a dark spot on the map of the known world, a place where the rules of the ledger no longer applied. This attracted a different breed of visitor. The seekers, the theorists, and the men who lived in the cracks of the government's secrets. It started with a black car that wasn't a Buick. It was a nondescript Ford, and the men inside weren't pale. They were tanned, weary-looking men in rumpled suits who carried clipboards that weren't silver. They were from a department with no name, a group of human auditors who had noticed the noise storm from the previous winter and had come to investigate the wreckage. Arthur met them at the counter of the diner. Martha was there, her eyes now bright and full of a messy, human irritability. She poured their coffee with a splash, and she didn't care if the angles were identical. "Mr. Penhaligon?" the lead man asked, showing a badge that looked entirely too official for the setting. "My name is Agent Miller. We're conducting a survey of local atmospheric anomalies. We understand you're the town's resident expert on lunar phenomena." Arthur felt the familiar weight of the iron key in his pocket. "I'm an amateur, Agent Miller. I just watch the stars." "We've spoken to Mr. Vane," Miller said, his eyes narrowing. "He mentioned a noise storm. He mentioned a lens that could broadcast human memory. That's a very interesting piece of technology for a New Jersey backyard, Arthur. Mr. Vane has an overactive imagination." Arthur replied, his voice calm and steady. He was a scavenger. He liked to tell stories. Miller leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, professional rumble. "We know about the Aristarchus lights, Arthur. We know that Hopewell dropped off the radar for 3 days in November. We're not the men in black. We're not interested in your soul or your great record. We're interested in the mechanics. We want to know how you jammed the signal." Arthur looked at the man and saw a reflection of the facilitators. Miller didn't want a cozy archive, but he wanted a different kind of control. He wanted to weaponize the noise. He wanted to take the unfinished word and turn it into a tool for a different kind of war. "The signal wasn't jammed by a machine," Arthur said. "It was jammed by the fact that the town refused to be a fact. You can't replicate that in a lab, Agent Miller. You can't manufacture a sincere mistake." Miller sighed, a sound of genuine bureaucratic frustration. "The world is changing, Arthur. The stars are getting closer. We can't afford to have dark spots in the defense of the nation. If the men in black come back, we need to be ready." "If they come back," Arthur said, standing up, "they'll come back because we've become too predictable. They'll come back because we've started to write our own ledgers. The best defense against an audit is to stay unfinished." Arthur walked out of the diner, leaving the agents with their cold coffee and their empty clipboards. He felt a new sense of purpose. He realized that the town's freedom required a constant, vigilant chaos. He had to ensure that Hopewell never became a finished book again. He spent the rest of the day visiting the sites where the artifacts had been found. At Mr. Henderson's yard, the silver dust had been replaced by a wild patch of clover that grew in a perfect, defiant circle. Arthur knelt down and buried a small, common glass marble in the center of the clover, a tiny, meaningless gesture that added a layer of human noise to the site. He visited the child who had played with the floating marble. The child was now playing with a common wooden top, but the top didn't spin in a straight line. It wobbled with a delightful, unpredictable rhythm. Arthur gave the child a small, silver whistle that he had carved himself, a whistle that made a different sound every time it was blown. He was seeding the town with small, beautiful errors. He was building a defense of the absurd. That evening, as he returned to his garden, he saw a final figure standing by the telescope. It wasn't an auditor or an agent. It was the version of himself he had seen in the white prism, the integrated Arthur Penhaligon. The figure was translucent, a ghostly afterimage of the cozy life he had rejected. It looked peaceful, happy, and utterly hollow. "Why didn't you stay?" the ghost Arthur asked, its voice a faint, melodic echo. "In the prism, the frost never bites. In the prism, the memories never fade. We could have lived the perfect November night forever." Arthur looked at the ghost, then at his own hands, which were calloused, dirty, and beginning to show the spots of age. He felt the cold of the evening air and the faint, lingering pain of the winter's frost in his joints. "Because the prism isn't real," Arthur said, "and the perfect night is a lie. I'd rather have a messy, painful life that is mine than a perfect one that belongs to an archive." The ghost Arthur smiled, a gesture that was both sad and beautiful. "The ledger is still watching, Arthur. They are waiting for you to get tired. They are waiting for the noise to become a burden." "Then they'll be waiting for a long time," Arthur replied. The ghost Arthur faded into the twilight, leaving the garden empty and quiet. Arthur walked to the telescope and looked up at the moon. Aristarchus was high in the sky, a brilliant, unblinking eye. It looked peaceful, but Arthur knew that the processing units were still there, humming in the dark, waiting for the next cache overflow. He reached into his pocket and found a new white card. On it was a picture of a garden where the weeds were as beautiful as the flowers. The telescope in the picture was covered in ivy, and the glass eye was clouded with the dust of 1,000 human days. "The noise is the life," the card seemed to say. Arthur Penhaligon sat on his porch and began to write in his logbook. He didn't write for an archive. He didn't write for a ledger. He wrote for himself and for the town of Hopewell, which was finally, gloriously out of order. The 9th chapter of his journey was ending in the commitment to the chaos. He was the protector of the unfinished, the guardian of the noise, and the ambient whisper was now a song that he was proud to sing. Chapter 10. The Weight of the Unwritten. The summer of 1959 arrived with a heat that felt heavy and expectant, as if the air itself were waiting for a resolution. In the month since the noise storm, Hopewell had thrived in its newfound chaos. The town had become a sprawling, vibrant tapestry of unmanaged growth and spontaneous joy. But Arthur Penhaligon knew that the silence of the moon was not peace. It was a gathering of breath. The Aristarchus crater had been quiet, but the deep, subaudible thrumming in his bones had never truly vanished. It had merely been waiting for the noise to reach a crescendo. On the night of August 14th, the moon rose large and copper-red, a hunter's moon that seemed to hang unnaturally close to the New Jersey horizon. Arthur stood in his garden, his hands resting on the cold metal of his telescope. He didn't need to look through the eyepiece to know that the audit was returning. The air smelled of ozone, and the fireflies in the bushes were blinking in a perfect synchronized violet rhythm that made his skin crawl. "They're coming back, aren't they?" Arthur turned to see Martha standing at his garden gate. She looked tired, the lines of age and worry deep on her face, but her eyes were her own. She was no longer a mask of coffee and silence. "They never really left, Martha," Arthur said softly. "They were just waiting for us to get comfortable with our mess." Suddenly, the copper moon was pierced by a beam of white light so intense it turned the night into a terrifying, shadowless day. The light originated from Aristarchus, but it wasn't a pulse or a signal. It was a solid pillar of energy that struck the center of Hopewell with a sound like a mountain being ground to dust. Anomaly threshold exceeded, the voices roared, no longer a whisper but a planetary command that vibrated the very teeth in Arthur's head. The Hopewell sector has become a source of systemic contagion. The noise is unmanageable. Initiate the final purge. The ledger must be closed. The ground beneath their feet began to lose its solidity. Arthur watched in horror as the wild clover in his yard started to turn into gray ash, not from fire, but from a lack of information. The town was being unwritten. The houses, the trees, and the people were flickering like images on a film reel that was being fed into a furnace. "Arthur, help us!" Martha cried, her form beginning to turn translucent. From the pillar of light, a dozen pale men in black suits emerged. They didn't carry clipboards or styluses. They carried spheres of absolute darkness, void generators designed to erase the record entirely. They moved toward the citizens of Hopewell with a grim, inevitable finality. The lead auditor, his porcelain face now a seamless, featureless mask, appeared before Arthur. "The experiment of the unfinished has failed, Mr. Penhaligon," the auditor boomed. "The noise you introduced has corrupted the neighboring sectors. We cannot allow the vacuum of your choice to exist any longer. Hopewell will be removed from the archive, and the timeline will be patched as if you never were. You can't erase a life just because it's messy." Arthur shouted, reaching for the iron key in his pocket. The auditor gestured, and the iron key flew from Arthur's hand, dissolving into a cloud of rust before it hit the ground. "Your relics have no power here, witness. The resonance of the void is absolute. You chose the dark over the glass, and now the dark is all that remains." Arthur looked around at his town. He saw Mr. Henderson fading into a gray mist, still holding his rake. He saw the children at the bus stop becoming outlines of light. The ambient whisper was being replaced by a terrifying, hollow roar. He realized then that the only way to stop a purge wasn't to fight it with noise or iron. It was to offer the archive something it couldn't delete, a narrative that was so fundamentally human that its erasure would cause the entire great record to collapse. Arthur stepped toward the lead auditor. He didn't fight. He didn't scream. He closed his eyes and began to speak. He didn't talk about the lights in the crater. He didn't talk about the men in black. He began to tell the story of a Tuesday afternoon in 1942. He described the way the sunlight hit a puddle in the hardware store parking lot. He described the smell of the old cedar chest in his mother's attic. He described the sound of a porch swing creaking in a summer breeze. "Stop this," the auditor commanded. "This data is irrelevant. It is non-essential." Arthur didn't stop. He added more details. He spoke of the feeling of a first kiss, the sting of a scraped knee, and the profound, quiet sorrow of a funeral in the rain. He poured every unrecorded, unindexed moment of his life into the air. Input overflow, the voices in the sky hissed, their frequency cracking with a sudden, desperate strain. The subject is broadcasting a high-density sensory stream. Archive cannot bypass the witness. The ledger is being flooded with the subjective. Arthur felt the weight of the town's collective memories joining his own. Martha was there, her voice adding the scent of fresh bread and the sound of her daughter's laughter. Mr. Henderson added the feeling of the soil between his fingers. The entire town of Hopewell began to speak, a chorus of 1,000 ordinary, messy, and beautiful lives. The auditors began to vibrate. The spheres of darkness in their hands flickered and turned to glass. The pillar of white light from the moon started to fracture, the resonance of the purge unable to process the sheer volume of the unrecordable truth. "The ledger is for facts." The lead auditor screamed, his porcelain mask cracking to reveal a void of screaming violet light. "The facts are that we are here," Arthur shouted over the roar, "and we are unfinished. You can't index a soul that is still dreaming." With a final, thunderous crack, the pillar of light imploded. The violet static was sucked back toward the moon, and the final purge collapsed under the weight of the town's refusal to be simplified. Arthur felt a sudden, profound silence. He opened his eyes. The sun was rising over Hopewell, a warm, golden light that smelled of clover and dew. The houses were solid. The trees were green. Martha was standing beside him, her hand resting on the garden gate, her breath coming in slow, steady heaves. The auditors were gone. The telescope sat on its tripod, its lens reflecting the morning sky. The copper moon had set, replaced by a sun that didn't ask for a signature. Arthur looked down at the ground. There were no white cards. There were no silver spheres. There was only the dirt of New Jersey, and a single green sprout pushing its way through the soil where the iron key had fallen. He walked to the telescope and removed the lens cap. He didn't look at Aristarchus. He turned the glass toward the horizon, watching the ordinary, unmanaged world wake up. He realized that the men in black would never truly leave. They were the shadows of our own desire for order, the auditors of our fear of the unknown. But as long as there were people like the citizens of Hopewell, people who were willing to be messy, loud, and unfinished, the ledger would never be closed. Arthur sat on his porch and picked up his logbook. He didn't write about the moon. He wrote a single sentence on the final page. The world is not a record to be kept, but a story to be lived. He closed the book and set it aside. He watched the milkman's truck rattle down the street. He heard the sound of a distant lawnmower and the laughter of children. He felt the warmth of the sun on his face, and for the first time in his life, Arthur Penhaligon felt truly, gloriously cozy. The audit of Hopewell was over. The witness had become the author, and the Ambient Whisper was finally at rest. The stars were still there, hanging in the deep, dark velvet of the universe, but they were no longer watching. They were just shining. As you drift off to sleep, remember the lesson of the eye of the glass. Your life is not a series of data points for a lunar archive. It is a collection of whispers, scents, and unfinished dreams that no auditor can ever truly own. Let the silence of the night be your blanket, and know that in the messy, unmanaged dark, you are exactly where you are meant to be. The ledger is closed, the garden is quiet, sleep now.